The war is outlined in laws and orders. What you're never going to know are the battle plans. You're not going to know the battle plans because you can't know the battle plans. 90% of the world today flipped out. So 90% of the world proved y'all can't handle one little incident. So you don't need to know every little detail because you can't handle this incident. You wouldn't be able to handle the truth. I mean, there's no way to slice that pie any differently. And when we have people who are in the military who commit crimes and everything else, and here you have these civilians over here, everybody thinks the military is every person in it is good as gold. They're not. All right? And then you have the civilian world out there. You have crimes daily. In your community, in your neighborhoods, you have crime. You can't eradicate evil. We can suppress it as much as possible, but we can't eradicate it. We can't completely eliminate it. And there's some things that there's some people who commit a one-time crime. So I know a lot of people don't want to listen to certain things, but now a conspiracy theory is where you are in New Mexico and you're 50 miles west of Roswell and you're driving through the desert in the middle of the night and you see a chihuahua riding an alien or an alien riding a chihuahua across the plains. That is a conspiracy theory. Laws and orders in place, and also someone who can show you that that's the visual of that law being enforced, this is the visual of that law enforced, this is the visual of that law enforced, and all the visuals of the law enforced is not a conspiracy theory. Then you will have certain people out there, well, what makes you so special? How are you the one person that knows all this? Well, there's got to be somebody out there that does. Might as well be me, because my heart's in the right spot. My heart's in the right spot. My motive's in the right spot. No ulterior motives. I raised my right hand, Title 10, Section 502, for all the right reasons. Now, I've been beat up as well for calling to the veterans out there, but every veteran listening, now's your time to shine, baby. Now's your time to shine. If you serve for the right reasons, if you raised your right hand under Title 10, Section 502, now's your time to shine, because you can't have one Title 10 without the other. You can't have one Title 50 without the other. And everything in place right now is outlined in laws and orders, but more specifically, our military laws and orders. So you've got to set a precedent before we get into what happened today. Everybody wants a short answer. 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 Short attention span. Just get to the point. I'm already getting messages right now. I can see the messages dropping down. I love your thoughts, but there's that little key conjunction. But. Y'all always want a but, and you always want to. Nobody wants to listen. Nobody. So you either want a cleaned up world and the swamp drained, but when the swamp's being drained, you don't like it being drained. You can't handle the swamp draining. And that's one of the very key clauses that President Trump talked about. We're going to drain the swamp, baby. We're draining the swamp. They're draining the swamp, and patriots can't handle the swamp being drained. You can't handle war. You can't handle the battle. You can't handle the truth. And see, over here in my heart, right here, in my heart, peaceful, calm, collective. What proves today, first off, it's not the real Donald Trump. A lot of you on my pages right now, you know who you are. When I posted a picture, December the 2nd, 2022, my first moment in the whole wide world, for my mother, especially, my father, both my mother and father especially, here I found, it's kind of like when I announced my very first album on Facebook. My mom and my grandmother would have been 94 years old today, July 13th. All right, when I was clicking the clicker, my mother's finger and my grandmother's finger was like that, and we clicked the very first post of me announcing my first album. So here I go to put my picture up with Donald John Trump, the President of the United States of America, the most popular man in the world. And patriots who follow my page. We're not talking about people who came out out of nowhere and they saw this. No, we're talking about patriots on my page. Derek Johnson, I can't believe that you posted that. You know that's not Donald Trump. So let me get this straight. Let me just get this straight. So you're telling me that if I was a body double and someone came to me and said, Derek, we want you to play the body double of Donald Trump. Let's say I was that stature and I could talk and I'm an actor and I could change my voice like actors do. All right. Let's say that they said, Derek, we want you to play it, but you're a stunt man. You're no different than a stunt man. All right. So you have a chance to be shot at because you're in a bodysuit. You're in a real life situation. All right. Let's say that they came to me and said, Derek, we want you to be the stunt man for Donald John Trump, and here are the risks, but here are the rewards. Risk, rewards. Do you think if they would put the real Donald Trump out at a rally where he could be shot at and tell the actor, hey, guess what you get to do? You get to play golf all day at the private country club. Make that make sense to me. See, once you know what you know, and once you know the laws and the orders in place, and once you know the publications, the laws, the orders, the customs, the regulations of the military, Once you know all this, you can't unknow it. So there's no way for me to sit too much. I can sit in a neutral seat, but I can't sit on your side and explain it to you if you don't know what's going on. Once you know, you can't unknow. Once you know, you can't. Once you've seen, you can't unseen. Once you've heard, you can't unheard. So make it make sense to me that a body double gets to play golf all day at a private golf course, but the real Trump has to go out to a rally. Please make that make sense to me. And then on top of that, this is what I prayed about. It's like, okay, well, how do you say this differently for it to click with people finally? The war, the battles. So how do you say it differently? Now you finally got attention. We finally got your attention. Some of us do. We finally got the attention. Matter of fact, let me write my notes down too, where I can keep proving my point here before I lose my train of thought. So, for the first time in history, no matter how old you are, first off, let's address where we are. It's July the 13th. Do we need to do some Alabama math here? July, August, September, October, November. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're already halfway through July, pretty much. 3.5 months to go to when Donald John Trump tells you, not me, I didn't say this, Donald Trump told you, this is our final battle. The Great Liberation starts November. I will be exonerated, not me, him. He says I, Donald Trump, I, will be exonerated. I will be free November the 5th, 2024. So we have 3.5 months to go to the final battle, the greatest liberation in history, he said it, and also that he will be free. But I have proof, solid proof, of a military occupation and a continuity of operations that's been ongoing for 7.5 years. 7.5 years. So, either I'm not supposed to believe laws and orders that Donald Trump says that we are to respect laws and orders again. He says it, not me. Either we're not supposed to respect laws and orders, believe in laws and orders, uphold laws and orders, enforce laws and orders, write laws and orders, and keep writing laws and orders, and enforce laws and orders. So just to hell with laws and orders. Even though he tells us that we got to respect it, to hell with him. Or this is part of a plan. Because however old you are, I'm 41, all right? In my lifetime, laws and orders have not been enforced like they're being enforced right now. My dad will be 82 in September. 82. And in his lifetime, laws and orders have not been enforced like they're being enforced right now. All right? However old you are, laws and orders have not been enforced your whole life. So therefore, if you don't know the prerequisites, if you don't know the language, if you don't know the terminology, if you don't know the punctuation, the grammar, the index, the glossary, and all that to military occupation, which is a lot of details, if you don't know the language, the terminology, the definitions, etc., to the continuity operations and how the military pairs with federal, then how are you going to know that the laws and the orders are being enforced right now? Because the first time in your history, every one of you listen, the first time in your history, you are hearing language that you never heard before. President Trump, no other president said stuff like, we're going to take the power out of D.C. and give it to you, the people. We're going to drain the swamp. Follow the money. The best is yet to come. Here he is saying, he said the best is yet to come the whole time, and he's still saying that. So it's telling you haven't even hit bliss yet. Then we have Americans complaining about gas and taxes and inflation. First off, if you're complaining about it, then you need to know that there's a solution for it. And then when you get provided the solution, which was Donald John Trump having a $686 billion defense budget, along with a booming economy, now there's always going to be people down here that just don't want to get with the program. You know, so all of you complaining about, oh, people are suffering, well, people have to do something out there called put feet to your prayers. There's some homeless people who want to be homeless. So if people aren't trying to help themselves, then there's something, sometimes you just can't help people that don't want to help themselves. But for the majority, Donald John Trump showed you something that's never been done before in our history. Every one of us living, breathing right now watching as I talk, every one of us has witnessed a Republican get in and the defense budget go up and the economy start to drag. Then you saw a Democrat get in and the economy went up and the defense budget went down. And that's what they, the global elitists, the Washington establishment, the corporation, not the Congress that protects us, that will not protects us, the Congress that works for us, not the Congress that works for us, the Washington establishment, they established their own checks and balances. Because why? The American people got lazy, got complacent, got self-entitled, and also, it'll just work itself out. Oh, that's what Congress gets paid to do. I've heard that my whole lifetime. You've heard that your whole lifetime. That's what Congress gets paid to do. It'll just work itself out. Well, big boy, if you know so much about it, why aren't you in politics? I've heard this my whole life. So you either listen to President Trump. It's not me you got to listen to necessarily. You need to listen to me from another standpoint. But I am taking everything that President Trump says out of his mouth, and then I show you the laws and orders where it backs it up and the visualizations of it. So if you don't know the laws and orders, you're going to hear all the drama in the speeches. If you know the laws and orders, you're going to hear all the nuggets, because he's the one who says central casting about the border. He's the one that calls certain people central casting, not me. I'm not the one in charge of this operation. I'm just someone who's keeping my oath that he says to do. He tells veterans all the time, remember your oath and keep your oath. I have remembered my oath, and I'm keeping my oath. And if you want to know what's going on, you can know what's going on. But you got to listen. Then once you're open to listening, you got to realize, okay, forget about everything you thought you knew in your lifetime. Sit in a neutral seat, and then turn around and listen to what's in place. Because the only thing that matters right now is who's in charge and the visualizations. The visualizations show that Biden ain't in charge. He ain't even real, first off. Anybody who still thinks that Joe Biden is real, you need your eyes and your head examined badly. All right? Your jawbone, your jaw structure right here, it doesn't change. All right? Look, your mouth, the width of your mouth, the real Joe Biden. You go back and look at the width of his mouth. The earlobe is the easiest part, but this right here, your jawbone, does not change. All right? Now, there's body doubles for good reasons, and there's body doubles for operations. That's where people are struggling right now. Where you're saying that Donald Trump has a body double for good reasons. Biden has a body double for operational standards. Donald Trump is still an operational standard. It's just a different form of the operation. So people are still struggling because you don't want to understand what a military occupation actually is. And there's visualizations of it, and there's also, well, first there's laws and orders of it, and then there's visualizations that it happened and it's still happening. And what people are doing right now that are losing their minds over what happened today, you're still picking up from July the 13th, 2024, and you're not taking into consideration when this operation started back in November 2016. You're still treating that as, well, that was, oh my goodness, that's been 8 years ago now. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It's an operation. It's a military occupation. And then the Patriots get hung up on one freaking general. Patriots out there, one general, hung the damn moon, the stars and everything, Pluto, Uranus, all the other planets, can't even name them. Get hung up on one general out there, and then that general says, we're not in a military occupation, we're not. He is the master at 5G warfare, which is misinformation. Plus, he's a 3-star general, all right, who was also part of another whole operation way back here, all right. He is way more higher than I am. He cannot talk. He is under NDA. And all the podcasters out there that went asking him stupid questions, it shows how they don't know what's going on. And also etiquette, first off. You don't ask a general what's going on right now that would be under an NDA. They should know that. If they're any kind of podcaster, they should know that. So all this stuff out there. And then I get pinned up on podcasts asking about this one general. One general out of 4,700 retired generals. There are a lot more generals a part of this. And I have nothing against this 3-star general. I've been pinned against it. I don't know why. But once again, people get hung up because you want a short answer. You all want a little tiny attention span answer. And it's not that. And then all the same mentalities are the same ones saying, well, I can't wait for this movie to be over. I want Trump back in office. I just can't stand it. You're part of the problem as well. Because you don't want to know the solution to the problem. You just want to hear an answer, and you want it to be done, and you want all your cake, you want the icing, you want everything, and you want it to yourself, and the heck with everybody else. And you have the wrong attitude. You have the wrong mentality, the wrong attitude. It's the wrong attitude to have. That's not a humanitarian attitude. Sorry, it's not. It's not a humanitarian attitude whatsoever. All you're doing is being selfish and thinking about yourself. That's all you're doing. And if you don't feel that way right here, you're projecting it. And see, my mother, who's probably watching, all right, who watches most of my stuff, she always says all the time, make sure what you're saying, make sure what you're projecting out there, make sure what you're putting out is positive. Make sure it's positive. Because your words carry weight to them. All right, your words carry weight. Why do we hold each other to an accountability? Why do we hold each other to a standard of, well, actions speak louder than words? But words still hurt. Because if you text message somebody something and you cuss them out, or you put it in writing and you cuss out your friend, or you say something bad to them, they're going to hold you on that. Hey, did you really mean that? Or they're always going to think that. Even if you apologize, they're still going to think, now, why did they put that in writing? Why did they put those words out there? Right? So that's why you always have to be careful what you're saying, when you're saying it, how you're saying it. Same difference when you're on here right now. Right? I have to be careful what I say. But also, I'm speaking straight from here and here. Right? So there's so many things right now, and everybody wants an answer to it, but nobody wants to hear the solution. And you should be enjoying this right now. Because what happened today? What happened today? There's so many things you can look at and go, okay, the timestamp. Then they moved the crane over with the flag over him, and it looks just like the image of Iwo Jima. All right? And he tells you all the time, what's he tell you? I stand in their way. I am in the middle of them and you. I will do what? I am the great liberator. He tells you this. That's all, though, operational speech. See, that's what you're not connecting. A lot of you are not connecting. Now, I don't mean that condescendingly. I'm trying to show you the connectors. You got to connect the operation and the occupation, the continuity of operation and the occupation, which is all outlined in laws and orders. You got to connect those with his speeches. You got to listen to the man. You cannot be a President Trump supporter if you don't listen to it. Sorry. You can go down there and vote at the ballot box all you want, but do you truly support Donald John Trump? And today I was talking to somebody about, look, you're not going to remember everything I know, and that's fine. Now, I'm not beating you up on recital. You're not supposed to recite everything that I do. You're not. So this is where I pray to God, and I talk to different people and say, okay, how can I say it differently without offending someone or stepping on their toes or upsetting them or speaking condescendingly, all right, to you, all right? But for your sake, you have to give everything you have with the capacity of what you feel like your capacity is, but then always give a little extra. For example, and all the haters, refrain from all your football talk right now, but I have to use this perfect example because you can go tangibly look this up on YouTube. All right? But Paul Bear Bryant was the first big successful coach in University of Alabama history. A lot of people think Nick Saban was. Not the case. University of Alabama has the two coaches who have the most championships in college football history. It is what it is. The point I'm trying to make, though, is this. Paul Bear Bryant, he was known as Bear Bryant, he's in the locker room, and he's talking to his boys. And he said this. He said, men, he said, look, side note really fast. Bear Bryant loved players that didn't know they were good, but they were right in the middle. Not the worst athlete, but right in the middle. They didn't think they were prize bulls, basically. So let me just add that. So he's in the locker room, and he puts the X's and O's up on the board, on the chalkboard. He said, now listen to me, men. If you are typically, let's say, an 80 player, right, but you come out, and let's say you give 85, all right? And you say the man next to you, he's typically an 85 player, but let's just say he plays at a 95% level. All right, the man next to him, same thing. He said, but what if the guys on the other side of you, what if they are the star athletes? What if all of them were in the 90s? But this 90 guy, he only gave 75, and this 95 guy here, he only gives 80, and this 95 guy over here, he gives 70. Then all of a sudden, you flip the narrative, right? And that's why sometimes in sports history, it ain't always the best team that wins the game. It's the ones who prepared, it's the ones who believed, and it's the ones who went out there on every single play, and they gave it their all on every single play, and they wanted it bad enough, all right? And the old saying is, especially with Big Ten football and also SEC football, the game is won in the trenches. It's won at the line of scrimmage, right? So it's the man who wants it more. And right now, you're in a time in history where even if you can't recite all the laws and orders that I do, you should be sacrificing fishing, golfing, hiking, hunting, whatever is your hobby, you should be given just a little bit more than what you normally do to understand what's taking place and where you fit in and how you can contribute. All right? Because it's a clear occupation and a clear operations going on when you look at the laws and orders in place. And then to see where they're applied, Joe Biden, this is where I'll sit in a neutral seat for everybody. If Joe Biden was real and he's really president, he wouldn't be extended Donald Trump's laws and orders. He wouldn't be extended them. They would be abolishing them. So then you've got to go to, if you just can't see the laws and orders as they read, then do a little pie graph or a chart. Let's just do a column chart here. Let's look at Donald John Trump. Let's look at what he says and what he stands for, right? And then you look at Joe Biden. Everything that Joe Biden says stands for Obama, stands for Clintons, stands for the Bushes, it stands for all the corporations. That's why they showed them all together at certain things. That's why they showed them all together on the quote-unquote inauguration. That's why they showed them all together at George Herbert Walker Bush's funeral. They showed them all together, all right? And they all endorse each other. But if Donald John Trump, if this was not a military occupation, if this was not a continuity of operations plan, Donald John Trump, being the outsider that he is and was, him walking into this establishment, the Washington, D.C. establishment, is not just the only establishment. It's a world establishment. Donald John Trump would have been assassinated already before what people think of as the attempt, with 3 months to go to the final battle. Today, what happened sets up what everybody needs to see with what President Trump just said in Vegas. What he did just say, just a few weeks ago, he said, what, I hope the military revolts at the voting booth. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't vote at a voting booth in the military. That did not mean that, I hope the military shows up and votes for me because I've been the most pro-military president. It didn't mean that, ladies and gentlemen. It meant, hey, y'all about to see some stuff happen because most of you, not the ones watching maybe, but maybe the very new ones watching this for the first time, ye of little faith and ye of little attention spans, you forgot about last year they gave 50 senators emergency satellite phones. Why'd they just give 50, not 100? All right, then also, all out through 2021 and 2022 President Trump rallies, guess what happened? Bottom line show what? Emergency satellite phones free. for you, the people, to call and get your emergency satellite phone free. Now, there's one thing I can't prove to you because I keep my oath, and I'm not going to be the one breaking a rule, which is a rule at Mar-a-Lago. And in case you didn't notice, the New York Times put out an article 2 or 3 days ago that I have been to Mar-a-Lago more than 3 times. I've been there 9 times. So now you have full proof that I was there. The New York Times put this out. Doesn't matter what the headlines read. It's perfect negative publicity. Extremism welcome at Mar-a-Lago. So I'm extreme for showing the laws and orders as a military veteran, retired military veteran. I'm keeping my oath, and I'm extreme. So see, you got to see it's all part of this plan. That's all part of this plan. But negative publicity. So you've seen me at Mar-a-Lago. That is full proof that I've been there. What I can't show you is that every time President Trump comes in, the nuclear football's there. Most people, if you went up on the street, like people who watch mainstream news and they watch Fox News religiously, they watch Jesse Waters, which I think he's probably a good guy. I think he may be. I don't know. But he goes up to people on the street and he goes, hey, who won between World War II and, who won World War II? And they'll go, oh, I think Oman did. I don't think so. Then he'll go up, so he'll say, who won between Vietnam and the U.S.? The kids are saying the French. I mean, it's a 50-50 question. Anyways, if you walked up to people and you asked them, what's a nuclear football? Do you know what the nuclear football is? Most people wouldn't know that, right? So I can't show that to you via pictures, nor would I do that, because I'd be breaking the rules at Mar-a-Lago for taking a picture of that. Plus, I'd be breaking my oath in a different manner for just taking a picture with the rules in place, but also of that. Joe Biden is not real, and he's not president. And laws and orders show this is a World War II history repeat. And how we have people out there that claim to be patriots, podcasters, and also some in the military who say that this is all dangerous to the Constitution, they're absolute fools. The Constitution has a suspension clause in it specifically for this. All right? It's called the suspension clause. It's Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. It's for this very thing. So Americans either need to start listening to a veteran who knows the laws and orders like the back of their eyelids, that can recite it, and forget about everything else until you learn that, or you might as well just keep right on down the propaganda, bullcrap, everyday run-of-the-mill, surface-level bullcrap by all these people who just want a face and they want a name. It's the ones who get called a grifter for having one book that's giving you the truth. One book, and I'm called a grifter. And the book is full of laws and orders where you don't have to go look up every law and order because they're all in. When you go to the executive orders, there are multiple executive orders. I put everything from the military occupation and continuity of operations in a row in a chronological order where you don't have to do that. So there's a reason when someone's being called a name, like I have, there's a reason for it. Because they're lazy, they're actual commies. They're commies, first off. They're not real Trump supporters because there's nobody in their right mind who claims to be a President Trump supporter should be mad for a retired military veteran with a clean record in civilian world and military to paint a picture by laws and orders that's a history repeat that my grandfathers fought through and my great-uncles fought through. There's no reason at all why any patriot that claims to support President Trump should have a problem with that. And the ones that do, you need to unfollow them. You need to leave as quicker than Mike Tyson will leave a spelling bee. You need to leave. So, everything that you're watching, a lot of it is a distraction, for one. Hey, look over here, and y'all look. A lot of you look, and you're guilty of it. Even some of you followers, admit it. Admit it. Don't sit here and act like I'm a big bad wolf. Admit it. Y'all fall for it every time. And then you run over here. That's fine. I'm here. Cool, calm, collected. I'm drinking something unhealthy here I'm not supposed to be drinking. Good old RC Cola from the South. I don't have a moon pie. I wish I did, but I don't have one. When the man himself, Donald John Trump, says over and 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 over again, central casting, why am I the one that gets hammered for it when he's the one saying it? Just like when I was on Elijah Streams with Steve Schultz, his audience, which we normally get a lot of views on that show, his audience went absolute berserk on me for saying that the border is central casting. Get mad at me. The traditional shoot the messenger. Donald Trump says it all the time. When you go to Google, you type in central casting, the very first thing that pops up, the leading background actor agency in the nation. Not lead actor. Not a lead actor. Not George Clooney. Not Brad Pitt. Not Tom Cruise. We're talking about the ones that don't have a name. When you're getting up and leaving the theater because the movie's over, we're talking about the names way down here that just says, and you're like, who's that? And they're way down here. And some of them just says camera guy. So, now I'm not knocking those actors or actresses. Everybody's got to play a role. But not everybody gets to be the star. But Donald John Trump tells you this all the time. And in order to get to the final setup, because the goal of all this is this. This is what most people want to hear. Oh Lord, my sound's been muted the whole time over here on my computer, which is crazy. Anyway, oh well, we got it on Rattle Trap over here, so we'll just we'll delete the one on 1776 Nation. Not sure what happened there, but whatever. So that's why I tell people to use the backup page, but people don't listen, so they continue to follow the one page. But anyway, what most people want to hear is what is the end goal with all this? Okay, if today was part of a plan or whatever, then what's the end goal? First off, I haven't got to see a whole lot of today. I got 47 trillion text messages that jam my phone, and I have not been able to even use my phone to really do anything. All right, so there's that. I did see enough to know enough. I've got a text message from a buddy of mine over on text message that was near President Trump today. So you know, I don't want to sound like that person that says I know somebody that knows somebody, because you don't know them, and I understand that. And I also don't receive intel. I had someone ask me that today, like, where do you get your intel from? What I try to do and what I've done is I made so many people mad by saying this, but I'm not stepping on other podcasters. I'm just saying, until you know the laws and the orders in place, you don't need to listen to anybody else until you know the laws and orders in place. So, because most podcasters are surface level talking, and until you get to the understanding of the laws and orders in place, that's all you need to know. I don't receive information. I don't talk to people. I don't even talk to veterans. That once again, I don't talk to veterans like that. I show you how you can read tangibly what's been given to you. Tangibly, what you can look up on Google, be a .gov.mil site. So here's the thing, is that what everybody wants to see. Well, what's the end goal of this? Well, once again, every president from 1871 to 2016 were a federal corporation president. Now, it didn't get really bad until the 60s and the 70s. It gradually got there. All right? And in your lifetime, once again, every one of you have heard a Democrat get in and they say, we're going to do this, this, and they never do it. All they do is cater to their people. And then they pinned us against our core values. They pinned us all against race, religion, and patriotism. They pinned us against each other. And they got everybody on this level down here fighting over social issues. Social issues were never supposed to be in federal government whatsoever. So let me give you a prime example. And sometimes you have to be graphic, so I don't care if you don't like this analogy. Mainly it's Christians who complain. So I'm a Christian, but Christians, y'all need to grow some. You need to man up, woman up, cowboy up, and just learn to find some humor in it. All right, ladies. Ladies, I got your attention in here, ladies. All right, 85% of the demographic that follow me, guys, are females. One, because females can multitask, they're not quick to judge, and there's one thing that 99.9999% females will tell you. Maybe not admit it, but most of them will. Is when a male says, I have 100% fact that this is what's going on, females, when they hear a male say that they have 100% fact, a female is going to go read it, study it, absorb it, but try to find an error. Try to find something that's wrong. And then turn around and say, hey man, I got you. You messed up here, or whatever it is. Right? That's what females do, and that's okay. Right? That's fine. Because that's what keeps people on track. That's what keeps people on track. And that's the beauty of a woman. Right? That's why God created a woman. And more than that. But for this particular topic, God created a woman and perfectly. Right? And so when you go look at this one topic, ladies, the reason why social matters were never supposed to be part of the federal is this reason right here. See, what I'm trying to get people to understand is this. It all depends on who's writing the law, passing the law, and interpreting the law. See, that's where people struggle with this operation, is because of this right here. The three branches of government that 68 to 75% of America cannot name: legislative, executive, and judicial. What matters right now in history, you're seeing it with the Supreme Court, what matters right now is who's writing the laws, passing the laws, enforcing the laws, and interpreting the laws. So here's what you got to look at. Legislative branch writes the laws. Executive branch, the president, enforces the laws. The judicial branch interprets the laws. All that matters is who's writing the laws, enforcing the laws, and interpreting the laws. And here's why you have to apply it now. Ladies, the reason why I brought the ladies up is this reason right here. If, for some reason, we put into law. No, let me pause real quick. I'm gonna do something real quick. All right, we're gonna do something else real quick. I'm gonna show you something. As a Christian, I tell people all the time this: if we call the other side, if you're a conservative and a patriot and a Republican, or all three and or whatever, then look at it this way: everybody is calling the liberals over there for wanting a full-fledged abortion, you're calling them a dictator. All right? A dictator. And that is extreme and harsh, and that's dictator. Now, that's not my personal stance and how I feel about abortion. But you got to look at it this way. If the topic is a male and a female, that's only two. That's 50-50. All right? And if only females can tell what goes on with the female body, then it's up to the female patriots to fight this then. And then to what? Gain the majority rule. By what? Laws and orders of our land. However, the reason why social matters were never supposed to be a part of what's going on with federal is for one reason. It depends on who's interpreting the law. If there's a law in place for a certain thing, it depends on who's interpreting the law. So when you look at the abortion thing, if the conservatives and the Republicans and the Christians are saying that the left are complete dictators for simply wanting to have abortions, then if you put a law into place that says you cannot have abortions and that you're going to be punished for having them, then you're also a dictator. And it doesn't mean that that don't mean you can't not support it or whatever. It just means that this was a social matter. And if a woman can go to a doctor and they can consciously moral compass do that in the private area of their business or wherever it would be performed, then you should not say anything about that. That's how you stay neutral and you keep it out of the federal government. And then the holier than thou's out there, all you can do is pray for that person. And pray for their conscience, and pray for their heart, and pray for their choices. All right? Your role is not to put feet to your prayers on that situation. You are to sit in a neutral seat and go, I would never do that, but it should have never been part of the federal government because it shouldn't be either way. Either way, it shouldn't be on either side of the aisle. And people struggle with hearing that. I don't condone abortion. I'm not condoning it one bit. It's a moral conscience decision. It's a moral compass decision. It should never been part of the federal government on either side of it. And where Christians struggle with that is they hear that and oh my God, I don't support abortion. You're not listening. It was never supposed to be federal. So that's a sensitive subject and that's a heavy topic. So let's take it to a more funnier side. This is how you break the ice. This is what I was originally going to do. Let me show you this from another angle. All right. Ladies. All right. I know plenty of women who are women by women definition. Full-fledged woman. Right. Know they're women. Proud to be women. And love that God chose them to be a woman. All right. No identity crisis with the women I know. Now, if a male with a ham candle wants to have his ham candle chopped off, no, we'll take that back. We'll take it back a step because most of them don't. If a male wants to be a female, all right, if a male has tendencies to be a female, wants to be a female, wants to dress like a female, talk like a female, act like a female, and even they go through the hormones to have the boobs, and they have all this changed here, here, and here, but they don't chop their ham candle off, well, this is why you don't have a federal law, period. Let's just say that the full-fledged patriots get in control, liberals, take notes, liberals, this is why you need to also know the laws and orders, this is why you need to understand how the three branches of government operate and function and work. All right, if we, the patriots, said, all right, well, you guys want to be dictators on abortion, well, here's what we're going to, even though that would theoretically happen with patriots in control, but let's just for devil's advocate say, all right, y'all want that? Then here's what we're going to do. Every male that has a tendency to look like a female, talk like a female, act like a female, dress like a female, and claims to be a female, guess what we're going to do? All these women over here, the majority of these women right here, they're going to pay for you to have your ham candle chopped off. Therefore, you can't, with your ulterior motives of going in a women's bathroom, you can't act anymore. You won't have the tool anymore to commit your crime, which most of them are doing it for that reason. They're doing this in order to be able to, the tippy to all the people out there, the people that the softies have let this go on, and then these males go, this is my opportunity. I can dress like a female, I can talk like a female, and I can walk in a female's bathroom, and I can do my ulterior motive. Well, this is why liberals need to know the laws and orders and how they are written, enforced, and interpreted. Because if we wrote a law that says every male that has a tendency to look like a female, talk like a female, walk like a female, right? Quack like a duck, walk like a duck, right? We're going to chop your yin-yang off, and now you have no ulterior motives. Now you can pee out your butt, and you can sit down and squat, but you have no tool to commit a crime. So, there you go. That's how you live in society, by thinking that you're a female when you were born a male. Now you can be a female. Now you can look the part, you can walk the part, you can talk the part, and dress the part, but guess what you can't do anymore? You can't pee the part, all right? And you can't do the part. Sorry. Now you get to pee out the other hole, and now you get to squat or hover. If it's a dirty bathroom, now you get to hover with the rest of the ladies. That's how that works. It's that simple. So that's why liberals, you don't want certain things to be part of the federal government. That's how that works. Because in the years past, yeah, your people have been in charge, but baby, the tide is turning. The other guys are in control right now. You've seen the Chevron doctrine. You've seen the immunity clause. You've seen everything. Liberals out there talking about we are getting taken back 50 years. No, we ain't. We're being taken back 250 years, baby. We're going back to what the Constitution stands for and also what the Declaration of Independence stands for. That's what we're going back to. So hang on to your ride, cupcakes, because that's where you're going. You're going on a time-traveling trip back to 1776 is what you're going to, liberals. That's where you're going. That's what train you're on. And it's what? The train's already left the station, baby. The train is all the way out west, and it's almost to its destination. So anybody sitting there today thinking today was something to be scared of? Baby. No way, Jose. When you know the laws and the orders in place right now, you should want to run through a brick wall. You should want to tear through anything and be like Lieutenant Dan on the top of that ship in Forrest Gump. Except this time you ain't yelling at God, but you're saying, yeah, baby, you call this a storm? No way, baby. We're in charge. The Patriots are in control. The good guys are in control. And they were never going to tell you. They didn't want the public, the general public, knowing yet. Because why? They knew how to drain the swamp successfully from the top to the bottom, baby. Not just the top. You know why I kept telling people, quit worrying about all the people up here? Quit focusing on General Flynn. He's playing a role. He's a 3-star general with clearance with an NDA. He's playing a role. Quit focusing on these people up here. When Donald John Trump tells you to worry about somebody, he'll give them a nickname. When he gives them a nickname, you know that something is fishy with them. Quit worrying about these people until the people who are in control of this operation tell you. When they tell you, then I'll know about it, and then I'll show you. Well, whatever it is they show you, it'll be in a law and order somewhere. There will be absolute proof because there's already absolute proof there. Every patriot in America that claims to be a patriot should be excited. It's a World War II history repeat. And I get to honor my grandfathers, and I get to honor my great-uncles who all lied about their age to get in the military. All during the time of war. They all lied about their age. To go to war. And this is the stuff that they talked about. And I listened. So if you want to know where I get my intel from, the only intel I get was from my grandpas and my great-uncles. Because I listened to them. It's like a little knife that they hand down through the family or a gun that gets passed down. Knowledge is the best thing to get passed down. Especially when someone's heart is correct and their motives are there. So it's all in laws and orders. Now, you can know the war. The war is outlined. You're not going to know the battles. President Trump said, we're not going to tell you. And first off, what happened today wouldn't be something that would have been a thing that would have been visible anyway, where they would hint at it. This is all part, everything's part of the plan. And it has to, he tells you all the time, and a lot of Christians out there, I've heard a lot of Christians in the Christian world, the evangelicals, as they call them, are still the group of people that refuse to go register to vote because, they don't like certain words, and they can't handle President Trump saying a wordy dirt here and there. Get out of here. He's not there to be a preacher. He's not a shrink. He's not a coach. All right? He's the President of the United States of America. He's supposed to be tough. Get the you-know-what out of here, Christians. You're not being a Christian by doing that. You're not being a Christian. That has nothing to do with being a Christian. All right? So, President Trump, he'll say what? He says it all the time. And what did the media do 4 years ago? This was all planned, by the way. Everything's planned. Everything's under the military occupation and continuity of operations because they showed that to you. Why would they be extending all of President Trump's executive orders? Why hasn't Joe Biden done anything by Joe Biden? Why is it all Donald Trump stuff? Why? Why is it all that? The part they show you that Joe Biden does was abolish the border wall executive order. That's to wake you up. That's a part to wake people up. He abolished the 1776 Commission, which is President Trump's, it's a report, it's 45 pages, which that's just the example piece. That wouldn't be the follow-through piece. But it shows you all of our history. That will be taught in schools again. President Trump says we're going to, eliminate the Department of Education federally, kick it back to the states, and give you, the parents, full control. And then we're going to defund any school or college that doesn't teach our history again. See, what you're all watching, because you haven't seen the laws and orders enforced your whole life, what you're now watching are the laws and orders being enforced, and you should be happy. Yet it's really the reversal. By a lot of patriots out there, especially podcasters, it's a complete reversal. No podcaster, once again, should be saying anything about a surface anything. Any podcaster that says Joe Biden is no longer in control, Obama's in control, Jill Biden's in control, Kamala Harris, anybody who says that language, they should not have a platform right now, whatsoever. Because laws and orders that men die under, men and women have lost their lives under the same Title 10, Section 502, it's the oath that we all take. All the laws and orders in place right now are the same laws and orders that men and women die under. So if you support the military, you should want to listen to know what's going on. Or if you're a podcaster, you should probably suspend your page until you can handle the truth, boo-boo. You should probably suspend your page and say, you know what? I don't know what's going on. Because when you keep spreading this bullcrap out there to people, you're misleading Americans when you don't need to be talking right now, which also proves your motives in your heart. Your heart may be okay, but your motives, you need to be the bigger person, the man or woman, and suspend yourself right now. That is not what's taking place. And all the patriots on these pages, 1776 Nation and Rattle Trap, and my Telegram, and my Twitter, all the people that follow me that have read, they can vouch. They know. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you read it, you can't unread it. And once you know it, you can't unknow it. You can't. It's all outlined in laws and orders in a chronological blueprint from top to bottom, from 2015 to present day, which shows you it's also more than a plan. They didn't just get in. Oh, we won. Let's write a plan real quick. Oh, we won. President Trump won. Oh, let's write some strategies real quick. It don't work like that. And how we have people in the military that we've seen on full display currently on podcasts out there, they need to be moved too. They need to be completely removed. That's where you do get active. And that's where you do make your voice known. They are not keeping their oath. And any veteran out there, well, no, not veteran, any active duty person out there that's saying this is all false, they should be hit with every Article 15 known to man, and they should be stripped of all their benefits and dishonorably discharged forever with no probation period forever. It's that simple. You can't have one Title 10 or Title 50 without the other. You can't say, well, I believe in part of this without the other. And the podcasters out there, you either need to be reading what's in place or you need to be stepping down right now and let people who know what's going on lead the way. We have too many Indians right now and not enough chiefs. It is what it is. And it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace where we are right now. We're 3 months to go in the greatest, most biblical, monumental, historical world operation known to man. And here we have podcasters who claim to be professionals who still don't know anything that's in place, misleading all these people. Innocent Americans. Innocent people. And it's the most prideful thing you could ever have right here. It's most prideful, meaning like honor and pride, that you're watching this take place. And the more people who know, the less worried they would be, the less scared they would be, and you would flip that you would flip the script into positivity. And you'd be excited. You'd be excited about it. This is excitement. Because what took place today takes it one step further to what President Trump says all the time. He says what? This is where Christians, sorry, you don't like it. I'm a Christian, but if you claim to be a Christian, you don't like this, then you can't handle the truth, boo-boo. You can't handle it. Sit it out. Sit this one out. President Trump says shit has to hit the fan. It has to go to shit. He says it all the time. It has to go to shit before. Well, when things finally when you finally get pushed into the corner, we find out what kind of fighter you are. We find out what kind of person you are. It's called baptism under fire. Baptism under fire. We find out what kind of fighter you are. Many people today, oh my gosh, President Trump, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. You wouldn't have to do that if you knew the laws and orders in place. The battle, the war, it's all outlined in laws and orders. You wouldn't have to look the way you look. Then you can look like an expert around your family and friends and say, hey, I know what's going on, baby. Y'all all panicking? Y'all all look like normies? You all look like sheep. You all look like you did during COVID. You all look like you... We're in the Great Awakening. We're there. You can see the divider line. You can see the people out there versus all of us that know. You can see it. You can feel it right now. Most of you can feel what's going on right now. You can feel something ain't right. Well, let me show you what ain't right. It's in laws and orders what ain't right. You don't have to feel it. You can see it, read it, and believe it. Donald John Trump, the military generals, the world leaders put all this in place. So if you haven't felt like something's right, well, let me show you where it is. It's all outlined in laws and orders. Why does Donald John Trump say all the time that we must respect laws and orders? That's not a pep rally speech. And all your lives you've been listening to propaganda. And you want someone to come in. You're tired of politics, and you're tired of the taxes, and you're tired of the inflation, and you're tired of the gas prices going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And you finally get somebody who's an outsider who lays out a plan and performs it. The economy was booming, plus the military we didn't start any federal wars, and the military budget was way up here. And you finally see it, and you can't believe it. And the man says, we're draining the swamp. And then a guy like me comes in and says, hey, they put him in visually for 4 years. They changed all the legislative portions. That's the legislative branch. All right, the executive branch with the legislative. They go in legislatively. They change all the laws and orders. They implement all these laws and orders, right? They put all these in place. Then they pull him back 4 years. He directs. He gives the Secretary of Defense equal authority as the president. First time I've ever seen it or read about it. He gives that. They pull him back. They pull him back here. Occupation really heavily kicks in and continuity of operations. So they pull him back for 4, and then they're going to put him back in for 4. And maybe they change the Constitution back, because nowhere in the Constitution does it say that Congress is supposed to put term limits on the president. All right? So maybe we get to vote for him as long as he wants to stay in. Personally, I don't think he would stay in past 82. But, if they put it back the way the Constitution reads, then as many times as we want to vote on the president to stay in, they should be able to stay in. All throughout history, Congress has shown you where they violated their own Constitution, which is why I went live the other evening and I read part of the Constitution. Many people, many people claim they support the Constitution, and I don't think they really know what the Constitution is. Right? See, and then you got someone there. See, I have to look at the comments every now and then. You get someone there. If Trump's really in charge, then why would we be seeing this? You ain't seen shit. You ain't been nowhere. You ain't gone nowhere. All you see is what's on TV. So see, that's where I look like the bad guy. And I'll have my mom or dad say, you should have said what you said. Well, I got to. I have to. Sorry. I'm not that kind of personality. If you don't like me, then leave the page. Really, really, really clear. You know, you ain't seen anything. It's because you won't read the laws and orders in place. One, you ain't seen nothing. And two, when we outline this, you don't listen. You don't listen. You don't listen. And it's not a waste of time because there's so many patriots that have got on board and they've read this and they see it. They've read it, they see it, and they know it. So I didn't waste time, but people like that make me feel like I'm wasting my time because you won't read. I could give you all the answers in the world, but if you don't go read it, you ain't going to believe it. All you're doing is watching what the TV says. So go on back and watching the TV. So I'll get into that. I'll go back through all the things that's in place right now. But I've forgotten more stuff that's already happened than I know. And see, some of you just need some tough love. See, that's why I talk the way I talk. And if you don't like it, then once again, you don't have to be here. But sometimes people need tough love. And we're in a world right now where people are soft, they're weak, they can't handle the truth. You can't handle a direct person, a straightforward person. You can't handle it. I don't know how you're even here. If you claim to support President Trump, then I am a walk-in image of how he talks. In case you didn't see the video that went viral the other day of him on the golf course, the real President Trump, the real guy. If you didn't see him, then he was dropping the F-bomb. Did you not see that by dropping the F-bomb? How can you handle him but you can't handle me? You know, stuff like that fires me up because you're not listening. You don't want to listen. You run to the television, LIE. They're lying to you. You run to it. They surface talk everything. They never show you laws and orders in place. What runs our nation? Laws and orders. If you get pulled over on the highway, are you going to walk into the court and say, "Hey, I had a bad day this week, so my cat it got out of the house and a little fella got his tail stuck under the tire and I rolled over his tire and it started squealing and and then I made some coffee. The cat distracted me, and I run back inside and made some coffee. I forgot to put the coffee lid on it, and I got out in the street, and then it wasn't too hot, but it spilled on my crotch, and it got hot, and I hit the gas a little bit too much. It's the court of laws and orders. Well, why were you doing 90 and a 55? Well, how would that make you do 90 and a 55? Can you explain why you were recklessly driving 90 and a 55? Can you explain by laws and orders why you were doing 90 going to 55 versus maybe it goosed up to 75 and then you drop back down? I mean, the thing that baffles me about that, comments like that, is this: what do you think the president's role is? What do you think it is? Is he a preacher? Is he a shrink? Is he just supposed to pull your dress up and? What do you think he's supposed to do? And Americans, once again, if 68% of America cannot name the three branches of government, then how can you handle what you're seeing? Oh, well, if Donald Trump was in charge, why would it look like this? Why would this happen? And why would this happen? Why would you not want it to happen? Why would you not want somebody who knows how to drain the swamp, flip us back on our foundation? Why would you not want that to happen? I've yet to understand anybody who can explain how would you think it would happen? Since you are in charge here, and it's all about what you think, then I'm showing the laws and the orders, which is a collective group from many different men and women who put these in place. But when you have that attitude, then you're speaking from you and you only. And all you want is an answer for yourself, which means you're selfish. And there's a few of you out there that are selfish, because I've seen that question before, and I can explain it from top to bottom over and over and over again, and show every single speech by Trump and every single quote by Trump, and then, I just don't know if I believe that. Then why in the hell are you here? Why? Why are you here? Go take your negative energy and hunt, fish, golf, hike, knit, crochet, whatever you do. Pickleball, whatever it is, you're wasting your negative time and energy when you could put it on something positive. You're wasting your time. I'm not here because I want to be here from the standpoint of, this is all about me. I'm keeping an oath, showing an oath, and showing you the laws and orders in place by the Congress, bipartisan Congress, the president that you claim to support. How can you have that attitude? I mean, it baffles me for other people. Because there's so many people who'll come on here, and then someone will have that same thought, and then they'll leave the page because, I believe this guy's negative comment over going and reading what's in place. And then I look like the bad guy for calling it out. And that's what my dad calls, you're splitting hairs now. You want to take a hair and split the hair. Because you're too lazy and complacent and you don't want to read and you don't want to listen. You want a quick answer. And good. The views are dropping. About 20 people are dropped. Adios. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Go try to find somebody who shows off of their time and their energy all the laws and the orders in place. Go find your propaganda. Go find your bullcrap. Go find your surface level people. They're out there. They're a dime a dozen. See ya. Don't come back either. Don't be one of those people who come back. Get on, get gone. Go get you some drama. Go get you some drama queens. Go get you some prima donnas. Go get them. They're out there. It's true. It's baffling because you either have to say, okay, I want to live the same way we've been living. If I'm 41, if you're 61, if you're 68, or if you're 75, or if you're 45, if you're 48, whatever age you are, then you have to say, okay, one of two things. I want to have a cleaned out government, a cleaned out local government, state government, federal government. I want it cleaned out, like President Trump says, the draining of the swamp as best as we can. Let's have a resetting of the foundation, the resetting of the Declaration, which actually gives us that authority. It's not the Constitution that does that. It's the Declaration of Independence. That's why so many people struggle. When you hear people say, that's not what the Constitution says, okay, well tell me what the Constitution says. And they want to use the Constitution, and it's not the Constitution. The Constitution is a framework to keep Congress in check. Has nothing to do with me and you, except for that's what we got to know to keep them in line. It wasn't put in place for us unless we're what? A member of House of Representatives, Senate, Vice President, President. It keeps them in check. So you have to decide either this. Whatever age you are, you have to decide, do I want to live the way we've been living the last however old you are? Double that? Or if you're 75, then let's say you live to be 100. Do you want to live the next 25 years of your life like the same bullcrap you've been under? Or how about, would you like to know that there's actually a plan in place, bylaws and orders, it's all typed out, all outlined by the guy you claim to support, and the Congress that he had visually, and then they pulled him back in a military occupation, and then they're going to put him back in visually. Do you really think he lived 78 years to forget the difference in a dash and a comma? Really? Do you really think that he's 78 years old and he don't know the difference in a dash and a comma? And what you just witnessed a few minutes ago has nothing to do with 1776 Nation and Rattletrap 1776 Nation. You patriots that are on here religiously, I see you, I know you, I see your messages, we get to them, I get to them as much as fast as I can. And it's always just, it's like this. So this is for people who want to project negativity, who want to project it. When you show your fruits of your actions, then what am I supposed to do? You want me to keep you just letting you just dangle out there and keep listening to propaganda and keep listening to bull crap and the surface level talk? Or do you want me to go where I specialize and where God called me and say, look, I'm going to sound like a big bad wolf, but listen, get your head out of the sand, stop speaking negative, open your ears up, listen to respond, don't hear to react. Huge difference. Huge difference. So you have two options. You can either live the way you've been living, all suppressed, all oppressed, taxed out the yin yang, inflation, you name it. Let's just name it. Anybody who acts like these last 4 years is the only time that we've ever had a bad recession or anything else, it's not a recession yet, this is a flipping of the currency, all outlined in laws and orders. Just 6 months ago, we were all conspiracy theorists for showing everybody that, hey, guess what's coming? Reevaluation of the dollar. Now everybody's seeing it. There's you something being enforced right there. How come those same people don't realize that's an enforcement? People say, well, I don't see anything. I don't see anything being enforced. That's an enforcement. So you don't know the language. So if you don't know what something's being enforced, and that tells me you don't know the language of what enforces that. Because that is a visual of the enforcement. So you either want to live the way you've been living, which that's not happening, but by theory, you'd have two options. Live the way you've been living, or how about this? A man who's an outsider, not a politician, comes in, and he says all these things you've never heard in your life before, never heard it, businessman, and then he does it right in front of all of you, and then a guy like me comes in and goes, okay, you witnessed a visual presidency, yes, but that was a cleaning of the legislative. Now they're stepping back in a military occupation. The military went into subterranean warfare. It's all outlined in military publications, so you can't say I support the military but don't listen to military in our publications. You can't say that. Sorry, you can't support the military if you don't want to see the publications that are in place to a tick, hair, T that shows what's going on right now in Ukraine and what's going on over in Israel. And because Ukraine's not even in a publication, it shows you it's all theatrical. And then you got to go back to 2014 and know a little bit of history in 2014. Then you got to go back to the Iron Curtain and the Soviet Union, 89, 90, 91. You got to go back to Gorbachev. All right, you got to go back to, you got to know a little, you can't be a dime store politician. You can't pick it up one day, put it down the next. Pick it up one day, put it down the next. You got to know a little bit of history. So without belaboring too much, today you can always have an idiot. All right? Even with a body double, you can have some idiot out there that decides to be an idiot. So, it's all part of a plan. Everything's part of a plan. I think it's all part of the plan. Now, if that was an idiot that got into the crowd, all right, and the one person they claim who died, that President Trump said someone died, all right, well, if that was a real situation, then there's idiots out there. But Donald Trump, the guy that's at the rallies, sorry, that's not him. And anybody with any kind of operational security or any kind of security detail, anything like that, why would you put, so you already have evidence there's two different President Trumps. The reason why I say that, because I've put pictures up of me and President Trump and get hammered by my followers even. Oh, I can't believe you posted that picture there. You know that's not Donald Trump. So we know there's two Trumps. I've taken pictures. I've been at Mar-a-Lago. New York Times put out the article. New York Times, they've already confirmed I've been there more than 9 times. So I've shown you two different President Trumps. The orange man, and then he's the fake one. He's the double. And then the one that everybody said was a double with me. So the double gets to play golf all day at a private country club. Wow. What a life. Wow, what a brave stuntman he is. Gets to play golf all day, not get shot at. That sounds like a pretty good stuntman job to me. That's like saying, hey, Tom Cruise, which he's actually his own stuntman, so that's a bad example. All right, let's say, hey, Matthew McConaughey, guess what? You get to do all the stunts, and your body double that looks like you, they're going to be the one over there chilling in the high seat, sipping a mimosa, going, all right, all right, all right. Yeah. Now tell me what sense that makes. So once you apply that, and once you apply that I've been around both of them, it's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's just common sense. Why would they put the real guy in a situation when security detail can only go so far? And they're saying the shooter was inside the arena, right? Wasn't saying that they were at a distance like a sniper. So, well, they don't have metal detectors? You really think that they don't have metal detectors at something like that? You really think that they had to search people? I mean, when you go to anything Trump International, Trump Mar-a-Lago, let me tell you. Come on, people. Come on, people. This is exciting. It takes us to another phase as we enter the phase of I will prevent World War III. I will prevent nuclear war. President Trump, in 5 days, 4 days now, really, if you want to talk about time here, the RNC. I mean, there's so much stuff, rapid fire. So, you know, you either want the swamp to be drained, which that talk came way back here. We're taking the power out of D.C., giving it back to you, the people. So either you believe everything that President Trump says or you don't. This is where the line's drawn in the sand, again, even more so. You either believe in that, and then you also got to understand the strategy. Every American out there that's never heard me before, especially me, they're lost. All right, because we see them out there at the rallies. There's a lot of people who've never heard of me, and it ain't about me, but my point is this. There's a lot of people out there, they have to hear President Trump say, Joe Biden's destroying the democracy. Well, one, we're not a democracy. So he's putting the emphasis on Joe Biden as destroying the democracy, which is brilliant, because Joe Biden destroying the democracy would not be what Obama and Bush and Clinton and all the corporation people wanted. The global elitists. That's what you're witnessing. You're witnessing the global elite, the fascists, the communists, all that's being destroyed. Laws and orders prove that. The visualizations of that prove that. Joe Biden extending all of Donald Trump's executive orders is proving that. If Joe Biden was president, it wouldn't look remotely close to what it looks like. They would annihilate, even if this was a real situation, and they thought Donald Trump was going to win in November, they would abolish, revoke, and terminate every single executive order or rewrite new executive orders that don't have a national emergency in it. They would terminate all executive orders with national emergencies, and they would also rewrite new executive orders that abolish the one before. A new law overrides that. So they would abolish everything that Donald Trump put into place. If you think that Obama is pulling shots, Jill, Obama, Kamala, Schumer, whoever if you think all of them were in the back running it, they have not abolished one single thing by President Trump that matters, that wouldn't be a part of a continuity of operations. Just like this dude last year, this one particular person claims to be in the military, right? It says that Joe Biden is still the president because he signed the defense budget. That's so hilarious. That would be a continuity of operations. It's all outlined in the continuity of operations. It says military. It talks about the military and keeping things going. I mean, that's why you got to be careful who you listen to. Be careful who you follow. And I've already experienced all the sharks out there. I know the ones that try to set me up. They try to rig me. They try to set me up. They try to bait me with money, all kinds of stuff. I've been baited by everybody and didn't fall for it, not one time. And then you got all these others out there. They try to recruit certain people, all right, because someone's active duty and all this. Oh, active duty versus federal. I'm active duty, and I'm telling you, you're violating your oath. That's what you're doing. You're violating the oath. You're violating military regulations, and you violate your branch regulations. So you're violating your oath. So it don't matter what you say, what you believe. When you're under oath, you're violating it if you're talking about politics. Straight out the gate, right? So that's why you got to be careful who you listen to. Because if Donald John Trump was a former president, there's been a few nuggets recently that just absolutely prove to you, if you're listening, get in there, get your knife in there, whatever you got to do, boop, and pull those plugs out your ears, boop, get them earwax, clean that earwax out, and if you're listening, there's been some nuggets right now, like the Logan Act. It absolutely proves that Donald John Trump is a wartime president. And little nuggets can prove it if you'll listen. All the other stuff is theatrical for the people who don't read, who don't know to read. They don't know to read. They don't know what to read because they don't know to read, and they haven't met someone like you to tell them, hey, you're watching. I met a lady when I was sitting there eating a steak because I sit solo. I sat at the bar. I'm sitting at the bar, watching the TV, talking. I know the guy that works there. All right, and I know some of the waitresses that work there. A lady sitting right beside me, and she's like, oh my gosh, President Trump got shot at today. He got shot. I said, ma'am, it's all theatrics. She looked at me like I was crazy. Perfect, baby. Woo, that's what I wanted. See, it's like rolling a die at Vegas, calling the numbers and rolling it. Boom, perfect. Struck up conversation. I showed a picture of me and President Trump. She goes, wow, what is it that you do that gets you with President Trump? I said, well, I just happen to have a book out that you might like. And she took a picture of the picture in my book. Boom. Because she's a female, ladies, pat yourself on the back, ladies, 85% of the demographic, females, boom. Perfect. Because she's going to read that with the intentions, and she's going to read it all. She's going to go, be able to multitask it. She's going to be able to look at all the sources, the .gov, the .mil, in a chronological order. Boom. And we just won one over right there. Guaranteed. Watch. Going to win one over. To go, wow, I've been watching a theater the whole time. So it depends on what side of the aisle you want to stand on. Do you want to stand on the theatrical side, or do you want to know what the president actually does, what his actual role is, and what the Congress's actual role is, and that the first time in your history you're witnessing all of the laws and orders being applied and enforced accordingly and appropriately that actually looks like the Constitution is supposed to look like, what the Declaration of Independence is supposed to look like. Because in all of our lifetimes, it hadn't looked like that prior to 2016. And that is what you're witnessing. Now, something like today, once again, can be an idiot that gets in there, but that is still a body double. And that stunt man knows exactly what's going on. This was, once again, it wasn't like they got in, oh, let's see if President Trump gets in, y'all. We're sitting there watching November the 9th. It was actually November the 8th, but November the 9th in the wee hours in the morning. And when they called it on November the 9th, and they go, oh, we got Trump in. Let's write a strategy. 47,000 pages written in one night, baby. Woo! No, that's not how this happened. This was a plan, and it's been a plan, and President Donald John Trump told you on the campaign trail in 2016. It's so beautiful. If you walked up to every American and said, how many generals commanded World War II? And it's okay to take a guess. I'm not going to call you out. I've heard numbers like 40 and 50 and 60. 14 generals commanded World War II, the whole World War II. Donald John Trump told every American in 2016 on campaign, I have 200 generals backing me right now, and more to come. That was a conspiracy theory for about 60 years. Because after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, 200 generals said, never again will we let happen to this country what happened under JFK. If we get a chance to take it over, we're going to take it over. And anybody who says that that is inciting violence or that's a coup d'etat, anybody who says that is an absolute fool and does not know anything about our history. And you better run from them. Better run from them. Unfollow them or set them straight. Because it is absolutely within our rights and our duty, as the Declaration of Independence says, it is our right. They put it in always forward tense. They put it in present and forward tense. It is their right. It is their duty to overthrow such government. So, you either believe in what the president's telling you, and then you got to go, why wouldn't you want to know what he put into place, what Congress put into place? See, everybody who panics or everybody who's all over the place, if you haven't heard me before, if you haven't heard, then that's fine. You're an innocent person. You didn't know that you didn't know. You didn't know to look. You didn't know how to look, where to look. But if you heard me before and you still got to go read and look, hadn't made time for it, then the only person you can get mad at is yourself. I'm sitting on a Saturday night right now, and I love every patriot on here. I know plenty. Miss Ruthie, there's a few on here that they share my book more than anybody, and I've asked her, can I send you something? Can I get your address? Can I send you something as a compliment? Thank you so much. And nope, won't accept it. That right there, what a patriot. And there's a lot of you on here. You share everything. Everything. You share the book. You're great patriots. You're great people, first off. And not just a patriot. You're a great person. But we are all a part of this. And the people that don't know are the ones we're trying to get to. Like I tell people all the time, if Jesus Christ came back today, he wouldn't be walking with Christians. He wouldn't be with us. He wouldn't be with believers. He'd be going into alleys. He'd be going into the ditches, the swamps, trenches, whatever you want to call it. Right? So that's the people we got to get to. And if they look at you and call you crazy, well, guess what? Look at President Trump. But then look at Jesus Christ himself. Even the Bible says you cannot be an own prophet in your own hometown. Which means you got to go out and tell the world. That's what the disciples said. Go out and tell the world what Christ has done. You have to risk it. Will you be persecuted for it? Sure. Absolutely. But it's worth it. It's worth it. Because the main goal of this is to clean out the swamp and then maintain and sustain what has taken place. And because the military and the foreign leaders and the world leaders and Donald John Trump and the military and the secret army, all of the people involved in that, because they knew that the average American had no clue what's going on. They knew the average American did not know these people down here. You know these people, but you don't know who works for them. That's why they did this themselves. They put this in place. However, why? Why would they show you what they're doing? Why would they tell you their next moves? Donald Trump told you we're not going to tell you our next moves. Why would they tell you? That's how you're successful in draining the swamp from top to bottom. That's how you're successful. It's because they didn't. Now, I'm not under an NDA. So when people say, well, why are you the golden pony? Well, because I'm not under an NDA. But I happen to read the laws and orders. I know why I raised my right hand to go in the military. I know why I served. And I enlisted with a degree. So all the veterans know what that means out there. I enlisted with a degree. Could have gone straight as an officer. I enlisted with a degree. I was what they call a working man, not a paper pusher. Now, there's some good paper pushers out there, ain't no doubt. We got to have them. Officers, it's just a joke within the military. It's a joke, but it's a camaraderie joke. But once again, it means the world to a lot of people to know that you enlisted with a degree inside the military. So I bring that up only as a point to say that when you know someone who can outline what's going on, that the man that you claim to support and all these people put into place, why would you not want to know that? It don't hurt anybody. If you're Buddhist, if you're an atheist, if you're gay, whatever you are. Now, there's a way to live your life, be a supporter of the federal government, state government, local government, checks and balances between them, and also the military, and to live your life without cramming your ideologies down people's throats. And leave the children alone. Let a kid grow up. They'll get to decide what they want to be. Let a kid grow up. We all got to grow up. And if you're Buddhist or whatever you are and you grew up Catholic, now you're a Buddhist, you got to make that decision. Are you hurting anybody? Probably not. If you're sitting right here, you're probably not. No. So don't hurt anybody. Don't harm anybody. Don't cram your stuff down everybody's throats. Everything I talk about is a federal government, military, which are separate, and then state government, local government. We have to have a foundation that fits the majority of everybody. And what they, the left of the far left, the extremist left, and the federal corporation, the swamp, the Washington establishment, all those people, they put something in place that only benefits them. I show everybody how they're taking all of them out, and it reflips it, and it gives it back to us, and then we, the people, need to eliminate all the bullcrap that they put in federally. We don't want that stuff federal. Once again, I made 2 great points why you don't need that federal. You don't need that federal at all, period, on whatever side of the aisle you're on. We don't need that federal. We need that between our choice. And then if you can make that moral conscious decision, then you got to live with that. I'm not your judge. God's your judge, or whatever you believe in is your judge. Wherever you die, whatever you believe when you die, that's your judge. I'm not your judge. So I'm the guy that actually is in everybody's corner saying, look, if you're not hurting or harming somebody and cramming it down a child's throat, then there's a way to live and let live and pull your weight as an American. That's how we solve everything first. Then we can get into social matters. And then should that be a local thing, state thing, federal thing? But the federal part's never going to be the answer because the federal needs to benefit all of us as a whole as much as possible. Then we get to states, well, you might end up having to move out of a state. Maybe your state is more this or more that. Then you go, well, you know what? I never liked the cold in the first place. I think I'm going to move to Florida. All right, and then Floridians, I got a buddy from Florida. He don't like the hot. He moved to Colorado. All right, whatever floats your boat, do it. Right, but there's a way to live and let live without getting all this bullcrap back in the federal government that we let get there. Everybody let it get there. We got to maintain and sustain that and prevent that from happening. So everybody's watching a little turmoil right now and a little topsy-turvy because you're watching all the laws and orders being enforced right now. You're seeing the Supreme Court doing what they're supposed to be doing. All right? And, yeah, there's going to be some upset people out there because most of them are upset that they don't even know they're upset because they don't even know what it means. They're just upset because they think that Donald Trump is a dictator. They have no idea that most of the laws and orders in place right now, guess who put them there? Congress did, not Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump's executive orders with the national emergencies and his executive orders, those are a big deal. But, once again, there's a lot of laws and orders in place that they are enforcing that's already been on the books for many, many years. It's the enforcement of the laws that's making a lot of people uncomfortable right now because they've never seen it. But patriots, definitely. Anybody calling themselves a Republican or a conservative should definitely not be the ones going, oh, and all this, because this is exactly what we want to happen. All right? Now, was that a real situation today? If it was, it's still on the body double. All right, and they played it off perfect. They did a scene like Iwo Jima. They brought the crane over, the flag above it, and they showed President Trump and all these Secret Service guys around him. He's in the middle, and he's pointing out. And they got the same picture. You're going to see it. There's a screenshot picture, and it looks just like the Battle of Iwo Jima, where our men were pushing that flag up. All right, so I think it was all part of the plan. If there was a real shooter there, then it was an idiot. It was a moron. All right, it wasn't some, what people are going to spin it to be. Just name it. All right, they're just a dumb moron. It happens. All right, that's why he has Secret Service. That's why they have. They even had. Someone told me I hadn't got to look at the picture yet, but I believe it was the Mountain Division in front of him. All right, let me see if I can get that picture to pull up on the internet right now. Let me see if I can zoom in on it. But people say he don't have extra detail around him. First off, if he's a former president, he wouldn't have the military around him right now. That's for dang sure. So I didn't get to see, and I don't see the photo yet, and I can't access my phone because I'm live on it. Here's one right here. Let me see if I can see that. All right, first off, he wouldn't have this kind of soldier around him in the first place if he was a former, no matter what division that is. I can't see the patch clearly, but he wouldn't have that kind of detail around him if he was a former president. So there's that right out the gate. So anybody that don't want to believe that, well, then you just don't. If you claim to support the military, then stop. Stop supporting the military because it's clear there's rules out there with Secret Service and what Secret Service does, etc. All right. If he was a former president, he wouldn't have the detail that he has. He just wouldn't. So, all I can find that there's only one or two pictures, and it's not that many, which also shows you that So, and if you look, that's not real blood. First off, I'm gonna save this picture right here. I already have one, and it's not even real blood. So I'm gonna save this picture while I'm looking at it. All right, so let's just do. Today I was talking to somebody and I was breaking it down, and I'm just gonna give some nuggets because you already know what I say, most of you, but I'm just gonna give you a few little nuggets on the enforcements and what you've been seeing. If you're still struggling out there, then I'm gonna show you some visuals really quick, and then we'll wrap this up, and then I'll try to go live again tomorrow or something. I just don't want to take too much time tonight, but I've already gone for, let me see how long I've been going. An hour and 56 minutes, so yeah. All right. So if you're first time hearing me, or if someone's first time sharing this and your first time hearing me, which would be the same thing, you got to go back to this. Do you want to still live under the same bullcrap you lived under, or would you like to think that there's a way to reset our government without a civil war, without a world war, but a civil war especially, bloodshed on the ground? Would you like to think that there's a way to limit as much as possible, even though there's going to be idiots and morons, sure, but would you like to limit as much as possible and know that there's a way by laws and orders, but also military laws and military orders that allow the military to do certain things lawfully, cautiously, carefully, effectively, and efficiently? Would you like to know that there's laws and orders in place? If you do, then that's why the good Lord put me right here on August the 24th, 2022, on a back road in Alabama. I know, shocking, my voice, I know my accent, it sounds so New Jersey, I know, but so shocking. That's why the good Lord put me here. Because during 2020, 2021, and prior to that, I was stressing out to people, to friends and family. I'd get on the phone call, and I'd call somebody. I'd say, man, you can't see this? And I'd spend 4 hours talking to one person. Well, that was one person. So God allowed me to have a platform, because he knew I wouldn't abuse it, first off. And he allowed me to have it where I could talk to multiple people at once. So that's why sometimes patriots will say, why are you calling me dumb? Why are you? I said, you can't treat it. Just because I'm on your screen don't mean I'm talking to just you and you only. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm saying that people out there who listen, you show them what's going on by laws and orders. The ones who say after that, I don't know if I believe that. That sounds like a conspiracy theory. That sounds like a bunch of hogwash. Why would it look like this if President Trump was in charge? After I just outlined all the laws and orders that he put into place and the enforcement of those, if you project that, then it shows that you're beyond ignorant. And I had a talk today with someone that I know, and we talked about the difference in being ignorant, dumb, being a moron, and then being an idiot or stupid. Now, stupid is probably the most harsh out of that, and I agree, but sometimes it is necessary. Now, moron is definitely an outlier in that whole terminology category there, but a moron is where you have someone who just religiously keeps making fake profiles with my name in it and messaging people stuff that I would never talk about first. That's a moron. And then dumb and idiot is when people just they want to know and they want to know and they want to know and they want to know. They claim they want to know, but then you show them they want to know or what they want to know, and you outline it very detailed, and they don't go read it. But then they'll turn and tell all their friends and family. Or it could be a podcaster out there who has thousands of people, like one I know in particular, 40-something thousand, who says that I'm interpreting a certain act completely wrong when it reads it's pretty self-explanatory. And first off, they're not a veteran, and I am. So it's in a military clause, and they're not military. So to me, they're dumb, and they're a moron. Now, that's not everybody. But somewhere you got to quit splitting hairs and call a spade a spade. All right, somebody has to know what's going on. Somebody has to be able to interpret what's going on accurately. The only way you're going to know if I'm interpreting it accurately is to go learn it for yourself and go read it for yourself. And then when you read it, you're going to know. So anybody saying that it's not happening because they can't see it happening, well, if they don't know the prerequisites and they don't know the terminology, then they ain't ever going to happen for them. And there's still people to this day, I don't see anything happening because you don't know the laws and orders in place, and you hadn't read them, and you hadn't tried to seek to understand them. Now, there's some people who are going to go read and not comprehend a single thing they read, and that's fine. Maybe God didn't intend you to comprehend what you read. Not beating you up. But at least if you go try, you're trying. So, real quick. June the 12th, 2015. You always have to go, okay, what are the odds of that? What are the odds that this would happen? I got to plug my phone up, so just hang with me. What are the odds that this would happen this way? You always have to play your odds game. All right? And you have to go look at the odds. Now, what would be the odds of all these things happening by a coincidence? All right, so June the 12th, 2015, President Trump rolls down the escalator to announce his candidacy for president. Here we are all these years, your years, my years, your years, my years. All these years, you never had an outsider try to become president, try to run for president. All of a sudden, here's an outside guy who we've all seen in the movie Home Alone, Part 2, I believe it was. Here's a guy that we've known for many years as Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump. Rich man. Then you got the idiots out there. This is where you're good use of the word idiots. Then you got the idiots out there that think Donald Trump's filed bankruptcy and that he's broke. They don't even know that that is a business strategy. One of the things you learn when you go do your master's degree in business, as I've done, is about bankruptcy being a tool you can use. Hey, I didn't establish it. It's like President Trump says, I didn't establish it. That wasn't my establishment. That's a tool that society in that world deemed you can use. So why not use it as long as that majority says it's okay to use it? See, but when one person's in a big spot, kind of like me on a podcast, when people are coming to my podcast and I'm the leader of the podcast, well, it's easy to say stuff to me, right? Same thing with the president. Ooh, big guy, world leader, most popular man in the world. When it's one person, it's easy to say something to him. So it's easy to hate him if you don't know anything about him. It's easy to hate him when you don't know the laws and orders. It's easy to hate when you don't know anything. It's easy because you're ignorant. When the end goal, when you have Democrats and liberals, and even, this is weird to say, well, even when you have fascists and communists and Marxists saying that they support the Constitution, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Because the Constitution don't even say what they think it says in the first place. The Constitution reads to keep the Congress in check. No, I don't think it's the Constitution that you think you support. It's the Declaration of Independence, but even that, you've got that butchered and twisted. Because the Declaration of Independence is what brought about the Articles of Confederation, which were the first Constitution after the Revolutionary War. That brought about the Constitution. No, you don't support any of our history if you claim to be a fascist, communist, Marxist, liberal, and you hate Donald Trump. Because you clearly don't know when the laws and orders are being enforced the correct way. And you definitely don't support the Declaration of Independence because that gives us the right to overthrow a government. It gives us the full authority to do so. That's what our founders fought for. So when they claim to support our founders, they claim to support our foundation and the Constitution and the Declaration. No, they don't. No, they don't. They clearly don't. So, President Trump, June 12th, 2015, outsider, rolls down the escalator. 4 days later now, 4 days later, I'm doing the short version of this because, once again, so 4 days later, Donald Trump, after he announces to the whole world, and the world's like, wow, this guy's not a politician. What's going on? Something's up. This is cool. 4 days later, the Law War Manual comes out. Reissued now. It had 1,236 pages at that time, and it was remodified again just not too long ago to 1,254 pages. Now, by tradition and by theory, the Law War Manual doesn't apply to you, the people. It don't apply to you directly. It applies to what's going on, military as a whole, and then this operation put in place. And see, you'll have people out there, and I have to address this, but you'll have some people out there that want to butcher that and twist that and say it doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with anything going on. They're an absolute fool. Absolute fool. There's more than there's so many visuals of it being enforced. So, what are the odds that 4 days later that this Law War Manual was reissued? And here's what the federal and military attorneys did with that Law War Manual. I've already said this before, but we're going to have another regurgitation here of this. Military and federal attorneys, they took the Law War Manuals from Australia, Germany, United Kingdom, and Canada, along with our former one. All right, so they took all those Law War Manuals from those nations and simultaneously paired them with the Lieber Code of 1863, the Nuremberg Trials, the Hague Conventions, and the Geneva Conventions. They paired those, all the good points of those, and put them in this new Law War Manual. For whom? That would be for your generals, right? All the generals. Because that's who gets the orders first. It comes from up here on the presidential side over. Now, the military and the federal government are separate. And a lot of people struggle with this. And that's why so many quote-unquote patriots and quote-unquote President Trump supporters are on the presidential side over. Now, the military and the federal government are separate. And a lot of people struggle with this. And that's why so many quote-unquote patriots and quote-unquote President Trump supporters are struggling right now. It's because you think you're going to see boots on the ground the way you traditionally saw them, and you haven't, so therefore you think I am just saying something weekly to keep this going. I've heard the comments, I've seen the comments. But where you went wrong is where you paired me with all the other crap and riffraff you've been hearing on Telegram for the last 4 and 5 and 6 years, all right, since this operation's been put in place. There's been a lot of guys who weren't in the military who's been saying a lot of stuff that does, it made you think, oh my gosh, let me get all my stuff. Oh. A lot of people toting the news that didn't need to be toting the news because they didn't know the laws and orders in place. They didn't realize this is an operation, and it was never going to be a short operation. That's why you needed a military person to say, look, you don't have to believe me because I wasn't high-ranking and all these other things. I've heard everything. Trust me. I've heard it all. Well, what makes you so big if you weren't a colonel and you weren't this? Department of Education, right here. You don't have to be a veteran to know what's going on. You don't. You don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be a judge. You don't have to be in Congress. You just need your Department of Education right here and to know how our nation functions and operates. Laws and orders. What does the guy you claim to support say? We must respect laws and orders again. So why not know the laws and orders once again that your guy that you claim to support, that you think got shot at today, why don't you know the laws and orders that they put into place, that they enforce, that they invoke? And you hear all these guys over here, all these people want to tote the news, be the face, all this, that, and other. They couldn't even tote a water bottle accordingly. They can't even tote their own jock strap accordingly. And then other people get mad at me thinking I have something against them personally. I don't. Not personally. I am a United States Army veteran keeping my oath. I'm doing what Donald John Trump, the Commander-in-Chief, says to do. Remember your oath, veterans. Title 10. When I took that oath, I took it serious. And it never expires. So a lot of people got down the rabbit holes, but then you didn't know how to get back out of the rabbit hole to get back to the foundation. And you didn't even have a foundation in the first place, so when you're backing out of the rabbit hole, you didn't even know where to stop. You need a foundation. The foundation of Donald John Trump. Who's in charge? Who's writing the laws? Who's passing the laws? Who's enforcing the laws? Who's interpreting the laws? When you know that, then you got it lit, as the saying is. So you heard all these people talking all this stuff. I know you. I've seen your messages. I know them. And I hear the comments in the live audio. When we're on a live show, we get questions and Q&As. And the Q&As are always stuff that's just far-fetched. Calm down. Calm down. Let me build your foundation for you. Trump rolls down the escalator. The Law War Manual. All these things set precedent, right? President Trump then in February 2016 says, we're going to load up Gitmo with a lot of bad dudes. How many people even knew what Gitmo was? How many people knew what Guantanamo Bay was? Go back to the Americans, the general America public, and go, how many general Americans know what Guantanamo Bay is? How many general Americans know what Central Castle is? How many general Americans know what the Law War Manual is? How many general Americans know how many commanders commanded World War II? How many general Americans know these languages, know these topics? Not many. And that's okay to a level. But when the level reaches this festering point, and you got all these people out there trying to tote the news and be the news, and they're saying all these things and this, that, and other, and it looks like the little Hungry Hippo. Remember the game Hungry Hippo, and all the little balls went out on there, and you got your side, and you're trying to get that Hungry Hippo, and you're doing this? That's what it looks like right now. Right? And most of them aren't veterans. So where you draw a line in the sand then is go, okay, well, not all veterans know what's going on either. No. However, veterans that serve for the right reasons, they will remember their oath. If they took their oath serious, you present a veteran with what's going on, they will get on board. So you don't worry about them. You let me talk to them because I'm speaking their language that they'll listen to me. All right? They will listen. If they care about their oath and you say, hey, well, this is what's going on right now, you can't claim to be an all gung-ho veteran if you don't want to listen to what's in place right now. It don't hurt anybody. So all these hungry hippos, calm down, baby. Donald John Trump, escalator. Law War Manual. February 2016, we're going to load up Gitmo with a lot of bad dudes. Then he went on in another speech and he said tens, plural, T-E-N-S, tens, plural, of thousands. Tens of thousands. That's a double plural. Tens of thousands. Now, just because you heard that way back then, and that was 8 years ago, see, a lot of people jump ship. And you can tell by the people who go on True Social. President Trump told everybody to get on True Social. How many patriots, how many Trump supporters got on his platform? Not many. You can tell by how many he's liking and loving the comments. It ain't that many. It ain't nowhere near to how many he's on Twitter. They're still following a Twitter account that he hadn't used but one time in 3 years. And then nobody's following him on True Social. So are you really a President Trump supporter? I don't think you are if you're not on True Social. If you're someone who loves social media, all right, not someone who don't like social media, like my mother, she don't have to be on there. She hates social media. But if you're somebody who's on social media, and you're on your Facebook 8 hours a day looking at what Susie did, and what Susie cooked, and what Susie planted, and what she killed, what flower died this week, if you're someone who gets on Facebook, and you claim to be a President Trump supporter, but you ain't on True Social, I question you. I question your integrity. I question it because the man's over there daily. You can share all his posts, recruit your friends and family to get on there. But the hearts on his like comment show that not many people are on there. So you got to do the coincidence column. Now we're working on the coincidence column. What are the coincidences? You got to take everything from the moment that you heard of Donald Trump walking down the escalator, riding down the escalator, and put them all together in a coincidence column and go, okay, let's see what a coincidence is. Let's just see. Tens of thousands. Just because you ain't seen it yet don't mean it ain't happening. Don't mean it's not coming. This was an operation, a global operation. April 2016, the Special Operations Command.
I just want to say for the record that let's say he did get shot, right? Let's say on July 13th, Trump did get shot, or his body double's brains got splattered everywhere, right? And they hurried up and they carried him out, And then all of a sudden, Trump comes back and he's like, "I'm fine. They put me back together again," right? Like, what would they have done? Like, that just, I don't know. That doesn't really make too much sense. They would have been fucked, right? I think. Maybe he'll address that. But that's like it's a very big glaring problem with his logic. But I don't know. I don't see why they couldn't do a body double, especially the way he talks like this. It is pretty convincing.
This is where a lot of veterans do struggle. God love you, not beating you up. But special operations, there's so many different levels in the military. And this is where civilians really struggle. But special operations is a whole other category of its own. And there's a lot of details under it. And you're not going to pick that up overnight unless you are gifted with the IQ. All right? But over here, April 2016, there's a publication was put out by the Special Operations Command. It wasn't by an individual author, though. That was very key. Any veteran that's especially an officer that knows why they served and they have any integrity, any veteran that goes in there and reads that, they're going to be like, whoa, there's no one or two authors here. It's a Special Operations Command publication as a whole. And it's actually called Unconventional Warfare. So here's a coincidence column. Remember, coincidences, 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 coincidences. Remember the CD players? Remember the CDs? Remember it used to get hung up in your vehicle? Remember to get all my exes live in right? Remember the CD players and they get hung up? Right? Well, put the word coincidences in there. Coincidences, 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 coincidences. Ingrain that. We're working on the coincidences column. April 2016, Unconventional Warfare, Special Operations Command. It talks about a revolution, government in exile, shadow government, and Title 50. And it says heavy Title 50 usage. Heavy Title 50. Now keep in mind, April 2016, ladies out there, help your men. If y'all are watching as a couple, help your men. Make a little bubble, whatever you got to do. Draw a diagram. Remember that date. This was April 2016, Special Operations Command talking about heavy Title 50 usage because something's going to come into place over here in 2019. May 2016, coincidences column, the Supreme Court. Now, what we're not supposed to do and what typical liberals do, liberals will say, oh, that's Trump's Supreme Court doing this stuff. Well, it's the Supreme Court. And you've seen a lot of the Supreme Court conservatives go against some rulings that most Americans or patriots or conservatives or Republicans that do know the laws and orders will go, wonder why they voted against that. Well, they're not always going to vote the way you want them to vote because they are a Supreme Court, but they're supposed to vote as neutral as possible. They don't always do that. But it's never supposed to be. That's Trump's Supreme Court. That's Obama's Supreme Court. That's Bush's Supreme Court. However, because we can do this, because there's a line drawn in the sand and they're destroying the monarchy that we've been under, we went back under the crown in 1878, really in 1871, but especially 1878. So they're abolishing the federal corporation. So we can say this for a particular reason. Obama's Supreme Court was traditionally more liberal. Obama's Supreme Court comes in and clarifies that military courts are separate from federal courts, which means military laws are separate from federal laws, which we already know that. Veterans that know, we already know that, because the military is separate from the federal government. Our founders kicked off a war April 19, 1775, which was 2 months before the Army was established. And then 16 days after the Army was established, June 14, 1775, on June 30th, the very first war articles came out, which would become the law. It would be it's really the military law. You get the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The Law of War Manual was an entity of that. June 30th. 1775. So war articles, military law of that era came a year and a month before the Declaration of Independence. It is what it is. You can't change history. Military law is separate from federal. And the Supreme Court, Obama's Supreme Court, the liberal Supreme Court, what are they doing to clarify? What are the coincidences of that? How's that a coincidence? That a liberal Supreme Court, more liberal, is clarifying that military laws and federal laws are separate? All right? We won't get into the military taking over. You can watch other videos with that. This is the shorter version. December 2016, President-elect Donald John Trump starts talking about Boeing. How there may or may not be a new deal with Boeing. Have you not seen what's going on with Boeing right now? Every time you look at the news, Boeing is crashing a plane, a wheel's falling off, they're filing some kind of report, they've been hit monetarily. Have you not paid attention? I don't see anything happening. Because you don't know the laws and the orders in place. You don't listen to the man you claim to support. Boeing is falling apart right now. President-elect Donald Trump talked about Boeing. He also mentioned Guantanamo Bay again in December 2016 and how it was going to be loaded with a lot of bad dudes. All right? Fast forward. January 17, 2017, Federal Continuity Directive 1 comes out. 3 days before he took his oath. January the 20th, 2017, 2 military officers. Never before have you seen the military come down behind the president like they did. The headband. I'm wearing a perfect hat tonight for a headband. I didn't plan this, but it worked perfect. There's 2 headbands standing right behind President Donald John Trump. If you're looking at the screen, when you go look this up, if you've never looked it up, to the left, the headband is military intelligence. To the right, Judge Advocate General. Huh. Well, guess who collects all the evidence in the military of crimes and criminal anything? Military intelligence. Guess who judges it? The Judge Advocate Generals. JAG. And every single, even though I'm skipping ahead, but while we're on that nugget, every single time they've shown Joe Biden in any kind of event, not when he's landing at the airport, because that wouldn't be where you would see one, but any kind of special event that they've shown Joe Biden, quote unquote, guess what they have there? On the sleeve or on the headband, there's a military intelligence headband or sleeve there. That is an optic for you to know that this is still ongoing. That's how you know it's being enforced. But if you don't know what that is and you don't know how that's applied, then you won't be able to see it enforced, which is why it's important to know the prerequisites. All right. Also starting in 2017 was the capitulation tour that Donald John Trump went on. The first president to walk into North Korea. The first foreign leader in 500 plus years to meet with another foreign leader in the forbidden city of China. He met with Vladimir Putin July the 18th, 2018. Get my days mixed up. 2019. Getting all mixed up tonight. Soccer ball. See, I can tell people I've forgotten more stuff than people even know. There's bakes and there's everything. There's nugget. A nugget here, a nugget there. It's like if there were any such thing as McDonald's healthy chicken nuggets, but we know they're not healthy. But if there was any such thing as a healthy McDonald's chicken nugget, I have the ultimate nugget package for you. Soccer ball. Saudi Arabia. The sword. It's basically crowning President Trump as a king in a different in their culture, in a different kind of manner. All right. Sword dance. You witness world history. Those are the ones in the operations. There was an article just this week about the Saudi Arabia prince. All right, and it's very strong. I've yet to post it. I got to post it later. You witness a capitulation. Now, if you've never heard of a capitulation, or if you didn't have a grandfather like mine and great uncles like mine, you would be lost, and that's okay. But when someone outlines this is what you've got to either share this video. If you can't learn this stuff, then share the video. I've been talking about this forever. This is one of the key important factors. This happened in World War II. The Philippines is probably the best example of it because everybody can read about this. In the 40s, during World War II, the Philippines, the United States capitulated. Well, the Philippines capitulated to the United States because we were a bigger military authority. They capitulated. Plus, look at the geographics. Look where the Philippines is in comparison to Japan. You got to know what was going on in World War II, and look at who the players were that were on the other side. All right. So the Philippines and their location capitulated to the U.S. All right. Well, that president moved to Washington D.C. His name was President Kazan. And I may be pronouncing it wrong, but I've always heard it pronounced as Kazan. But they moved him. Roosevelt in the U.S. put him in D.C. The media and the press thought that the other guy, President Laurel, was the actual president. So Philippines had 2 presidents. Now, this is not a 2-president situation where both of them are real. Biden's not real, and Donald Trump's, he is real, but it's not a situation where both are real. So that's the slight variance and difference. But the President Laurel, the press thought he was the real president of the Philippines, which was perfect, though. That way they reported everything the way they reported it. They weren't fake news. They were honest whether it was real or not. They were honest to a level because they thought he was the president. He had no control of the military because the Philippines capitulated to the United States, and the real president who had control of the military was in D.C. with Roosevelt. That's why this is very important with the Title 50. April 2016 Special Operations Command says heavy use of Title 50, and what Donald Trump and the Congress put in Title 50 in 2019. That's why it's important. That's why this one particular podcaster, and I got to be harsh, I said the closer I get to November, the harder I'm going to get. 40,000 people following this person, even if some of them are bots, and some of them probably are. A lot of these people pay for their followers, all right? But still, once again, 40,000 people, if they are real, here's someone butchering Title 50 and saying that I'm butchering it, when you have history show a historic moment in the 40s of the same kind of thing that's taking place right now, just in a slight different variable. And I'm the bad guy for calling them out, right? No, I'm not. They're not a veteran, and they need to back down. And they need to keep their mouth shut, and they need to be put on the record that they're wrong. And the more they say this, the more people claim to be President Trump supporter that don't look at what's in laws and orders, their platform ought to be deleted.
Okay. I gotta think about this for a sec. I got mods. I got motors and mods. Right? Turbo motors. What else do I need? Okay.
Abolished. Section 230 should hammer them when they amend that, which they said they will. They need to be abolished. Capitulations are in Chapter 12 of the Law of War Manual. All right? And how you prove that took place, Donald Trump tells you. He tells you, and he tells you all the time. He says that, remember Angela Merkel, who was the Chancellor of Germany? He said this with Piers Morgan. He sat down with him. He said this in 2022, and he said it in 2023, and he said it in recently. Remember Angela Merkel? And all you need is one thing by President Trump. He don't have to tell, even though you saw it with Saudi Arabia, Russia, North Korea, India, China. I mean, all your big powerhouses, especially Russia and China, those are the only two you really need, but North Korea was a big one. Remember all the talk before the election in 2016? Donald Trump, his mouth, and he is not a politician. He's not a politician. He's not a congressman. He's going to get us into World War III. Remember all that talk? Remember all that? Why are ye a little faith, ye of little attention spans?
Okay.
How do you not remember that? Right? He didn't get us any foreign wars at all. Period. On purpose. It was all part of the plan. Right? So, remember Angela Merkel? Nobody remembers her right now. I gave her the white flag of surrender. Well, there's another one of those terms. If you go around to general Americans, you know what the white flag of surrender is? No, it's not Call of Duty. No, it's not any kind of game you play, not any kind of game that your boyfriend plays while he ignores you. No. The white flag of truce. Now go back over to the April 2016 Special Operations Command, when Donald Trump's on his campaign trail. Go back to the Special Operations Command, look at the diagram in there, clandestine operation, overt operation, negotiations, truce negotiations. Go look in the Law of War Manual. Guess what chapter it's also in? The same chapter with the capitulations. There's the white flag of truce of negotiations called truce negotiations. April 2016, government in exile. Guess what World War II was? When the Philippines president came, it was a government in exile. Guess what government exile's in? The April 2016 Special Operations Command booklet. That alone is a mic drop moment. There's your coincidences column. Executive Order 13818 was Donald Trump's first executive order with a national emergency, which was declared against human rights abuse, which encompasses all of trafficking, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, human trafficking, and child trafficking. It encompasses all of it. Why is Joe Biden extending an executive order if it ain't being enforced? That is the enforcement. When it's extended, that's the enforcement. Why is he extending all these orders by President Trump? When his son has been involved in all this trash. And trash is a light word for it. The Executive Order 13818. Inside that first paragraph, the Global Magnitsky Accountability Act. It's for a Russian, Sergei Magnitsky. Guess when it was passed? There was already a Magnitsky Act. And Obama said every time it hits his desk, he's going to ignore it. So there's already one in place. Well, this was the second one put in place. Guess when they passed this? December 2016. Guess who was president-elect? Donald John Trump. This shows this was a plan long before he set foot into D.C. This Global Magnitsky Accountability Act overrides this other one back here. Anytime a new one's written, it overrides it. This is the one. It's in the first paragraph of Executive Order 13818. That's the first executive order with a national emergency. And by the War Powers Act of Title 50, Chapter 33, of the War Powers Act of 1973, a president can most certainly declare war via national emergency. You don't have to like it, and you can argue till the cows come home, but you're a fool. Because that's what Congress of 1973 established. If you don't like it, well, you need to go visit some graveyards across America, because most of the people that were part of that Congress are probably in that graveyard. Those are the ones voting for the Democrats, too. Executive Order 13823. President Trump revoked Obama's executive order that he put into place to shut down Guantanamo Bay, and he put in Executive Order 13823 to keep it going. If Joe Biden was president, then why did he campaign half of 2020, which was already the body double of Joe Biden, by the way? Why did he campaign half of 2020? If you want to go back and watch those painful debates, if they even have access to them, why did he campaign half of 2020 that he was going to shut down Guantanamo Bay? How come he ain't done it? Pen and paper. He could revoke Donald Trump's executive order right now. How come he hasn't done it? February 2021 and September 2021, he had speeches on it. I'm going to shut down Guantanamo Bay. Shut it down, Joe! Shut it down! You have the power. If you're the president, you have full authority and power to revoke Donald Trump's executive order 13823 and issue another one. Here's your coincidences column, and also here's your he can't do it column. Because he's not president. He's not even real. Laws and orders prove so. Executive Order 13848. Foreign election interference. Why in the you-know-what would Joe Biden extend an executive order with a national emergency by Donald John Trump called foreign election interference? No liberal, no hater, no troll, no anybody that hates me has yet to tell me why Joseph Robinette, Dog Pony Soldier Boy, all the kids want to touch his golden hairy legs in the pool that were golden and hairy legs in the pool, but somehow were brown when he fell off the bicycle. All right, somehow his legs have hair on them when no man I've ever met that's in their 80s has hair on their legs. Just go around to the golf courses around the country, and look at all the old men. No offense to my dad and to all the older men who don't have hair on their legs. Nobody wants to explain to me how golden hairy legs in the pool turn into brown hairy legs falling off the bike, and why he is extending an executive order with a national emergency by Donald John Trump for foreign election interference. Explain that to me. You ever watch the Medea movies? You ever watch Medea, Tyler Perry, and she explain that to me. Well, put me in Medea's position, all right, even though I'm full-fledged male and proud of it, big old Adam's apple right here. Well, explain to me why Joseph Robinette, Dog Pony Soldier Boy, all the kids want to touch my golden hairy legs in the pool, but somehow they turn brown when I fell off my bike and they look like I'm 40 years old. Explain to me why would he extend Executive Order 13848 with a national emergency past its termination clause? See, that's why you got into the laws and orders. National emergencies have a 2-year clause on it. Why would he extend the very order that would damn his whole administration, would damn his legacy that the liberals think he has a legacy? Why would he extend that? That makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, when you go read it especially, you're like, what, Joe Biden extended this? There's just a few little nuggets that even if you can't comprehend all of it, there's just a few that should just go, that don't make sense. And then get that one, check mark. Then here's another one. Oh, that don't make sense. Check mark, put that in the column. And even if you can't figure out the rest of it, go, well, that don't make sense at all. I'm going to sit back and enjoy this occupation and operation, and I'm going to trust Donald John Trump because I believed in him when he first came down the escalator. I'm going to trust a man who has a plan, even if I don't understand all the plan, but I believe that there's the first time in history I've heard any kind of language that he said, and he showed me. He showed you with the economy, and that's what he told you on the 2016 campaign trail. The same night he said he had 200 generals backing him, he said what? I will win the American people over by the economy. And then when I win you by, he said this, when I win you by the economy with your what affects you daily, you average everyday Americans who are not in the military, when I show you that I'm going to say everything I say I'm going to do, I'm going to do it. When I take control and I lower taxes and I lower gas costs and I lower and have no inflation, when I do all these things, I will win you the people. That way. That you will trust what we do with our military because we're showing you what affects you daily. If you're not in the military, you don't need to know the strategy. You don't need to know the game plan, the battle plan. And you're not going to know it until they show something. And then people like me, I'm not an expert, but there's some experts, but there's some people who are experts like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey and Colonel Sellers and others that I go on with, Major Jim O'Connors, Major Freddie. They're all West Point graduates, but they keep their oath the right way. And they read in what's in place. It don't matter if there's a full bird colonel out there or a 4-star general. If they're not reading what's in place, they're not going to know what's in place. So when you hear people out there say, well, my cousin's a full bird colonel retired, and he said this is a bunch of hogwash. Well, your full bird colonel ain't read what's in place. Because your full bird colonel is probably doing what most full bird colonels would do, enjoying their retirement. All right? So it all depends on who wants to fight right now and knows what's going on right now. And maybe they don't want a piece of this nugget. Maybe they don't want a piece of the pie. They should. They should want to, but whatever. Executive Order 13959 freezes all the assets of anybody funding the Communist Chinese military. Right now, there's over 2,500 pages of names. 2,500 pages now on the SEC.gov of the assets frozen by Donald Trump's executive order. Why in the you-know-what would Joe Biden extend that? Why would he do that? He's always had his hands in the cookie jar with China and Ukraine and everywhere else. Ukraine didn't just pop up overnight. Why? Why would he extend any executive order by Donald John Trump? Everything that Donald John Trump did takes a giant, big, voluptuous, moist doo-doo in all of the global elitists, fascists, communists, Marxists, socialists, liberals. It takes a giant doo-doo all over the world in all of those entities. Why would they want to extend anything by Donald Trump? Everything that Donald John Trump did goes against the full Washington establishment and also the global elitists that ties in with the Washington establishment. Why would Joe Biden do that? Nobody has yet to answer that. Nobody. Especially these podcasters that claim to be Trump supporters, patriots and Trump supporters. But they're against me, and they're saying that I'm wrong about everything. Well, okay, well, prove to the people how I'm wrong. Why would Joe Biden be extending all these things? Why is there clear evidence of a military occupation, capitulations, white flag of truce? Why is the white flag of truce? Why is the truce negotiations over in the April 2016 command booklet, Special Operations Command, which none of you are part of, you podcasters, you experts, you got your little check you pay $15 a month for on Facebook, all right? I know how you got your blue check, because you can pay for it now. Executive Order 13912 and Executive Order 13919. Executive Order 13912, Donald Trump. Military. Title 10. In the first paragraph, 10 U.S. Code, Section 12302. Executive Order 13919, very first paragraph, 10 U.S. Code, Section 12304. They've been invoked. That's the invoking of those. That was Donald Trump federalizing 1 million reserve components after duty. The National Guard. How do you know this is still ongoing? The National Guard are out of their states every freaking day. They're in their states operating every freaking day. Do you not know what the National Guard do? They are under state government control. They're under the governor's control for state emergencies only. When they leave their state, or they're operating daily, all day, every day, in the middle of the week, when they are known to do 1 weekend of duty a month and 2 weeks of active duty in the summertime, that is why National Guard members go into the National Guard, because they don't want to be on active duty. They don't want to have the obligation of daily, yearly, moving here, going there. That's the option you get by joining the National Guard or being in the reserves or going active duty. And that's where everybody is struggling right now. There's a few things that just absolutely are struggling with people. The National Guard have been out of their states every single day and operating inside their states every single day since those orders were put into place. And then you get the little morons that used to come into the on my page I served 28 years, and if Derek Johnson would have served a lot longer than this, he would have known that the National Guard operates with the active duty. Yeah, they operate with active duty on orders. Where's the orders? Where are the orders? I know where the orders are. Here's the order. I'm looking at one of them right now. See, that's the military-industrial complex. God love them, but that's the military-industrial complex speaking. They can barely take one piece of legislation and read it and comprehend it. And then they want to turn and confuse you, the people out there, and we got a control of a lot of them, but they still out there showing people that this is a bunch of crap. This ain't how it works. Then all National Guard members need to join active duty. If they're going to be on active duty every single day, then they might as well join active duty. Why did they join the National Guard? They should have been on active duty. See, so that's why you got to be careful who you listen to and who you follow. It's not how the National Guard operate. And every president, before President Trump, violated the Constitution, and they violated their powers. We were never supposed to fight corporate wars. And that's hard for veterans to comprehend from this angle. I'm not taking away what you did in the service. I'm not taking away from what you did. I'm not. But we were never supposed to go to these foreign countries. When our oath was established, June the 14th, 1775, when our oath was established, the very day that the Army was established, the first branch of military was established, long before the Declaration of Independence, and long before the Constitution, our oath was established. Now, it's changed over time as far as the wording, but the oath was established June the 14th, 1775, for the military. And military came first, once again. It says, I do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, that wasn't the original wording. That was put in there by a federal corporation. We were never supposed to go to other nations when they were no threat to us whatsoever. And you know damn well that they weren't a threat to us. Any veteran that is any kind of soldier, you know damn well that they were not a threat to us. Especially a lot of these nations. They were not a threat to us. Even with the crappy weapons that the Democrats and the liberals sell to these nations, they were not a threat to us, and you know damn well. And you have to be strong there. You know damn well that they were not a threat to us. That's where we have to be strong and go, you know what? We got to set this back on the right foundation. Yes, every one of us lost a family member or a friend in war. But why were they put there, and how were they put there? That wasn't our doing, and we did serve our nation. But we didn't serve it to go start a stupid corporate war. Poppy seeds and oil. Donald John Trump proved to the whole world we don't need any foreign war to fund our military. That's why he says drill, baby, drill all the time. Drill, baby, drill. We don't need other nations' oil. See, the people claiming that Donald Trump is a dictator are the very dictators. They use the same language, and they use it subversively in all kinds of other ways, manipulation, and they twist it. They say the same things, and they twist it. And that's what gets our men and women killed. That's what keeps us in stupid crap, and that's what keeps us under the swamp. That's what keeps us in the Washington establishment. Donald Trump's the only person who could have put the National Guard into D.C. in January 2021. The only person. Do you really think the National Guard and the military listens to congressmen and women? Are you serious right now? Come on, civilians. I dealt with all about that in 2021. You would have heard all the people that I talked to sitting there calling me crazy. The only person that could have put those troops there were Donald John Trump. And the only person the troop would have listened to was their commander-in-chief, and then the generals under him. Nancy freaking Pelosi. Get out of here. That's an insult that any civilian said that to me and any other veteran out there. I'm not calling the other veteran that was told to. That's an insult by any civilian to tell a veteran that, oh, the military was listening to Nancy Pelosi that day. That was all theatrics, what President Trump says. When he says stuff, he's having to cater to the people who don't know anything about me or you, that knows the laws and orders. He's having to talk to the ones out there that don't know anything to do with that, to keep civil peace and civil rest. If you're seeing me, it's kind of like the Bible says. And I'm not comparing myself to God or Christ or anything. However, we are to be like Christ, as the Bible says. The Bible says once you've heard one time, you've heard. Now it's your responsibility to do your research. So if you're hearing me for the first time, you better start reading. You better start reading what's in place. You better start reading. Because we're in control of this. We're in control. Good guys, good gals are in control. And we're not letting it go back to the same riffraff bullcrap that was going on. Ain't happening, Kojak. We ain't going back to it. So you can either put up, shut up, or get out. Or better yet, put up, shut up, or ship out. All right, that's how this is going to go down. We want you here, but you're going to be here for the right reasons. And I'm Native American, and I'm also ancestor of other people who came over. Came over on the big ships, the little ships, and all the ships. So I got both in me. All right, so don't pull that bull crap about, oh, it was your people who pushed my people out. No, we have what we have today, and nobody did anything about it. So all that narrative, y'all got to stop all that hogwash. You ain't doing nothing about it, and you ain't going to do anything about it. Donald Trump federalized 1 million, March 27, 2020. Don't matter that it was 4 years ago. Civilians, stop with that bull crap. It don't matter. It's in place. Hasn't been revised, hasn't been terminated. All right. December the 20th, 2019, 5 things took place. You got to go read about it. The Global Fragility Act was passed that day. All right. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick and read that to you. All right, Google. It'll be a pain. The Global Fragility Act. And I'm almost done, I swear. The Global Fragility Act. This bill directs the Department of State to establish an interagency global fragility initiative to stabilize conflicted areas and prevent violence globally, and establishes funds to support such efforts. That's also why you see the MFO when I post that aircraft flying around. We're going to get back to the aircraft again. Let me write that down one more time where I can come back to it last. The Global Fragility Act, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is military law, was overhauled for the first time since it was founded as the Uniform Code of Military Justice. We had military law before then, but they named it the Uniform Code of Military Justice at this appointed time. All right. It was overhauled for the first time since 1950. Well, because it was overhauled, guess what else had to be overhauled? I include it as a number in this 5. But you can make them together if you want, whatever. But because Uniform Code of Military Justice Title 10 was overhauled, then the Courts Martial Handbook had to be modified and reissued, which is your Judge Advocate Generals. All right. Then you had the Space Force was established on that day as a 6th branch of military. It don't matter if you have one nincompoop in that Space Force that don't know what's going on out there, as we've already seen. Anybody following me, poor person, poor fella. But that'll be handled, and it's all been handled in another kind of manner. There's people that don't know what's going on. They need to keep their mouth shut. It's just that simple. Trying to be popular, trying to gain popularity in their secondary lifestyle. All right, when they need to be focused on what they're doing under oath in the taxpayer money. So the biggest nugget that happened that day, and this is one of your other aha moments, like the other aha we just had. Here's you another aha moment. And this is what the platform out there with the 40,000 followers, they need to put up, shut up, or ship out. Title 50, or if you want to call it 50 United States Code, it's the same thing. 50 United States Code, Title 50. When you see me type that, it's the same thing. 50 United States Code itself is called War and National Defense. Chapter 33 under Title 50 is the War Powers Act of 1973. It's called the War Powers Resolution. Section 1550, for the 14th millionth time, I've said this over and over and over again, but for those who just have to hear repetitiveness, Section 1550 was not in 50 United States Code codification until Donald John Trump and the Congress put it there. Now, it reads as such. It's actually called Reports and Briefings on Use of Military Force and Support of Partner Forces. It says not later than 180 days after December the 20th, 2019. Who was president? And every 180 days thereafter, the president, how do you want to say it? The president shall submit to the Congressional Defense Committees, the Committee on Foreign Relations of the Senate, and the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the House of Representatives a report on actions taken pursuant to the authorization of use of military force, public law, against those countries or organizations, so not just nations, but organizations, ladies and gentlemen. What did you see happen with Disney? Wasn't that the military operating there? Isn't that an organization, not a country? Isn't Disney an organization? Hello? I don't see anything being enforced. Described in such law, as well as any actions taken to command, coordinate, participate in the movement of, or accompany the regular or irregular military forces of any foreign country or government when such forces are engaged in hostilities or in situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances during the preceding 180-day period. So it laces the first 180 days, every 180 days thereafter, and then it's got a clause in there saying that this one here carries over into this one. That right there, and I said I was going to come to it last, but we'll go to it now. That's why you see all these foreign entities, foreign aircraft, on all National Guard bases, in their own municipal bases, their own regional airports. Not bases, let me take that back. We're on municipal airports, regional airports, county airports. That is a World War II history repeat. So take your little nugget. Remember the capitulation of the Philippines and the United States, World War II. What else happened in World War II? The United States military did what? Seized, took control of all airports across the country. It's a World War II history repeat. You see foreign, that's why people, another aircraft. You had all the trolls come over last year. Then here's another aircraft. They should be deported. Anybody who talks like that has no appreciation of our military. They have no appreciation of the men and women currently serving. Anyone who voices that and talks like that, they should be deported, effective, immediately. All of their American anything needs to be stripped and get them the you-know-what out of here. They have no appreciation for anything law and order, but especially military. And then all the people who want to come to America the right way, who want to be here and buy into our American way of life, they should take their place. Deport their asses and get them out of here and bring in the people who want to be here. Because there's plenty of people who want to be here for the right reasons. But this right here shows every day the National Guard are out of their states. They're operating Monday to Friday. Then we have foreign aircraft on National Guard bases. 99% of the foreign entities are on National Guard bases, municipal airports, regional airports, county airports, and international airports with National Guard components attached to it. Less than 0.5%, not even a full half, are landed on regular military Air Force bases predominantly. That's less than a half. The rest, 99.9%, are all on National Guard, municipal, regional, county airports that have zero military attachments attached to it. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. And what's even more of an atrocity is that I have to paint out the picture that I'm a veteran. And it's like I'm like, oh, look at me. I'm a veteran. Well, what's an atrocity is that I am a veteran, and I'm showing you the military laws and orders of the people who claim to support military, and they claim to support military, but then they trash me, or have trashed me. Which shows that we always have to fight. We have to be diligent. You got to be careful who you listen to. And then you have to make sure, especially if they're a podcaster, they don't need to be a podcaster. They don't need to be talking this. They don't need to be remotely close to any of this. Because men and women are laying their life down right now. All over the world. Men and women are fighting right now. Under the same laws and orders that I've swore in under, and every veteran listening here that's a patriot, every veteran swore in under. You can't have one without the other. Now you scroll down. This is your other aha moment. This is your aha moment right here. And I'm getting close to closing here. I've been going about 4 hours. I said I wouldn't, but I am. In the same Title 50 U.S. Code, War and National Defense, under Chapter 33, which is the War Powers Act itself, if you scroll to the bottom, this is why you can't surface read anything. If you scroll to the bottom, you'll see the very bottom. It says J.R. Biden Jr. Now, this is a part of a continuity of operations, and it had to visually be put here this way, or someone at any point in time to go, well, there's no law there, there's no order there, there's no precedent there, there's nothing there. They had to do this for record's sake, NARA's sake, the National Archives. This is all part of an operation. There's an executive document in here. Now, this is where you got to know a little history. Joe Biden has ran for president 4 times. That means I want to be president, I want to be president, I want to be president, I want to be president. That's what that means. I want to be president, I want to be president, I want to be president, I want to be president. Now, that's 4 times that we know that Biden has wanted to be president. If Joe Biden was president, here's you some aha moments tied in with this big aha moment. If Joe Biden was president, then I, as a conservative Republican traditionally, I would have to sit in a neutral seat and go, okay, if this is not a military occupation, and if this is not a continuity of operations, if this is a normal 4 years that the world's been watching a babbling idiot, all right, if that was all real, then I would have to sit in a neutral position and go, okay, I didn't vote for this guy. I may not like this guy, but I would have to acknowledge that he's president. If I was any kind of person by integrity and honesty, then I would have to say, okay, I don't like him, I didn't vote for him, but he's president. So explain to me why this guy, who majority of liberals think got 81 million votes sitting in his basement in his whitey tighties, pooping his pants, having brain freezes like he just ate 10 pounds of Bluebell ice cream in one sitting as fast as he could. How come, if he's president, how come the Air Force did not give him the traditional flight into D.C. on Air Force One as a presidential elect? All right. How come the media didn't lose their minds on that? All right. How come he swore in at 11:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is a violation of the 20th Amendment of the Constitution that he claims to support, that people think is real, he claims to support it. All right. The laws and the orders. All right. Every other president in history, 12:01 p.m., 12:05 p.m., because the 20th Amendment says that the president's term shall end at noon. Last I checked, all over the world, noon is pretty universal. At 12 o'clock, noon, high noon, all right? Afternoon, everybody who always says afternoon is always 12. That's your starting point of the afternoon. How come every other president swore in at 12:01 p.m. to 12:05? He's the first president to swear in at 11:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is a violation, once again, of the 20th Amendment, that says specifically, the president's term shall end at noon, and the successor shall then begin. See that little word? That's why ladies love this stuff, because one little word sets the precedent of that whole 20th Amendment. The president's term shall end at noon, the successor shall then begin. Meaning the noon sets the ending, and then it shall then begin anytime they want to swear in after that. How come if Joe Biden's president, he's the first president in history to receive 3 cannons at Arlington National Cemetery, which is a funeral service for a foreign dignitary? How come every other president in history, Democrat, liberal Obama, Democrat, probably liberal Clinton, but definitely Democrat, how come liberal Jimmy Carter, who's now no longer the worst president in history, Obama is, because Biden ain't even real, how come every other president in history got 4 cannons, 21 guns, which is a 21-gun salute, and it wasn't at Arlington National Cemetery? How come Joe Biden's the only, and when you go look it up, it says that's a foreign dignitary funeral service? And that's a military custom. How come veteran like myself is getting hammered by all these idiots and trolls out there? But worse than that, patriots who claim to be patriots and claim to be podcasters, how come they can't look at a simple military custom in which men and women give their life under? How come? How come Biden's extending all these orders by Donald Trump? There's so many things that show you that Joe Biden is not president. So when you look at what people think as Biden, he tried running for president, and then, he finally gets it. 81 million votes from his basement. Now, liberals and Democrats are that dumb. Let's just be honest. Obama could have sat in his basement. And Democrats and liberals will vote. So the rallies and who's going to the rally doesn't matter. Because Democrats and liberals, they will show up and vote. There's one thing about them that Republicans and conservatives don't have. They flop together. They may be dumb, ignorant, and everything else. But when they band together, they band together. And then you got patriots over here. Oh my God, Derek Johnson, that wasn't a military funeral service. That was not a funeral service for the president. Are you serious right now? They did. He's still alive. He's on TV every single day, and they're arguing. Blah, 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 blah. They want to. They said, I didn't say he was dead. I said it's an optic. It's a continuity of operations because federal continuity directive 1 and federal continuity directive 2 are in place, and they show you that they're invoked. How do they show you? They show you because they put out publications. So 10 publications under federal continuity directive 1. So January 17, 2017. Federal Continuity Directive 2, June 13, 2017. Pretty sure that was 3 days before President Trump. The other one's 4.5 months after President Trump took office. Pretty sure that tells you that Donald John Trump knew what was going on with FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security because he bypassed the Posse Comitatus by going around it with other features of how to use the National Guard and the Coast Guard. Pretty sure he knew what was going on with these entities. There's been 10 publications put under those 2 canopies. The most recent was December the 15th, 2023. The whole publication from December 15th, 2023 is about Donald John Trump's Executive Order 13961, which was written and passed, Executive Order, December the 7th, 2020. So for all of you who says, that's 4 years ago, the most recent publication under Department of Homeland Security and FEMA Continuity of Operations is Donald John Trump's Federal Mission Resilience Strategy. It's all about that order alone. The whole publication is about that Executive Order. And from January the 20th, 2021 to present day, what people think when Joe Biden would be president, not one single bill, act, code, fart, sniff, hiccup, trip, fall, not anything by Joe Biden is in one of these continuity of operations plans. Why not? They're still putting out publications. If they're putting out publications, why can't the president have any say-so in a continuity of operations plan? And why can't we have any expert advice? The most recent was December the 15th, 2023. The whole publication from December 15th, 2023 is about Donald John that they're invoked. How do they show you? They show you because they put out publications. So 10 publications under Federal Continuity Directive 1, so January 17, 2017. Federal Continuity Directive 2, June 13, 2017. Pretty sure that was 3 days before President Trump. The other one's 4.5 months after President Trump took office. Pretty sure that tells you that Donald John Trump knew what was going on with FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security because he bypassed the posse comitatus by going around it with other features of how to use the National Guard and the Coast Guard. Pretty sure he knew what was going on with these entities. There's been 10 publications put under those two canopies. The most recent was December the 15th, 2023. The whole publication from December 15th, 2023 is about Donald John Trump's Executive Order 13961, which was written and passed, Executive Order, December the 7th, 2020. So for all of you who says, that's 4 years ago, the most recent publication under Department of Homeland Security and FEMA continuity of operations is Donald John Trump's Federal Mission Resilience Strategy. It's all about that order alone. The whole publication is about that executive order. And from January the 20th, 2021 to present day, what people think when Joe Biden would be president, not one single bill, act, code, fart, sniff, hiccup, trip, fall, not anything by Joe Biden is in one of these continuity of operations plans. Why not? They're still putting out publications. If they're putting out publications, why can't the president have any say-so in a trip, fall, not anything by Joe Biden is in one of these continuity of operations plans.
Huh. That's New Hampshire.
Why not? They're still putting out publications. If they're putting out publications, why can't the president have any say-so in a continuity of operations plan? And why can't we have any expert podcasters explain that? Because you're all in it for the wrong reasons. Majority of you are in it for the wrong reasons. The ones you know I'm talking to, you're in it for the wrong reasons. You're all about your money. You're all about your face. You're all about your popularity. You have no oath at stake. You won't be called back to duty. If anybody's called back to duty, it won't be your ass. It'll be me and all the veterans. That's why you have nothing at stake. That's why you're all your podcasts all day long. And you're misleading innocent Americans because you have nothing at stake. And I don't care what I look like. If I look like an idiot, that's fine. Because I have laws and orders and foundation to back me up. And everything that I show is put into place by Donald John Trump and the Congress that's been doing their work. I have a foundation. You have nothing. You're grasping for straws. And you're misleading people while you're doing it. Federal Continuity Directives. Why would they be putting out publications? And why wouldn't the president, that they claim is the president, why? Why would they be, everything in these publications show all of Donald Trump's laws and orders as references? Military occupation, continuity of operations. They outline it, clear as a bell. It's the very thing that runs your nation. And if you claim to, if you claim to support Donald Trump, or if you claim to be a patriot and you love this nation, what runs our nation? We the people do, but laws and orders. We have to have a rule of law. Which is funny, while they showed Joe Biden the other day on the immunity thing, they showed him speak about it. Well, it sets a dangerous precedent. It undermines the rule of law. No president is above the law. You know how beautiful that is to hear that? I know he's an actor, and I know he's not real. But what they made him say to the people, you the people, show the operation. And if you watch what happened today, then you're still on the side that you know nothing about the laws and orders. If you reacted to it and you know the laws and orders, shame on you. Slap on the wrist. You shouldn't have reacted that way. Because the very thing they made Joe Biden say the other day, it undermines the rule of law. Well, wow. We finally get to talk about the whole reason why we're sitting here right now watching me talk for 4 hours straight. The rule of law. Courts, laws, and orders. What does President Trump say? We must respect the laws and the orders again. But one of his most recent ads showed what? We will restore law and order. You know what the word restore means by Oxford Languages? Bring back. Where did it go? Suspension of the Constitution. Why do we have patriots out there and President Trump supporters claim to be, and they tell me that that's unconstitutional? I can't believe you'd say that. And President Trump said, I didn't say we're going to suspend the Constitution. He said it from the manner of, I didn't say it, but it can be done because he delegated the authority to the Secretary of Defense, equal authority with Executive Order 13919, April the 30th, 2020. He pulled back. He's delegated the military. He's still in control, but he delegated the generals. He delegated the military to do their job right now during the military occupation visual. It's so genius when you really boil it down and you look at the laws and orders. Suspension clause. You can go look it up. It's called the writ of habeas corpus. All right, it's in the Constitution. It most certainly is in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. It's there. Go look it up. But then you got to know how to apply it and where it all took place. That's not what this podcast is about tonight. So let's get to the big nugget. So you have an aha moment with all those others. Now here's your aha, tying in the 4 times President Biden has ran for office. I can just hear the liberals now. President Biden. My rear end. He is not even president of the toilet. All right? He ain't president. He's not even real. So, Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550. Use of military force and support partner forces. You scroll down to the bottom. This is a big aha. It says executive documents, delegation of authority under Section 1285 of the National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year of 2020. Fiscal year. Very key. Which means it was passed that December of 2019 for the fiscal year of 2020. So why would a memorandum from 2021 be in the fiscal year of 2020? Memorandum. Listen now. If you don't listen to anything else, listen to this for sure. Go back and listen to all the ahas. If you don't hear anything else, find all the ahas that I say, that's an aha moment. That's an aha moment. This is an aha moment. This is an aha moment right here. Memorandum of President of the United States. It don't say memorandum of the President. It says memorandum of President of the United States. July 19, 2021. Now let's do your math here. Alabama math. I'll pick on the state I was born in. Since somebody got mad at me for picking on Buckatona, Mississippi one time. A fan on here. I can't believe you're picking on my town. Are you calling me dumb? No, I'm not calling you dumb. It just rolls off the tongue. Buckatona, Mississippi. Shibuda, Mississippi. They roll off. They're fun. And your state is like number 49 out of 50 in education. So, I mean, we're not doing much better at 45, but whatever. 45 is a good number. All right, if Joe Biden was president and he ran 4 times and he finally got in, he didn't get to have anything that every other president had, that's pretty crappy in itself right there. I mean, how was COVID going to hurt him by being on Air Force One flying into D.C.? So that alone right there should show you. He ain't president, he ain't real. But let's do the math here. If everybody thinks Joe Biden's president, that would mean January the 20th, 2021 would have been an inauguration, which was a funeral service for a foreign dignitary by military customs. But we're playing devil's advocate here. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. 6 months. So he would have been president, quote unquote, 6 months. This memorandum was put in there July 19, 2021, and it says this. It says Memorandum of President of the United States, July 19, 2021, provided memorandum for, the first one's of President, not of the President, of President, memorandum for the Secretary of Defense. Remember your little nugget, President Trump, April the 30th, 2020, directed, it says, I direct the Secretary of Defense. It's a direct order from the Commander-in-Chief. Directed the Secretary of Defense equal authority to federalize the National Guard active duty April 30th, 2020, with Executive Order 13919 that has not been revised or terminated. You have proof of December 2020 of an executive order still in play. The years have nothing to do with it. Now, before we address this, let's tell you who the Secretary of Defense is. The Secretary of Defense is second in command of the military under the whom? The Commander-in-Chief. The Secretary of Defense is second in line, second in authority under the Commander-in-Chief. Now pause for a moment that Donald Trump used Executive Order 13919 in a unique manner. Pause on that. Focus on that the Secretary of Defense is second in line under the Commander-in-Chief. Now listen to this memorandum. It says it's a memorandum for the Secretary of Defense. By the authority vested in me as President by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including Section 301 of Title III, United States Code, I hereby, so if everybody thinks that Joe Biden's president, let's play the devil's advocate, let's put the cap on. Let's be the devil's advocate here. Let's go back to normie world. All right. I, Joe Biden, hereby delegate, I give, I relinquish, I give up, I don't want anymore. Here you go. Take it away. I don't want it. I delegate to the Secretary of Defense, the guy who's second up under the Commander-in-Chief, who Donald John Trump made equal to the Commander-in-Chief, the authority has an author. The author was established December the 20th, 2019. The authority and functions are the operations, the commands, the control, here's what's taking place, here's how we're going to do it, here's what's going to happen next, here's what our strategy is, here's what our battle plan is. Functions, vested meaning already established with, vested in the president, not in president, in the president, by Section 1285A through E of public law. Remember what Joe Biden just said? It underestimates the rule of law. So there's the law, there's the precedent, there's the foundation. On the use of military force in support of partner forces to the Congress. Now this right here is saying Joe Biden, if people think Joe Biden's real, this is saying, we're going to play devil's advocate again, we're going to put the hat on of babbling robot who poops his pants all the time and he don't blink for 30 seconds straight. The average person blinks 7 to 10 times in about 30 seconds. This guy holds it out. He looks like if he was a good dancer, the actor, he could just break out in the robot. We're going to break it down again now, even more so. By the authority vested in me as president, by the Constitution, I hereby delegate, I'm giving you, take it away, I don't want it anymore, I can't handle it. It's too hot. Ooh, hot potato, you take it, hot potato. I don't want it anymore. To the Secretary of Defense, the authority and functions vested in the president, that's establishing a president, the president. Guess what 1285A through E is? It tells you right here. I already know it, but it tells you. Parentheses. 1285A through E is also Section 1550A through E on the use of military force in support of partner forces to the Congress. So if Donald John Trump gave equal authority to the Secretary of Defense, April the 30th, 2020, and the Secretary of Defense is second in command, nominated by the President, he's put into place, nominated, that's what the President says, I want this guy to be my Secretary of Defense, all right? If the Secretary of Defense is second in command under the Commander-in-Chief, and Joe Biden here is delegating to the Secretary of Defense the authority and the functions vested in Donald John Trump, because Section 1550 has you a date right here on house.gov, uscode.house.gov, Section 1550, not later than 180 days after December the 20th, 2019. There's you a date of establishment. That's when that was put into place. Who was the president December the 20th, 2019? Donald John Trump. And down in the bottom, 6 months after Joe Biden had a funeral service, but the whole world thought he had an inauguration, he's delegating his authority and functions of 1550, which is a declaration of war in a wartime situation, a defense, because it's under the War and National Defense. Title 50 is War and National Defense, not international. Not starting a war in Iraq, not starting a war in Afghanistan, not rigging 9/11, not going over to Libya, not going to Lebanon, not going to Bosnia, not going to Kosovo, not going to Somalia, not going to Vietnam, not going to Korea for all poppy seeds and all oil and all propaganda bullcrap. War and national defense. It's a national. He put us into defense mode. We're in a defense. We're protecting our nation. We're in defense mode. And other nations are here every day on National Guard basis. We're in subterranean warfare, which is outlined in all the publications right now. All throughout 2018, the Army spending $500 million training our soldiers for our next wars will be inside mega cities, not in them, but beneath them. Subterranean warfare. You see it in Israel. It's in a May 2019 publication by the Army. Outlines it to a T, $572 million. Then over in August 2019, you have the Washington Examiner saying that the Army is spending money training soldiers going to sewers and tunnels. The same time, Johnson & Johnson, who Donald Trump hammered with March 2017 executive order for opioids crisis, then he declared a war on all of the drug trafficking with Executive Order 13818 in December 2018, his first executive order of the national emergency. So those tie together. Donald Trump is the one who hammered pharmaceuticals. Donald Trump is the one who got the prices of insulin down. Donald Trump is the one who hammered all the pharmaceutical companies, organizations. Donald Trump's executive order 13959 is the one who is freezing all the assets on the SEC.gov and the OCC.gov. Also the global foreign currency reset. All these things going on. Donald Trump, in August 2019, Washington Examiner says that Johnson & Johnson, who is whom, opioids, who is also the ones who put out false medicines during COVID, right, violated the laws and orders in place because Donald Trump did not, his Operation Warp Speed was not the vaccines that your buddies and your friends and all these podcasters said. No, it was hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine. If you go back and listen, in between when he federalized 1 million National Guard active duty March 27, 2020 and April 30th, 2020, when he gave the Secretary of Defense equal authority, in between that, March the 30th, 2020, he had a long press conference, visual. You can still go to YouTube and watch it. You can go to the archives.gov and find the press release of the transcript. Hydroxychloroquine, 30 million doses hydroxychloroquine, 6 million tablets of chloroquine. Open your ears, people. Donald Trump didn't support a vaccine. He supported his vaccine. Vaccine is like the word vehicle, automobile. What kind of vehicle do you drive? Oh, you drive a car. What brand of car do you drive? Donald Trump, here at May 2019, Army publication, $572 million being spent training our soldiers for our next wars will be inside mega cities, not in them, but beneath them. Come over here to August 2019. Look over here, Washington Examiner. Army spending $500,000 training our soldiers, sewers, tunnels. Also the same month, Washington Examiner puts out Johnson & Johnson loses a court case in the state of Oklahoma. Shout out to all the Oklahomans out there, love the state, live there, stationed there. All right, so go back. Look at here. $572 million. What are the odds of that when Donald Trump tells you all the time, we're not paying for it anymore, they're going to pay for it. He's making all the evil people pay for it in multiple kind of ways. And it's all outlined. Then you have the Canadian Defense Manual. Canadian Defense, we support United States and stand with Israel. Army, U.S. Army spending $572 million. You have all your connections to tie in. And here's Joe Biden wanting to be president. ran 4 times, and in 6 months, he's given up his authority to the Secretary of Defense, full authority, the law put into place by Donald John Trump. That's what that says. And for any freaking podcaster out there, just like this person over on True Social, claims to be a Trump supporter, claims to be a patriot, saying that I'm butchering Title 50, when it tells you right there, and they're not a veteran, and I am, they know nothing about military laws, military orders, military customs, military regulations, or anything. That's why you got to keep your head on the swivel. That's why you got to listen. That's why you have to go read yourself. And even if you can't comprehend it, you got to take my videos and then go pull it up and go read it for yourself, and then read it and apply it in the manner in which it's applied. Because if Joe Biden was president, he should have everything that every other president should have, whether we like it or not. We should be neutral and say, okay, we can't be dictators. So if Joe Biden was president, how come he hasn't had any single thing that every other president has had? It makes no sense. And even though I don't like the guy that was a vice president and the guy that was a senator, even though my personal didn't like him, if he was president, by the integrity of the office of everything we would want, let's say it was your family member, let's say it was your cousin, your friend, everything you'd want by honor and integrity, he didn't get it. He should get it straight off the principle, the honor, and the integrity of it, if he was a real president. No matter how dumb, ignorant, stupid, and how much he butchered the law, by the integrity of the office, we should have seen every single thing that every other president has received. Joe Biden has not received that. Why? You think the whole Air Force stood down that day? You think the whole Air Force are Republican, hardcore, conservatives, patriots, and they walk around? No. I know too many already that are liberals that would not know. No way. And it wouldn't have been just the generals doing that either. Somebody would have alerted that. Somebody would have alerted the press that, hey, why ain't Joe Biden getting a ride in Air Force One, traditional ride in Air Force One to D.C.? Why didn't the liberal press go crazy over that? You've witnessed all this. You've witnessed it. It don't matter what the liberal press says that Joe Biden receives 21-gun salute. They had to say that because it's an operation. When you understand what a military occupation is and continuity operations, then all that'll make sense. Until then, you're just going to look foolish. And I love you, but you're going to look foolish. Because Joe Biden, if he was real and he was really president, he wouldn't be delegating his authority. He would not be giving up his authority 6 months in to his final, got it, 4 times sitting in my basement. Man, I didn't even have to get out and campaign. I sat in my basement, my whitey tighties. Yeah, boy. Oh, man. And I had all my ice cream I could want. I had all my insurance, and I was reading my AARP magazine. I don't really need that. So I did all these years as a vice president and a senator, and I fooled all the American people. I made $175,000 a year, and I turned that into a cool $347 million, baby. Woo! And my son, who had no experience whatsoever, I had him over there working these things called Burisma and all these other things. I had him over there. He's making $150 million a month, and no one even knew it. The American people just went right over their head. They don't care. We worked that money, baby, rolling in that dough. I got that old Corvette, the documents right beside me. That's what you would be acknowledging. That's what you'd be acknowledging if you don't want to look at laws and orders and then look at the simplicities. If Joe Biden was president, he would deserve every other thing that every other president has. And he hadn't got any of that. Not one single thing. But then when the people take it with the wrong attitude and go out there, and especially these podcasters, they go out there and they take it with the wrong attitude, and then they come at me, well, you're crapping on every memorial grave across this land. Because I'm showing the laws and the orders of what we served under the military first. That's what set this precedent. There's also a congresswoman out there. She's going to have to tote the line whenever I finally get to see her in person. She's going to have to explain why she was sharing some little low-level nincompoop on Twitter one day. It had like 18 followers, and here she is with almost 1 million. And she's saying that the military will not do such a thing because the military supports the Constitution. That's why the Constitution has a thing called the suspension clause in it. Whenever the laws cannot be enforced, guess who steps in? The military. You might want to sit your ass down, Congresswoman, until you learn the laws and the orders of what you claim to be supporting, and you claim to support President Trump. You probably want to sit down right now. Because sharing what you did makes you look like a rookie that don't need to be anywhere remotely close to a pen and a paper. And I'll call you out the more time gets closer to it, the more you look. The person looks like they're just all face. They're all face, and they're just trying to tote the news and be the news because everybody wants a face and they want a name. A lot of people just want a face and a name because they want to make money. They have no oath tied to it. And the oath of Congress is nowhere remotely close to the oath of military. Sorry. It's supposed to be oath-wise, yes, for the fact of honesty and integrity, but it ain't when it comes to this right here. All right? So all that happened today, if it was an idiot, then let it be an idiot. That was not the real President Trump. Anybody who thinks that it is, you just don't understand anything to do with special operations and what's taking place. But you should be excited because there's so many laws and orders in place. I just brushed over a few. There's so many in place from top to bottom. It would take me, everybody's laughing because we went about 4 hours tonight, but it would take me 8 to 12 hours to put every single thing in a place and explain it all. Now, I could read it all in probably an hour as far as just the lines, but would you know what it means? No. There's so much in place that shows a military occupation, continuity of operations, World War II history repeat, in a slightly different variables. It ain't going to look the same. Nothing looks the same. The swamp's being drained. Everything that you heard President Trump say is being done. It's happening. The laws and orders are being enforced. That's why liberals are losing their minds, because the Supreme Court's overturning things that allow the shackles to be pulled off of law enforcement and the military and everything else. And everybody listening that's a patriot, conservative, Republican, whatever you are, should be all three, but you're watching the laws and the orders being enforced for the first time in your life, and then also you're watching the swamp being drained at the same time. And let me tell you what, a lot of patriots on here know this already, but it's a lot on the Republican side too. It wasn't just Democrats. So Republicans are the one that know business a lot better than a Democrat traditionally. So the Republicans that know business and strategy and how to cut corners and do stuff immorally and all these other things, they're the ones that's more dangerous than the actual Democrats and liberals. There's no Democrat that's ever had a successful city make it over a certain period of time. So it was really more of the deep state rhinos that were more dangerous than the deep state Democrats. They're just dumb by natural selection. All right, but the Republicans are sharp as knives, and they know how to cut corners business wise. They're the ones that once again, if you're sitting in a neutral spot, you got to call a spade a spade. Now, if you're just waking up, don't worry. Not all of us. You couldn't know everything. I had a time period in which I woke up in the world, So everybody has a waking up period. But once you hear it, go look it up. Go read research. I give you all the .gov.mil sites. Go look it up. It's all there. And then to see it enforced, you got to know the language first, like the National Guard out of the states every day. And then the one nugget, your last aha moment, since I've been on this long, might as well do it a little bit further since I'm almost 4 hours in. Your last aha moment is this. You got a bunch of them already. And I've already done this many, many, many times before, but I see a lot more people watching right now. If Donald Trump was a former president, and this was not a military occupation and continuity of operations, even though the laws and orders top to bottom show it, from 2015, but especially 2016 would have been the action moments. November 2016, January 20th, 2017, the oath. That would have been go time. If Joe Biden was a real president and Donald John Trump was a former president, then the goal of the Democrats and Republicans, and even people out there, these people that claim that Obama is running behind the scenes. They claim that Jill Biden's running things. They claim that Kamala's running things. Some of them claim that all of them are running things. And they'll tell you their sources. I got strong sources. I got a strong source that's been in this. Well, your source don't know laws and orders, so that's the first thing. But if all of those entities were running the scene, there's one thing that's cohesive, once again, with the Democrats and liberals. And I hate to use the word Democrats because there's some good Democrats. It's the liberals and extremists. The socialists, the fascists, the communists, the Marxists. But if Joe Biden was not doing anything, and Obama, Kamala, and Jill, or all three, and Schumer, and all the others in the background were all running this, then there's one thing that's cohesive with them. They hate Donald Trump. They can't stand him. They want to get him out of here. They say they got Joe Biden's account on Twitter all day long saying that what? It says what? Oh, this guy undermines the rule of law. He doesn't go by the laws. He doesn't go by the orders. He's a disgrace, and he's an abolishment to the Constitution, and he's this, all these different things. All right? They tell you all these different things all day long. Kamala, Obama, Bill Clinton, the Clintons, it shows their accounts. Even though I know someone's running them, but we're playing devil's advocate. If they were in charge behind the scenes, once again, they would not extend anything by Donald John Trump. They would abolish that man's legacy if he was a former president in that 4 years. And even if they thought that he was going to win again in November, if it was going to be a traditional election, which it's not going to be, and he's already told you that. But even if they thought, and if this was a normal situation, even if they thought that Donald Trump was going to win again, they would still have abolished everything that he did visually in that 4 years and made him rebuild that, and then in a short 4-year window have to rebuild real quick with the rebuilding of what they abolished. You have to be able to say, yes, that's true. If you're a conservative or Republican, the Democrats and liberals and fascists and communists, and so they hate Donald Trump. So why haven't they abolished anything? Why are they extending everything? If Joe is not in charge, the people think Joe's real. If Obama's in charge behind, why would he extend everything by Donald Trump? Why would Jill? Why would Kamala? Why would any of them extend anything by Donald Trump? So the biggest nugget is if they wanted to get rid of Donald Trump, adios, sayonara, see you later, you're out of here, you can't come back to town, we're done, it don't care how many of your patriots love you, support you, oh yeah, that's my man, oh I love 45-47, I love 45, whatever. It don't matter how many patriots love Donald Trump. If Donald Trump was a former president, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Obama Biden, Biden Obama, Michael Obama, Michelle Obama, Michael Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, George W. Oh, W down there in Texas. W Biden, whatever you want to combo them, they would all hammer John Trump, and they told you they would. They told you they don't like him. Even George W. has told you he don't like Mr. Conservative, Mr. Oh boy, Mr. Hero. I had to learn what happened in 9/11. If I have to, you have to. All right? All rig job. September the 10th is a key date in history. September the 10th, 2011. Rumsfeld. All that money being missing. Boom. Next day. All right? 2.3. 2.3 is a big number to remember. Every number they've been using lately has been 2.3, 2.3, 2.3. That was how much money was missing. So, if Donald Trump was a former president, the goal would be to what? To beat him. And what does Biden call him? He just tweeted it a while ago, earlier. I was on Twitter. He's a convicted felon. He's a convicted felon. Okay, so we've established that we're dealing with law. All right? Because to go into a court of law and call someone a convict, or to make them a felony, or to make them have counts of felony, you have to go into a court of law. So, if Donald Trump's a former president, then why wouldn't Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Barack Obama, Michael Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, George W., all the ones they've shown you that still quote-unquote alive to the normies, why wouldn't they invoke the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump right now? Because they have full authority to do so. If Donald Trump's a former president and Joe Biden is finally president, even though he ain't received anything, they can invoke the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump right now. Because, see, if you have any integrity about you out there, patriots, but especially you libtards out there, all you libtards, all you on the far left, all right, if you want me to sit in the neutral seat, then bring your libtard rear end over in the neutral seat and listen up, pals, because this is what's going on. If Joe Biden was president and Donald John Trump is a former president, then that would mean that Joe Biden that's president is the same Joe Biden who was the vice president back here with Barack Obama, all right? I just lost IQ by even saying that, first off, that this guy who's so-called President Biden would have to be the same Vice President Biden. But because you have to explain that way, you move back here to Vice President Obama, Vice President Obama, and President Osama Yo Mama Obama. They did a little thing called the Logan Act on everybody's hero, 3-star General Michael Flynn, who was President Obama's nominee for Director of National Intelligence, right? That's a 3-star general position, right? Well, he, Vice President Biden, and President Obama hammered General Flynn, 3-star General Michael Flynn, prestigious general, once again, 3-star general, any kind of general, right, up here. They hammered him, destroyed his life, drug his whole life through the ruck and the muck and everything. His family, wife, children, his whole life. Stripped him of his civil liberties. That's why Donald John Trump pardoned General Flynn, because a pardon doesn't free you of certain things, but it gives you more of your civil liberties back. That same thing that everybody calls a president today was the vice president, and they hammered General Flynn with the Logan Act, which is 18 United States Code, Section 953. You know what 18 United States Code is? Criminal procedure in federal crimes, which means they were accusing General Flynn of breaking a federal law for private correspondence with a foreign leader. That is the title of 18 United States Code, Section 953. Private correspondence with a foreign leader. Donald Trump has met with 5 foreign leaders in the last 3 months at Mar-a-Lago. 5. 4 in person, 1 via phone. And it was just announced yesterday that Viktor Orban, who was one of those, Hungary's sitting prime minister, is coming back to Mar-a-Lago here in the next few days. That will be the second meeting, even though he's not a new person, but that would be 6 meetings in the last 3 months with foreign leaders. You know what Biden says? Oh, Biden. You know what Biden had to say about it? That Donald Trump's trying to get a one-up on me for the election. So the same guy who was the vice president under Obama hammered a 3-star general, just a general now, not the commander-in-chief, the president, hammered a 3-star, drug his life and family and everything through the ruck and the muck and everything, destroyed this guy, made half the nation hate him, made liberals hate him, mock him, ridicule him, his wife, his children, everybody. This same guy who claims to be president now, that people think they could invoke the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump right now and charge him with federal law, breaking the federal law, and not worry about civil law with a hooker named Stormy and hush money. They could forget about that. They wouldn't have to try to smear his name. If this was a real situation, and if Trump was a former president and Biden was real, and this wasn't a military occupation or time, they could get rid of Trump right now, ban him forever, right now. They could have done it on the first meeting. They wouldn't need the other 5. They could have done it on the first one. And Biden is telling the mainstream media and the media and Biden's administration, his aides are saying he's just trying to get a one-up. It's frustrating. It's aggravating. That wouldn't be what the media would be doing, and that definitely wouldn't be what Obama, Michael Obama, Jill Biden, the Bushes, the Clintons, whoever you think is running, that would be what they'd be doing. They would annihilate Donald John Trump. They would annihilate him. They wouldn't have to, quote unquote, shoot him. They could take him out by the rule of law that Joe Biden, quote unquote, just said the other day that this undermines the rule of law. Well, if you're president, then you can stop the tariffs. Remember on the debate? Well, the tariffs are killing the economy. President Trump goes, well, they're my tariffs. Why didn't you abolish them? You see how many ahas there are? I mean, there's just so many ahas. I could go on 8 hours of the ahas alone. That if Joe Biden was president, he's on the debate and he's saying tariffs are killing the economy. Well, you're supposed to be the president. Those are Donald Trump's tariffs. Why didn't you abolish them? Then he said that inflation's killing the economy. He didn't have any inflation when he, quote unquote, took over. They show every normie, average American out there that has no clue what's going on. They show you. But see, you don't know. The people watching that's never heard this, you don't know. You don't know the principles of your own government. The thing you very argue about with your friends and your family, the very thing you argue about, you know nothing about. And if you're a patriot and you're a conservative and you have a burning fire for Donald Trump and this nation and the military, this is the very thing that should set your rear end on fire and go tell your friends and family. Reference it, though. Don't act like you knew the whole time. There's people out there doing that, too, stealing intellectual property. Trying to make it look like they knew this the whole time, and they didn't. They didn't know it till old cowboy rode to town. All right? It is what it is. But all these nuggets are in place. The tariffs. He talks about Article 5. I should have ended on the other aha, but he talks about Article 5. That's not our Article 5. It's Article 5 of the NATO Constitution. Ukraine is not a part of NATO. And we have publications outlining what's going on in Israel and subterranean warfare everywhere. There's been child busts out there. There have been child trafficking busts in California. They've shown all kinds of busts all over the nation. I don't know how you can't see things being enforced. You really think that the man who says that Donald Trump put the cages on the border, knowing dang well that Obama put those cages there, the man who says he's president right now, that people think's president, that says that Donald Trump put the cages there, knowing Obama put them there, you really think that he's the guy that's having all these teams round up all these children? President Trump tells you all the time, I will return every child to their home. What do you think he's talking about? Seriously. I will return every child to their homes, to their families. And you're seeing all these aha moments. And there it is, Article 5, NATO. Ukraine's not a part of NATO. He even mispronounced it, which he should, right? The ones that Biden people think's real. Called it Belarus. It's Belarus, all right? So Belarus is not a part of NATO either. So here's Biden on the debate, and he's talking about NATO. And that NATO's a strong nation, and when one country attacks them, we attack. Well, the Article 5 of NATO states this. When one NATO country is attacked, all NATO countries must come to the rescue of that nation. The only time Article 5 has been invoked out of the NATO Article 5 Constitution was September 11th, 2001. Ukraine is not a part of NATO. So when Joe Biden quotes that when one nation is attacked, the other nations must come to the rescue, Ukraine's not a part of NATO. Belarus, all right? They're saying Belarus is not a part of NATO. And you got to go back. This answers the Ukrainian question. Here's your aha moment. You got to go back to Ukraine. Got to go back a little ways. Why was the federal corporation telling the Soviet Union that they needed to bust up years ago, way back in the late 80s? Why were these elite dictators, see, all they're showing you is who the real dictators are. Why were these men telling the Soviet Union they needed to bust up and establish new countries, and establish countries out of the Soviet Union? Why? Conquer and divide. Then they try to paint all those people in charge back then, try to paint the picture as the Soviet Union being the bad guys. 85% of Ukraine speaks Russian. I wonder why. Because, it was a part of the Soviet Union. It didn't have an identity until these corporate people went over there in the late 80s and busted it up. Conquer and divide. So you go to 2008 to 2012. Guess who was not the president of Russia from 2008 to 2012? Vladimir Putin. Very key years. Who became president in the United States? Very key years. So 2014, a few things happened. They had one round of election for 2 rounds in Ukraine. Obama called a few days later to congratulate Poroshenko. Congratulations, pal. We're in business, baby. All right? There's that. Also in 2014, Obama had 4 executive orders. Unusual and extraordinary threat to Ukraine. Why? Why would he issue that? Why would we be protecting some nation that has no threat to us whatsoever? 4 executive orders. Your Vice President Biden, if you claim Biden's president, then your Vice President Biden made 7 trips in 7 months to Ukraine in 2014. All this happened in 2014 calendar. On your taxpayer money. Victoria Nuland secured $1 billion in defense budget for Ukraine in 2014. She's the one that's caught on tape, verified, F-U-C-K, F the EU, the European Union. That wouldn't be the ones they want to be saying that to. Then, guess who said what? Biden. Guess what Biden was bragging about not long ago? You witnessed it. Remember when he was bragging and he was on a speech and he said, "Yeah, I told him if they don't fire that prosecutor and give us the billion, I mean, if they don't fire that prosecutor, they won't get their billion." And you know what happened? He fired the son of a bitch. Remember him saying that? Remember him bragging about that? $1 billion. And then Mitt Romney, Rhino Mitt, Nancy Pelosi, John Kerry, and old Biden had children all working in Ukraine during this time period and after it. And it's more than proven that there are bio labs in Ukraine. Guess who were funding them? The U.S. Obama's, Clinton's, and Bush's. And guess who's under oath March the 8th, 2022? After all of 2021 and early 2022, under oath, all through 2021, though, there are no bio labs, no biochemical labs in Ukraine. There's no biological war laboratories in Ukraine. The whole Biden administration, quote unquote. March the 8th, 2022, Marco Rubio questioning Victoria Nuland. There's old Vicky, little Vicky, who said F the EU, who secured $1 billion for Ukraine and defense budget. There she is under oath. Yes, there are biochemical labs in Ukraine. There's biological laboratories, but we don't want the Russians to get a hold of them. They got a hold of them, all right. Because in 2018, guess what happened in 2018? Got to go back a little bit. See, I painted a picture in 2014 and fast forward, and let's go back to 2018. Donald John Trump. Oh, soccer ball, July 16, 2018. Soccer ball. Vladimir Putin capitulates to Donald Trump. Ball's in your court, sir. What do you want us to do? Well, we're not starting a foreign war, but you're going to go in there and you're going to bomb all those laboratories in there and take pride in doing it. Because the Obamas and the Clintons and the Bushes and the Bidens and the Kerrys and the Romneys and all of them were benefiting from it. When President Trump said in 2020, we have it all, we've caught them all. Everything. It wasn't just a few things. They have everything. So you should want it to look like they're trying to assassinate him, because that's even more evidence of their guilt. See, if you just apply a little strategy, the blood on his face today ain't even real blood. You can look at it. Any nurse out there, any nurse can look at it and see. It's Hollywood. It's theatrical. For all of us that read the laws and orders. The ones that don't, they had to see that because it paints this narrative. I will prevent World War II. 3. I will prevent, I'm getting tired. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent nuclear war. What's he say all the time? So you got to see something escalate in order to see him bust through. And he says, I will be exonerated. Not acquitted. I will be exonerated. That's for the people over here that think it's all real. That's also for the liberals, the fascists, the communists who all held the severed head up of President Trump. All right? They have to see that. I don't have to see him. I don't have to be exonerated because his laws and orders show what's going on. So when you go back to Ukraine, 2018, Ukraine broke a CIS treaty with Russia. All right? Then you had the meeting with Vladimir Putin, Donald John Trump in Helsinki, Finland, July 16, 2018. Ball's in your court. In October, so July, let's do some Alabama math again. July, August, September, October. Donald Trump declared that we were leaving the intermediate nuclear, let me find it real quick. Nuclear Forces Treaty. I'm going to read it for you real fast while we're here. All right. October. It was an arms control treaty between the United States and the Soviet Union and its successor state, the Russian Federation. So when they busted up, the corporation busted up the Soviet Union, it became the Russian Federation. President Trump announced on October the 20th, 2018, that he was withdrawing the U.S. from that treaty due to Russian non-compliance at that time period. And he gave Russia a six-month ultimatum. So let's do our other math. October, November, December, January, February. Oh, we didn't even make it to 6 months. On February the 2nd, 2019, President Trump said something that day, and guess who abolished it? Guess who terminated their side? Russia. All right? And it's a little thing called the MAD doctrine. It's called mutually assured destruction. So mutually assured destruction is a doctrine of military strategy and national security policy which posits that a full-scale use of nuclear weapons by an attacker on a nuclear-armed defender with second strike capabilities would result in complete annihilation of both the attacker and the defender. So that means if one struck, then the other one had the right to strike back and completely annihilate each other. It is based on the theory of rational deterrence, which holds that the threat of using such strong weapons against the enemy prevents the enemy's use of the same weapons. The strategy is a form of Nash equilibrium, in which once armed, neither side has any incentive to initiate a conflict or to disarm. You know what they call that? Nuclear peace. So Donald Trump met with President Vladimir Putin, July 16, 2018, soccer balls handed over, all right? 3 months later, President Trump gives an ultimatum. This is all for the people who would have to see it, not for people like me. Here's an ultimatum. Even though they had this meeting back here that was all good and gravy and biscuits and gravy and ham and bacon, right? Well, October, 6 months, ultimatum. Well, it didn't even make it 6 months. It lasted 5. Russia terminated it too. Now we're into 2019. All right, then fast forward to 2022. 2 weeks before, Victoria Nuland swore under oath, testified under oath that there are biochemical labs in Ukraine. After all throughout February and all the way back to January 2021, they said there weren't. They lying, right? We have it all. We caught them all. They had them lie to you. You had to see it visually played out. You had to see their lies and their everything played out because now we had the laws and orders to catch them. Donald John Trump put all the laws and orders back here to catch them. You had to see this played out. March the 8th, 2022, Victoria Nuland. 2 weeks before that, Russia goes into Ukraine. That's when the war was established. It's not a war on Ukraine. And everybody who changed their little Facebook photos with the Ukrainian picture, you look like a fool. This was not about the Ukrainian people. If Russia were the bad guys, Russia's aircraft, military aircraft, wouldn't be in the USA and it wouldn't be in the Abraham Accords countries. They wouldn't have been in Israel in the last few months. And just yesterday, they were in an Abraham's Accord country. I don't think so. All right. So you got to know a little military there. Soccer ball. The soccer ball had double meaning. The ball's in your court. What do you want us to do, sir? We capitulate to you. That's a capitulation. There's you another visual of the capitulation. Ball's in your court. Guess what happened in the year 2022? The World Cup of what? Football, as they call it in Europe. Football. Not our kind of football, guys. Not that line them up, knock them in the mouth, smash them out. No. Soccer. The World Cup of soccer. What nation didn't play in the World Cup of soccer? What nation sat out? Russia. Now don't that soccer ball look a little bit more beautiful? See what happens when you know the laws and orders in place? See what happens when you're not a dime store politician. You pick it up, put it down. When they pick it up, put it down. See what happens when you follow this stuff daily? See what happens when you listen to someone who stays cool, calm, and collective during crazy chaos? Because it's not crazy chaos. It is to you because you're not reading if you're in that position. If you are reading and you're trying, then you know where to come. You came to the right spot. You know? Remember that old commercial? You got the right one, baby. Remember that commercial? Well, here I am. You got the right one, baby. Here I am. 4 hours on a Saturday night. Could have been out on the dirt road, riding, but I'm here with you, baby, because this is what matters right now. Everything matters right now. We got to get many more patriots on board. And even the people that don't identify as a patriot. This helps everybody. Don't hurt anybody. There's so many aha moments that once again, if Joe Biden was president, why doesn't he have anything that remotely resembles what every other president has received? Not a thing. And all the people out there with this Project 2025, once again, you're following I got a question about that. You're following all of the wrong people. President Trump's everything are in laws and orders. That's his quote-unquote agenda. It's all in laws and orders. So you got to quit following mainstream and you got to quit following all the wrong folks. There's a lot of people who want to be a face. They want to be a name. They want popularity. They want fame. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it came out just the same. All right? But all jokes aside, you got to follow the right people, or you're gonna end up in the wrong hands. Laws and orders, baby. Our nation runs on laws and orders. That's why it's important to know your three branches of government: who writes the laws, who passes the laws, who enforces the laws, who interprets the laws. And it's important to see that everything you're witnessing shows that Donald John Trump and everything they established visually was a clean out of the legislative branch, and they established all the legislation that's running this 4 years. Pulled him back, let the military, he delegated the military, he gave Secretary of Defense equal authority, so therefore he don't look like a dictator, which is all the military strategy. It's all outlined in military laws and orders, baby. It's all there. It's a strategy already been used before in World War II, all right? Already been used before. Put the military in front. They're doing the occupation, right? Clean out of the subterranean warfare, clean out of the tunnels, the trafficking, all the forms of trafficking, while the continuity of operations shows what's going on with the Congress, right? The clean out of the judicial branch and the executive branch, the reconstitution of the executive branch. That's one of those publications put out in January 2021. All the chaos y'all saw in January, there's a publication under the Federal Continuity Directives came out. There's one of those 10 called Reconstitution of the Executive Branch, January the 15th, 2021. All these things were all the other stuff were distractions. And most Americans fell hook, line, and sinker for it. And they're getting all this stuff done. And then on the flip side, what's going to happen is when all this is put into place, all they're going to do is present it to you like a big old birthday gift with a big giant red bow on it and say, look, this is what we did for you. You don't have to do anything. Now, what you need to do, though, is know how to operate this, know how to maintain this, and know how to sustain this. That's when President Trump said we're taking the power out of D.C. and giving it back to you, the people. Well, they're not going to give it back to the people until the people know what to do with it and how to do with it and how to maintain it and how to sustain it. So you got to remember, all throughout 2021 and 2022, last year, 2023, they gave 50 senators an emergency satellite phone. Why? Why didn't they give all 100 a phone? Also, all throughout the rallies, they showed on TV, President Trump on the bottom screen, here's where to get your free emergency radio. Why do you need an emergency radio? Well, it's probably because when I go to Mar-a-Lago, I see the nuclear football. Why did President Trump keep the nuclear football? I've seen it. Now, you have to trust me and anybody else who's been there. Why did he keep the nuclear football? The nuclear football is the command. He can flip this phone and this internet right now. He can flip all our phones just that quick. TV, phones, everything. Bam, 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 bam. That quick. And it be him. My fellow Americans. That quick. That's what that briefcase does. Why does he have the briefcase? Why wasn't he at the inauguration, quote unquote? It wasn't an inauguration, first off, but why wasn't he there for the normies? To hand over the nuclear football. Donald Trump has a nuclear football. There's so many ahas that you just... And I want you to know it because it's not secretive. It's all public information. It's all public laws and orders. That's why Project 2025 is a bunch of hogwash. He already has an agenda, and his agenda is already in laws and orders. It's already there. He don't need another campaign speech or campaign agenda. It's already in laws and orders. That's why the liberals look dumb right now. You know, and I don't want them to look dumb by compassion and by military standards. I don't want them to look dumb. Everybody can know this, and it doesn't hurt anybody. It actually helps everybody. It gets certain crap out of federal and puts it back to the states and puts certain things back to local, and then it really puts it all in our hands, which is what we're supposed to look like. It's never supposed to look like this. All of our lifetime, it was never supposed to look this topsy-turvy and all this chaos. It was never supposed to look like this. They put the laws and the orders in the wrong hands of the people. We did that. The people did that. The Constitution was written to keep the Congress in check. Who keeps them in check? We, the people. That's why the first line of the Constitution says, we, the people. But, you know, if people aren't reading it, they're not going to know about it. They just ain't going, I mean, it is what it is. They're not going to know. They're not going to know that when it was written, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense. They're speaking from the people's standpoint, that this is what the Constitution is supposed to do, and we, the people, are supposed to keep the representatives in check because we, the people, hire them to represent us together when all the states come together at the federal level. I mean, it's not that difficult, but people make it difficult. So anyway. All right, so I've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and Willie Nelson would say, that's perfect. Perfect time to stop, 4:20. So we'll see y'all soon. It's all part of the plan.
Helicopter, Wildfire Ranger, hell attack in Ontario completely pales in comparison to the multi-decades of combat deployments, the experience by the great men you see on the screen before you here. I'm honored to be with all of them today and all of you among the company of these fine men. You in the audience, you're about to meet them hopefully for the first time. Perhaps not, you've seen them several times in all of our shows. First of all, two of the men on the screen had their first combat mission together in Panama during Operation Just Cause as a member of Delta Force and of Navy SEALs. Another man here served as a Tier 1 ranking member of the UK and as now a personal friend is someone I've referred to as the good James Bond in real life. He is also a personal friend of Christian Craighead. Significance of that is quite powerful as well. Yet another on the screen is a descendant of the signer of the Declaration of Independence. He's graduated West Point and after his service in the Airborne as a commander, has performed nearly 30 successful exorcisms as a bishop of Christ's original church with access to the 777 books of the Bible. And before I roll over so they can introduce themselves personally to the audience watching this broadcast or listening to this podcast across a number of platforms, I'll add these points as to what we hope to deliver in honor of the oaths we've all taken, as well as the duty, the honor, and the pursuit of happiness, which is what God wants for all of us in this life. First of all, when Derek Johnson here and I connected on assembling this roundtable, the spirit of its orchestration is to provide both a real-time assessment of the events which have transpired during and since the shot was heard around the world this Sunday, 48 hours ago roughly, and then what's likely to come for us all in the world and to expect. The approach that we're taking by virtue of the experience and specialized knowledge of these men that you're about to discover here from this remarkable coalition of combat veterans is to inform the audiences at all levels as to what has been, and again, to emphasize what we believe will continue to take place in order to usher in freedom for all of humanity. So if you're an active duty service member, thank you for your service, perhaps you'll learn the broader aspects of your mission parameters to serve freedom for humanity. If you're a veteran, you'll see the executive orders in place coinciding with the Q drops from the White Hat military, an institution that was both envisioned by and instituted by President of the United States Dwight D. Eisenhower during his administration. Remember, Eisenhower warned the world of the perils of the military-industrial complex during his outgoing speech. If you're a civilian seeking to comprehend the events of the assassination attempt on President Donald J. Trump, in Butler, Pennsylvania, well, then you'll both hear and see from some of the greatest minds speaking truth to the world now and how it lines up with the greatest awakening of mankind. The discussion will revolve around topics from the greatly awakened members of the Anon community, and it's also our intention to assist the not-so-awake to coming to terms with where we exist today. SG Anon from Q News Patriot will be joining us during the back half of the show, and I'm now going to turn it over for the introduction, first to a general, minted general in God's Army, Bishop Jim O'Connor, then Colonel Chuck Sellers, retired, Michael Jaco, Mark Bauer, AJ Roberts, and then Derek Johnson to kick it off. Over to you, Bishop Jim.
Well, thank you, Brad. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to be with such great men I look up to, and I think the world of. I was very fortunate. I got to go to West Point, and during plebe year, I lived in the haunted room in Company G4, and that's where I did my first serious spiritual battle. And I've been involved in spiritual warfare ever since. And spiritual warfare is very much like military warfare. The Principles of War, written by Clausewitz, worked for both spiritual warfare and military warfare. Our big mass, having the right stuff at the right time, that's calling on the name of the Lord. We have the Blessed Mother, holy saints and angels that watch over us. We can call on them for help. We can get all the reinforcements we want. And they're so willing to help us. And if you don't really understand that we're involved in the battle between good and evil, which most of us have our entire lives, you're not really awake, and you really need to get off the fence. The fence belongs to the devil. You can picture a fence in your mind, a picket fence, a pointed fence. The hand of Jesus is keeping you from impaling on this fence. But when you lose Jesus forever, that hand goes away, and you spend eternity with that fence up your backside, just like Haman died in the book of Esther. So please, listen to what Brad and Derek and Chuck and Michael and Mark and AJ have to tell you, because they have such good information, and your eternal destiny depends on who you serve in this world. If you serve the devil in this world, you get to live with him in the next. And if you serve God in this world in many different capacities, you get to live with God in the next. And that's the most important battle. And yes, I did 20 years as an infantryman. I am airborne qualified. I did some crazy things, just like all these other gentlemen did. But we always did it with the right heart, to serve others. And we're still trying to serve others. And we hope that if you're on the fence, that you get off the fence and you get the point the fence is nowhere to be. And choose the right side. When you have love in your heart, whether it's for God, or God and a special woman, or if you're a woman, a special man, you have the most wonderful life there is. And it's all for the taking. Even these rotten times, your heart and soul can be filled with love. And this is what it's really all about. And like St. Paul said, love is everything.
Well said.
Thank you.
And Colonel.
Yeah, I did just under 26 years, and for my first real experience was in 1983 in Lebanon. I got to Lebanon in September, I believe it was, just before the Marines got blown up at the airport, where we lost 200 some odd guys at the airport. I mean, that was my eye opener. And I've been the only thing I didn't directly that I was not directly in was Somalia, but I was definitely involved with it because we buried them all when they came home. Me and my wife, we were receiving them and burying them and taking care of the families. That was my growing up experience. Because when those guys started coming home, it was the most death that we had since Vietnam, and people weren't used to it. I mean, it was a really difficult. Spiritual warfare. I didn't know a damn thing about spiritual warfare until May 17th, 2023, when I got attacked by a demon in my bedroom. I was awake, and it came at me on May the 17th, 2023. And the only thing that saved me was a rosary that I had next to my bed, and I put it in his face, and it disappeared. That was my first spiritual warfare. That was about a little over a year ago. Since that happened on that first day, I've had 3 additional encounters since then. It's real. This stuff's real. And the last time, it actually got me and cut my back, scratched my back, and that was just about a month and a half ago. So it's real, and I know it's real now. I mean, I didn't understand it at the time, but what Jim was saying, the first person I called was Jim for a blessing because I needed it. Anyway, so there you have it.
So, Mike, thanks, guys. So it's an honor to be here with everyone. Michael Jaco, 24 years in SEAL Teams, SEAL Team 6, did combat action there. Left there, and I was doing some detail work for Ambassador Brimmer in Iraq. And I rose up out of my body. I think I'm having an out-of-body experience. I was dead. And I was like, wow, it's a bummer because I'm really starting to get this intuition stuff down. And I feel like I could help humanity. Then I saw Archangel Michael. I was put back in time, back in my body. And now I have these crazy intuitive abilities and can help calm environments and so forth. I did for 11 years in the CIA. I was hunting down terrorists. We found a lot of terrorists. We put them away. So I see demonic entities on people. I have basically, God tells me who to basically work on. I've worked on a lot of people and they're gone, so that were bad. And everyone can go to the light, and we all want everyone to go to the light. We do not enjoy, the physical aspect of, going after people and putting them away. We don't want that. And that's what we're trying to awaken humanity so that we can break free from this demonic cycle and move into a golden age. And I think we're moving in that direction, but it's going to take some work. And that's why we're all here to help people awaken to that process.
Yep. Agreed.
Mark, an honor.
Good to be here, gents. So my story, I joined the military at 16 into Junior Leaders Regiment. AJ, you'll know all about that. 97, I did SF selection, so that was called something else at the time, but it's now known as SRR. Did a whole bunch of years in Northern Ireland, some work in the Balkans and stuff, backwards and forwards. Really enjoyed that. Left that in around 2005. Then I've been sort of doing other work, carried on working for the government and that side of things. Mainland stuff initially, then moved over to overseas stuff. Went to all of the nice places around the world, so Middle East, Somalia, like you're saying there, Chuck, all around Africa. So I was away 6 months of the year for about 8 years, just doing that side of things. Lived in Pakistan for a little bit, same as yourself, Michael. So doing that, you just start, you see a different side of life. You start realizing there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on, and it was one of the things that started putting me on to. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not seeing, even though you think you're going to be seeing everything in that line of work. You're not really seeing. You're not privy to some of that. And this is how they keep control. It's all compartmentalized, and that's how it's ran. But during that time as well, I lost my stepmom to pancreatic cancer, and I was just realizing there's a whole similar thing going on with the medical industry. So why aren't we being told a whole bunch of stuff that would have helped, and that's all being kept from us. Then I'm going to places like Libya, and I'm seeing what's going on in Libya. Gaddafi was sort of trying to bring in a gold standard, which would have completely changed Africa. So all of that was going on, and then that sort of brought me into about 2020. COVID hit, and then that was obviously a whole other story. But same thing, I'm like, this is not right. So all of those things basically just woke me up pretty hard in about 2020, and moved over to the US at the time. So yeah, I split my time in between UK and US. More so in the US at the minute. So, but yeah, that sort of brought me to the whole realization of really what's the bigger picture of what's going on, and meeting all of you guys, all of you awesome gents.
Yeah, amen. Thanks for your service too, Mark, and it's an honor to know you too. And then just down the road from you, the great AJ Roberts, combat veteran and an Arcturian incarnated, here to help heal the world too. AJ, for the audience, go ahead, senor.
Well, thanks for the fine introduction, my friend. Well, similar to Mark, I'm from obviously the UK. You can tell by my accent. I spent 15 years in the Royal Engineers in the British Army from 2001. Left after 12 years. Moved to the Gold Coast of Australia for 2.5 years. Got royally screwed over because there's sometimes more sharks on the land than there is in the water in Australia. And then returned back to UK and rejoined the army. And then after a stint there, I went and worked at Porton Down, which many people will know is the UK's biological chemical testing facility, where they also like to play around with mind control techniques and freaking laser beams. So I saw a lot of what went on there, and the fact that they actually make Novichok there as well, funny enough. So I pieced all that together really quickly. But I guess in relation to what you guys were saying, it all started for me really like 9/11. I was 19 and I watched it live on a TV, one of those TV rental places. And straight away I was like, that's not right. And then I went back I was living with my granddad at the time, and I went back and he didn't think it was right. And I just joined the army then. And then once I got through my training and I was doing explosives training as a Royal Engineer, steel cutting charges and all that kind of stuff, straight away I was like, was it me or was everybody else thinking that was a bag of bollocks? And people were questioning it then, what's he done the training? So we then went to Iraq, 2003, etc. Went through the vaccine program. That woke me up to all vaccines because after one, I thought I was going to die. And so I questioned how can this be normal, prior to being in service and going to war. Obviously to go to Iraq and see there's no weapons of mass destruction in my own eyes, and it was just all theatre. And then when you're over there, they call it went in theatre, just to rub it in. And then I served in Afghanistan and Sierra Leone as well. So I've been around a lot of the right places in the world to see all the false flags, foreign and domestic, and I think that's been a big part of my kind of evolution and needed to see all that to already have a big picture. So when COVID started, I just knew it was BS straight away. And it was actually my grandfather's funeral. He died in 2020. He was the second man to land on Juno Beach on D-Day in 1944. Amazing story about him, but his funeral, there was only like 20 people allowed there. So that literally sent me on a warpath, when I've got my family there just in masks at this legend's funeral. on doing loads of podcasts, loads of data, just the same as you guys. Start putting your faces out there and just taking all the shit, taking all the hits, walking into all the punches of all your old friends and colleagues and all that stuff. And it was real tough. That was a real tough time. And I've actually gone through a real shedding process in the last 10 days, like clearing all that old stuff, because it was a painful time for me. Especially as like my wife had one of the shots, and I was like instantly looking at divorce. Like it was really traumatic for me, like But just like you guys, very much step into that healing role, and I've been doing it for quite some time. I've done events all around the country where I'm taking people like into like breath work and astral healing, where I'm not helping them physically or astrally receive healing through Arcturians and in basically sort of, let's call it galactic medbeds. So I say it how it is. And people are having the most phenomenal experiences now at these events. And I'm currently doing a lot of work around being able to physically remove the vaccine from people, the most common new medicine that they offered. And I'm doing a lot of that. So a lot of my work very much now is I'm doing a lot of like more grid work. I'm doing a lot of like working with quite esoteric people, like formulating great teams. And also the healing side's really opening up, and like my own personal healing capabilities have like exacerbated massively. So it's just like you guys, just stepping forward and just putting yourself in that position to show people this is what you're all about. This is just a fraction of what your capabilities are, and then just empowering people. We've all done that shaking of the shoulders and like, why can't you see what we can see? Fucking wake up, you prick. You know what I mean? We've done all that, but it's just like actually we just need to do what we've all been doing, like bring these gifts out that we've all got in our own individual ways, and that's what empowers people, and that's what wakes people up. So it's just been kind of really emphasising that and trying to get all these people together, as a community in all these places. So yeah, I've been a busy boy since I last hung out with you guys, but the honour is all mine.
Well, I'm honored to have you here, and a great segue because we've got spiritual warfare. Everybody here is attested to that, as well as the fact that what has been going on in our lives and for generations is far greater in God's creation than what we've been told about. And your grandfather, your granddad, thank you for his service as well. Canadian infantryman, second man off the first landing craft D-Day, goes all the way through. And in the UK, as Major General Paul Valley said here just a few days ago on the show, all Americans are Canadians. And we're seeing the teardown of the structure of the Commonwealth that stole the wealth of the commoners from the bloodlines of Cain that have usurped the real royalty in this world and installed their system to suck your soul, time, energy, and money, which is a big part of why Commander-in-Chief Trump and also the White Hat Organization and the military behind them and the Global Alliance has been fighting so hard to ensure freedom, turning it back right over to Midnight Rider, Derek Johnson. Fantastic book. I read this 3 times now, and since it received it about a month and a half ago, got it down here, and it's so well laid out. I encourage everybody to look at the links below the description here for all of these men where you can contact or connect with them, and for Colonel Sellers as well. So, Derek, Sunday, we've got people saying, was it real? Was it not? Was it a real shot? Did a real sniper wait 3 minutes to take a shot at a guy? And I think the key thing here for everybody to leverage and hear and understand and learn, once again, we have the not so awake to the very awake all across in this incredible cross section of specialized men here. Michael has run a lot of private security details as well. He already mentioned Ambassador Bremer and what that takes. So this is going to be an incredible conversation for people who are just waking up to get a big truth smack, as well as the anons who are just craving for what is the real truth, what is happening. You had a 4-hour broadcast on Sunday night right after that. Share with us a little bit about your background and turn it over to you, and off we go to the races, so to speak.
Well, I mean, I don't have the luxurious resumes like all these fine gents here, which once again, it's an honor to be here with. I think what God did with me was, I got to honor Major Jim O'Connor over here. I think he's our priest of the group here. And so if I can honor him that way, he said something earlier about your gifts when we were in our pre-show talking, and each person has a purpose. And, when I was growing up, my dad actually, it wasn't that he didn't want me to go in the military. He just always was the kind that kind of lets you navigate your way, but he was still tough. He was, wanted me to get my schooling, and he was old school too. So here I was, my dad was 41 when he had me. And so he was the old school. So I grew up with a grandfather who was a connoisseur of military law, separate from federal. He was all about that. He was born in 27, so you could do your math. He's the one that lied about his age to get into World War II. He also didn't want me joining the military, as far as just 18, not knowing what I'm doing. If you wanted to join, those two wanted me to know what I was doing if I wanted to do that. And so I grew up, telling everybody I was going to be a country music singer. My dad was telling me, you can't tell people that. That's not a real job. So, after my first Billboard hit, I said, is it a real job now? Joking with it. But, God let me go through all that circus and that conundrum, and I figured out real quick how the whole thing works. And I'm like, God, all of it, everything's rigged. But then it's also, you get just like politics up here. It's not supposed to be called politics. It's supposed to be called we the people and the representatives who represent us, which would be our government, not their government. So it's their country music, not our country music. So God let me go through that first for 4 years. And then I just, once I figured it all out, I was like, well, this is too easy. This is easy peasy. You can come in and out of Nashville once you figure it out. And so I kind of, there's a football player out there named Glenn Coffey. He played running back at Alabama, first round draft pick, went to the 49ers. I believe it was the 49ers, but he just quit one day, got out of his contract, quit. He went and joined the Army. He said, I wanted to do something that was bigger than myself. He's like, I'm a good running back. I'm a great athlete. I've proven that. And he said, but it was all about what I did as an running back. It's all you. You run the ball. You carry the ball. He's like, I want to join something called a team, a real team. And I think that's very integral. So without saying integrity about yourself, I think with what he said was what I did in country music. I just up and quit one day, went and joined the military just like that. And I wanted to become part of a team, something bigger than myself. And my grandpa always told me that. I'd always ask him, hey, what was it like being in the Army? Like, what does that feel? He said, son, there's just some things I can tell you, and there's some things you just got to experience for yourself. I just can't explain that. And now I understand that camaraderie, whether we're joking one minute or we're being serious the next, or if we're trying to combine the two. Like AJ going through a hard time with his grandpa, but then he turns around and sits naked in his garden, right? And in the pre-show, we're talking about AJ naked in the garden, and Jaco's his little screen starts doing these little hearts, right? And so that's the camaraderie, and that's what I think too, with the bigger picture, what our missions are individually, but also together. We're trying to show people that look, I mean, Hank Williams, great song. I'll never get out of this world alive. Well, we know that death is the final. That's absolute. So while we're here, we're supposed to be doing everything that we were put here for. Mark's got a heart. So I don't know what
How to do the glowing hearts.
He's thinking about AJ, but I think it's important where we are right now to see, it isn't about us in one way, but it is in another from this standpoint. Just like that. Of course, I was looking for the picture and I was going to show it if I could find it. But I tell people what happened this weekend. You got to act like a Native American. You got to kind of have that spirit that Native Americans have, where the chiefs would sit back. They weren't quick to respond. And then you saw Rumble, and we all saw it. Everybody was on Rumble. Everybody was getting on their shows. I just got to be the one. I got to be the one. I got to be the one. And all of us were sitting back, texting each other. I know Brad and I and different people were all texting. I had other people texting. I was telling everybody, y'all need to relax. Just wait. Let's wait till we see the angle of the shooter. Let's see where the shooter was, the trajectory, how far away it was. But that's what military goes to. Is like, okay, let's see where this guy was. Let's see what this guy looked like. Let's see if he was an experienced shooter, or is he some kid, a nerd who's never had a rifle in his life, a weapon whatsoever. Let's just wait, chill, relax. And I think that's why it was important. I told Brad, I think we need to get all the veterans together, and let's just do what we're supposed to do. I always tell people, you want to be a warrior, you got to act like a warrior. And so therefore you got to think like a warrior. And what greater examples than all the men here in their resumes. But there is a plan in place. And like I tell people, and Major Jim, our priest over here, he told everybody, look, here's the deal. If you're sitting on the fence of the devil, if you worship the devil, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get the negative. You're going to get all this stuff. If you're worshiping God in your form, it don't matter. We're not here to tell you how to worship Him. But if you're trusting a light, a spiritual God, whatever you're, Christ, something, some form of peace, then you're going to have the positive. And you're going to be peaceful. You're going to be calm, and you're going to sit back and not be so quick to get scared or whatever the word may be. But I think that was important that we come here and talk about that. And I do have the CNN diagram that I've already broken down, and I can tell you right now that wasn't real at all. And based off of if you're a sports hunter. Now, I don't hunt for sports. I actually harvest everything I harvest. I partake of. But if you're a hunter, you don't have to be a veteran. But if you shoot a gun, or if you are a veteran, or both, like some of us, then the diagram that CNN put out, I can sit here and tell you that for the people who are awake, you're going to understand it more than the ones who aren't. But I tell people all the time, President Trump, when he talks, if you know the laws and orders in place, you're going to hear all the nuggets. Same thing when they put out articles, you're going to see what's in place. Because what a military occupation does is set up something different. It's not your normal 4 years. It's not your normal 4 years, 4 years, 4 years. It's an operation. All right, and the nuggets. If you know the laws and orders, you're going to hear the nuggets. If you don't know the laws and orders, you're going to hear there's 15 million people coming across the border every day. There's not 15 million people coming. There ain't 15 people coming across the border illegally every day, not in that manner. They're not shooting over the wall. They're not squeezing through the wall down there, and the colonel over there trying to push their head back through the fence. Oh, you're not getting in today. You got to have some humor with this. They're not. He's talking about ports of entry. He's talking about where you come through, you access, and you show your ID. Right? Are you an American? Or are you not? If you're not, what you doing coming over here? What's your business over here? Policies. Right? But this shooter, I was trying to look for that. Is that what we're segueing into, Brad? Is that what we're going to
do? Like a segue, yeah, exactly. Because we have, especially Michael and Mark, have a great experience running PSDs and can speak to this as well. Running private security details, and I had a member of the Secret Service retired texting me when this all went down as well, just saying it's all BS. So Mike, Mark, and then obviously all the other gentlemen chime in. You guys, I think, are the most experienced here on the show of doing PSD work. What interpretations have you had? I know Mike. I hesitate I know you want to say Magic Mike, AJ Roberts, because of the hearts that went up. He is a Magic man, absolutely. But I think that's reserved just for Tracy Joe. So Mike, you've had a couple of shows here just in the last day and a half of people who have broken this down that Derek's showing us on screen. And what conclusions do you have, my friend?
Jacob, can you see that?
Yeah, I can.
By the way? Okay. Just making sure.
Thank you.
Great.
So
I'm just making sure.
So within minutes, within moments of watching, what transpired, I was like, that's not the way this works. I I've been on those details. I'm like, those guys aren't responding right. What's going on here? So I was one of those guys who jumped right on. I was like, oh, BS. And then I started to look at as stuff came in. I was like, man, what's this guy shooting with a cap gun? What's he got, a 22 rifle? What's going on with that sound? Doesn't sound right. And then, I just started, as the night went on, I just started breaking everything down. See how they moved him. That's not the way that works. He would be like gone. There would be guys on him so fast. Once they got control of the situation, he'd be out. There'd be an army around him, not just 2 guys on the stage with weapons, an army. So perimeter security, I've been on these details. I've set them up for high level dignitaries, for presidents, for CIA, on and on and on. So Ambassador Bremer, he moved like 5, 6, 7 times a day. So I was in charge of going to the event before he got there and set everything up and make sure everything was safe. He would roll in. I was like, you guys got it? His hard detail, and they're like, we got it. And boom, go to the next one, on and on and on, in the combat zone with a multi-million-dollar price tag on his head. So it was tough. We had helos, we had all kinds of vehicles. So the perimeter security is very, very, very important, and that was non-existent. So, and then the guy was up on the roof for a period of time. People were screaming, yelling. There was a guy there with a gun. That never would have happened. It was almost like the deep state. If you, I think it's a flip on the deep state. It's a deep state. You look at Lincoln, you look at JFK, you look at Reagan, all the different ones. You look at the planes crashing into buildings. It's basically they have this is the way we do it. This is the way we do it. This is the way we do it. Over and over and over and over again. And so I looked at that, and thanks for the love. I appreciate that.
You started something here, yeah.
You notice, so I got to throw a little bit of stuff out there too. Since see how the Army guys have their hats on. So next time I'm gonna come in with a wetsuit hood. I'm coming with a wetsuit hood.
Yeah.
So
me too.
Yeah, so I looked at it and I was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's a scene in there where Trump has said, wait, let me get my shoes. He says it 3 times.
Oh, wow.
So that's comms. Shoes are comms for the deep state. When they do these attacks, they leave shoes around, like people blowing out of their shoes. It doesn't happen. Yep. And so they take a picture, and you see like an angle of whatever event, and maybe there's people in the background like
cool shootings.
And there's shots like that. Of course, Trump had his perfect moments where he's raising his fist and he's got the flag, and it looks like Iwo Jima flag. It's staged. But it's good because what I think is like, how you guys been doing this to us for all this time? We're gonna flip this on you guys, and you're gonna eat it. And that's what's coming, because there's never been anyone that's been in an assassination attempt. Like you look at Reagan, when it came back to like time for him to be elected again, he took every single state but Mondale State, every one of them, even California, even New York, all of them. So this is coming for the deep state now. And so you guys want to, F around? All right, you're gonna find out. So this is where we're at. So we're pushing back on these guys. We're revealing. I know there's some people that feel this is an act of God. It is an act of God, because they have lied. They've manipulated. Joe Biden's out there. We're gonna target on Trump. They have been spinning up their base to like get in a civil war with us. Yeah. We're not like that. We're trying to wake people up. Hey, don't listen to BS. It's like these guys are trying to like push us in another civil war. We can't have that. So we have to like play a little. All right, we're gonna play a little game with you guys. We know you guys have been trying to assassinate Trump for a long time. Probably have attempted it many times already. Yep. So let's go ahead and stage one and get the little normies that still aren't have high intelligence emotionally, and we'll spin them up, and we're gonna like flip that back on you guys. So that's what we have. That's my thoughts. That's what I'm seeing here. I could go on for hours, which I have in my other broadcasts, breaking this down and showing different things and so forth. But I think that's my take on it.
I want to add with you, Jake, what you said. The shoes. Remember when Trump's fist is out? Look at the formation of his mouth. He was saying, he didn't say it. He will say it on the golf course. That's why I tell people, look, since the video went viral, him talking about that, and he dropped the F-bomb in the golf cart that went viral like a week and a half ago. I didn't say anything because I was like, you know what? He may be testing me, but he dropped the F-bomb the first time he ever talked with me. It was back. It was awesome. Like what he said. He said something, and I still want to keep that. So just in case he might be still, but when you look at it, his formation of his mouth, he's saying F you. So let me get my shoes 3 times. Shoes. So watch his mouth 3 times. He said, I'm not gonna say it because my mother will tie me to an altar, and I'll have olive oil poured all over me for 3 weeks if I say the F-bomb on live air. Right?
Hey, Derek, I'll give you dispensation so I don't have to say it.
Yeah, exactly. But if you go back and watch that, and then to tie in, that's why I wanted all of you, especially Navy SEAL here, and I've been telling people, I said, look, I'm not even talking. I said, it's hard for me to talk about it because it sounds like I'm talking about myself and my experiences. I said, I'm not. I said, I know a few snipers. I do. I know a few, and they're great. And I said, you're insulting a sniper. If it takes more than 1 shot on one identified target, don't insult the sniper like that. That's all they do. I'm like, this is their passion. This is their love. And then that's why I wanted to get everybody, because, even in regular basic training in the Army, I was talking on my podcast last night about how you can take a regular M16 or M4, put a penny or a dime on the end of that round barrel, and you can pull that charge back. And I said the pullback's the worst. It's easier going back in. I said you can hold that M4, M16, pull that charge, and that penny or dime never move. Push it back in, get your sight picture, squeeze the trigger, and that penny or dime never fall off the end of our barrel. I said that's basic training. That's not Michael Jaco. Like That's not a Navy SEAL. That's not a sniper. I mean, I said, these guys take in wind, elevation, distance, all together. And I'm like, that and of course, the picture here, it says that the gun, this is CNN. All right. It shows the stage, which the stage is slightly elevated, but then the building's a little bit more elevated. It says it's directly to his right, which would have been a perpendicular shot. It wouldn't matter if President Trump moved his head or not. It's a perpendicular straight on. An AR-15, what better perfect gun to use in the news as well, because that's the only weapon but a gun that the liberals know. They don't know any other caliber of weapon out of all the calibers out there.
Correct.
What other weapon than what Jacob just said to throw it back? This is a throwback on in to wake up the normies. This ain't for people like us, because we can tell you all day long that's a perpendicular shot to his right. He could have moved his head a little bit. It doesn't matter. That 223 or that 5.56 NATO would have not. It won't ricochet meat. This is meat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just be honest. It wouldn't have ricocheted here. The other thing for deer hunters, hog hunters, bear, elk, moose, if you're a hunter, is everybody in the South knows we have a wild boar problem. Bad. All right. And every shooter in the South that hunts wild boars, we use 223 cartridges, because the wild boar's skull is thicker than any other animal out there. And you would think that a 30-06 or a 7mm Magnum or some high caliber weapon, if you shot a hog in the head, would penetrate the skull. It does ricochet off. I've had it happen. I've shot at a wild boar with a 30-06, and it looked at you like, and then you take a 223, same weapon, same shot, same distance, 90 yards, 100 yards, fall right over. That 223 smaller caliber will penetrate that skull. So they're telling you that this is an AR-15, which means it was a 223 or a 5.56 NATO, which are the same size. They're just a little bit different gunpowder. It wouldn't have pierced his ear like that. It would have gone right on through the skull at that perpendicular. It says 400 to 500 feet. And my experience with an M4 and an M16, this may be me sucking at 200 meters, but I never could hit the 200 meters to save my life. That's where the 223 made the most, a lot on the arch. It's hard to do it here. That's where it makes its most movement in the air. And I can nail the 300, ironically, the 300 meters like nobody's business. And then also the 100 and 175. But that 200, I could aim 12 feet in the dirt in front of it. It would hit the dirt. But it's inches here and yards and feet out here, as everybody on here knows. But that right there, 400, 500 feet directly to the right, no way, Jose. And then the sounds, like Jaco just said, the first three, they sound like they're CO2 cartridges. They sound like an airsoft rifle or something like that. Then the 5 return fires sound the same. So what are the odds of this 20-year-old kid who's never had a rifle in his life, his dad buys it for him? There's the same story they put on everybody out there. It's always some 20-year-old that's never had a rifle in his life, right? What are the odds that he gets the same sound weapon as these trained snipers? And then there was one lone round 11 seconds after the 5, and you can hear the audience scream. 1, it's an insult, once again, to tell a sniper you need more than one shot. 2, if they needed one more shot, then that tells that the shooter, they didn't take him out in the first place. So what was that one long shot for? So there was a lot of stuff there that you can just go, nope.
I immediately thought, well, I said, well, that's not a sniper, because a real sniper doesn't miss by 4 inches, which means it was never meant to hit.
Right.
Mark, you're another firearms expert here. Both you and Mike are GRS qualified, and Chuck,
Yeah, I mean,
Delta Force. So what's your perspective? You just heard from
Hey,
Derek.
put a heart on my thing.
But
Yeah.
I mean,
this is the confirmation now, the love bubble that Michael keeps talking about, which is just perfect. It works, right? It's from God.
Okay, up on that last one. You're not getting more hearts for me.
Yeah. We're starting a trend here. Yeah.
I mean, I think we're all in the same. We all think the same way. It's like if you were the guy that was in charge of the security detail on that day, and you were running that whole thing, you would be looking. It's all the basics. You'd be looking at where's the nearest threat, right? Where would a sniper set up? And it's directly where he was at, and what was it, 150 yards away or something? So it's like, firstly, it's like, why were they not covering that roof? For whatever reason, it doesn't look like they were, or maybe they were covering it and then just allowed the shots, which sounds like it's more likely. But that would have been absolutely covered, that rooftop. Then it looks like a whole bunch of people saw him setting up. There's a ladder that went there. Sounds like the tactical team that were in the vicinity, that was their setup area as well. So all of that stuff going on. Then, as you said, Michael, when the supposed shot takes place, then they allow Trump to stand up. Then he's presenting his torso and head again when there's an immediate threat. They're allowing all that. Then it looks like a whole bunch of them. It's like their first day at work. What was going on there? One of the females can't holster a pistol. She doesn't know where the holster is. It's comedy, really. So yeah, all of that's going on. A whole bunch of strangeness. But I think, I like your theory there, Michael, with how it's all gone down. I wanted to say as well, it's like being back in the UK at the minute, I'm sort of picking up the vibes with other Brits on what's been happening. Brits are a pretty skeptical bunch anyway, I think, but they when you sort of mention Trump to Brits, there's still a lot of people are sort of, they're still in the, I guess, the media programming with it all. But yeah, they're just very skeptical on Trump as it is. But then when you add in the whole the shooter scenario, I mean, I was chatting to my dad the other night, and first he's ex-military as well, so ex-airborne. But yeah, first thing he said was like, that looks fake. Yeah.
The other thing, real quick, if I may add, that way AJ and Major Jim or whoever else, but real quick, talking about that, I don't have any of you been shot. I mean, have you? I mean, I know buddies that's been shot. So like, there's a delay. I have a relative who shot himself in the leg because he was like 15 and he was left-handed. And when you're left-handed, you're already eyeball out in most scenarios in certain regions. So they had a holster on the right side of it. And it was one of those holsters, right, where he's like, I'm left-handed. He kept saying left-handed, I'm left-handed, I'm left-handed. And so he had a right holster. So when he tried, his natural reaction is his left to the right. Well, when he pulled the trigger as a pistol, shot himself in the leg. And he said he didn't realize it until, it's that sensation, right? So it's like you feel it. So it's like what I tell people in a deer hunt. When my dad and 9 different people are hunting, you can tell if you hit the target or if it was a tree behind it because there's a thump before there's the crack. You can hear that pow. Well, that first pow, like I tell people, is it hitting the target. The second pow is the actual combustion coming out of the chamber, out of the barrel, right? So when you listen to that on the film, and then you watch his arm coming up. His arm is already moving. I do it in slow motion. I got it where I edit the video to it's just 6 seconds, so you don't have much to play with. And then you can sit there and move it like this and watch his arm. His arm is already moving on that first round. There's no way with what he says, like what they made President Trump say. I felt the burning, and that, ladies and gentlemen. I think what we need to say real quick before anybody else responds to, though, is that why would they do this? We're not saying it from the liberal media, because you get on Twitter right now, there's some hateful people still on there talking about how this was staged for publicity. It wasn't for that. When you know the laws and orders in place, it was staged for we're leaving the deep state. We're leaving the federal corporation. Look at all the court cases, all the overturnings, the Chevron, the immunity, and all the other things that's taking place. We're leaving the federal corporation. That's going behind, and we're going over here. All right, looks like I'm trying to get down in AJ's little box down here, but I'm not. All right, but no, I knew that was happening. I knew that was about to happen. Yes, but. That's what people need to realize. We're not painting it from the standpoint. I'm saying we wanted to call all these veterans in here for a reason. To say that, look, you're seeing this portion of it. This is the portion. I'm trying to be serious here when I see all these talks. but what we're trying to say to people is that, look, it was the fate for this reason. It's part of the plan to flip this on the deep state to move in, because this is what they've done to us for all this time period. All of us. All right. So the shots, when he's moving, that's him activating. And there's now a picture that you can see the little capsule right about here where he would have activated that little blood. There's a capsule there on that ear. You can see it clears the day. I got it right here. I'll show it to you. But it's there if I can find it.
Well, I also like to bring up from a Q standpoint, mention it because of Bishop Jim and also AJ here. Melania's statement on Sunday was, "My fellow Americans," part of her statement, "the winds of change have arrived." And that also goes right back to a Q drop. And the title of the show on my channel is Endgame, right? Which is also a nice throw out to Major General Valley. He's not with us right now. He's got some things going on. And then hopefully in a few weeks, we'll have this together again with Lieutenant Colonel Bosey joining us as well. So yeah, you pull that up, show everybody the cap. Right now, men who have seen wounds in combat, what does that look like? Let's just go to that so people can hear about it from the audience, Derek. Would you mind going back to that picture and then holding it up? And
yeah, well, I thought I better show that. Let me show the capsule first, like what they are, the blood capsules, right? And then,
like at a dollar store or Shoppers Drug Mart, you get at Halloween, yeah. Okay, so you're saying this is the actual image? Okay, so
yeah, that's the actual image of this. Here's a far out picture.
There you go, great picture. Yeah. What do you guys think?
Here's the thing. Now that these guys know that the 400 feet directly to the right, the shooter was slightly elevated, right, perpendicular. It don't matter how much Trump moves his head. Where it shows that bullet going on a 223 or 5.56, but an AR-15, it would have gone right on through. It wouldn't have ricocheted. Like, so it wouldn't have looked like that.
No.
Excellent point.
Agreed. Yeah.
And also, see the blood right here on his face? Remember when he goes up? He's activating it. He's coming down. So that's what that is. Like, that wouldn't have been blood that dripped or ran. That was when he activated that. When you watch that in slow motion, he's already moving. It's all perfect. Now, it's perfect acting too, though, for the standpoint of you had to time that correctly too. Like that would have been a perfect timing of, hey, shot one's coming at this time on. I go back and listen to the word he's saying. I think he's saying a word too about safety. It seems like there's a key word. There'd be a key word of which go time. But what we're trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and then let all the experts go here, is that this is for the plan, though, to take us into the next. Because we're coming in, we're on the turn. If you're a race fan or whatever you are, we're on turn 4. We're on the home stretch now. Like when he says 2024 is our final battle, we're in turn 4 of this whole occupation, operation, etc. You see in all the court documents, everything being dropped or everything being turned. Everything's going back. When liberals say we're going back 50 years, I've heard them say we're going back 50 years. No, baby, we're going back 250 years. All right, 1776. Let's go.
Yeah, man.
So,
Agreed.
I'll hold this up while they talk. So.
Awesome, man. The obviously just going off what Mark was saying, like obviously people's interpretation and everything about Trump, obviously in the UK is like is varied. You know, obviously most of the people I speak to are kind of pro-Trump, but like even like the truther community There's still a lot of anti-Trump in there. They're saying he's the Antichrist, stuff like that. But again, all of these versions of events and beliefs are based on very 3D based stuff. Like, people within those communities, they don't look at anything from a quantum perspective and say, well, actually, what's his role in this? When we know he's Commander-in-Chief of Space Force, and for a reason, we know Space Force is, it's an entity within itself, but like incorporates multinationals and kind of encompasses that military alliance, and it provides that bridge, isn't it? That bridge between us and obviously the Galactics. But they just don't talk about it in mainstream media as such, right? So people who are pro-Trump, anti-Trump within those kind of still 3D conversations never take the conversation to there. I think if you did, you would easily understand how this is all part of a collective plan, obviously, to like rid humanity of the dipstick, right? But as long as people are still talking politics and all the low level shit, you're never going to see past that. My perspective is exactly the same as yours, Derek. That's exactly what I saw with it was clearly fake. There's definitely some bat sims used there, for the sounds. Whether even rounds were even fired at all, don't know. You know what I mean? It sounded like bat sims. And haven't done lots of bat sims in my time, funny enough, in North America. That sound straight away, I was just like, what? So I'm very much exactly as you said, but I think regardless of whether you think it's fake or not, like I think it's just showing the world, like they're showing all the liberals, the normies, whatever it is, that the world's a stage, right? Everything's theatre. So there's a huge pool of people now suddenly going to bonk, and at the same time, and I'm sure you guys will agree, and you'll know yourself, that the level of human consciousness has gone up like quite significantly, from an organic point of view as well. And there's lots of people around the world being activated into certain aspects of themselves into those roles. Like I've received quite a significant amount of like galactic type activation when I've been to Costa Rica recently and stuff like that. That's why I've come back, and then people are receiving these really big activations, especially within my online community now. They're organising events and they're doing it. It's just like it's rapidly taking off. But then how I feel, for me, my downloads and stuff to do with Q like sped up like humongously, like on 7/7, so 7th of July. So I got back from doing an event. I got down back to Salisbury, and as soon as I got back, I realised how much that the big ley line that goes through Salisbury, where the Stonehenge and the cathedral and that stuff, I've been heavily energised. Like, just doesn't matter where I go, my ears are just ringing constantly. So I'm like connecting with the land, and it's like the whole time. So I'm going for all these walks, and all stuff about Q is just like, what? So I'm just like, hello, I was told about this once in a session with my friend Farah Ware. This is interesting how this is coming through. And then, funny enough, from the 8th of July, all the Q drops on a 5-year delta daily up until now have literally been telling us what's happening. So all the 5-year delta drops, and I've been just taking a couple of screenshots of a few things. And like a 5-year delta on July 14, for example, which was a couple of days ago, was just a week to remember Q. But then when you type in a week to remember and you find the Q post, you've literally got the shot that was heard around the world, the Great Awakening, a week to remember. And then you've got boom, 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 a week to remember, dark to light, blackout necessary. And then we have a shot heard around the world, a week to remember, and it's all linked to that sort of thing. But then, like when I went on to the one on the 8th, it basically says it was all about the reintroduction of Q. So it says July 8th, 2019, it's 5-year delta. Welcome back, Q. So good to see you. Are you returning publicly again now? Q says the time has come to re-enter the public domain. I think that's also a sign saying that like it's entering the consciousness in a massive way of people as well, not just the public domain. So obviously, like, I spoke to other people and they're getting like really quick, rapid downloads as well. They're feeling that the circuitry within the brain's really firing up, and the thought process is so much quicker. And I know Michael, I know you will experience all this kind of stuff as well, like there's an intuition you have. And then even like July 17, obviously, which is tomorrow, it's got everything to do with that as well. It's just like if you look at the actual 5-year deltas from July 8th onwards, it's literally telling us everything. And then for July 17, it just says sheep no more. Q.
Huh. Awesome.
So, and that's obviously when the VP, potentially the whole announcement thing, and then the 18th is the day after. And I think everything that's happened up to this point is all linked to that. Potentially, it would drive, they could, what was it, Article 25 or Amendment 25? Was that right? About withdrawing the 25th Amendment, about withdrawing under medical grounds and everything like that. So to the normies, it looks normal. And then potentially with that, then would he be straight away reinstated on the 18th, or would he immediately be up and running against somebody? Would that person be Hillary?
Jim, would you mind mentioning Strong's Concordance in Hebrew, what Barack Obama stands for anybody who might be listening to this about, well, maybe Trump is actually Satan reincarnated? I think you're
yes, let me grab Strong's Concordance on the other end of my table.
Sure.
Never mind. My wonderful friend is going to hand it to me.
Because he's not wearing
Strong's
pants.
Concordance. Every word that's in the Bible is in this book. And there's a section of Hebrew words and there's a section of Greek words. And if we turn to the Hebrew section, I got to get to the correct page, and it'll just take me a second.
While you're looking for that, Jim, one thing that struck me when this thing happened was that when you add it up, it was July 13th, right, 2024. Add up the numbers, July month 7, it all comes up to 19, which is Trump's number, 19. He has 19 flags behind him.
In the beginning and the end.
He's going to be the 19th president of the Restored Republic.
Yep. Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president, sold it off to the British monarchy. with
In
the
1871
Act, and so here he is, 19th president. That's awesome, Chuck. Wow, amazing.
Well, before we get too serious, I want to find out from AJ what happened to the guy that lost the bet.
That struck me when this thing happened was that when you added up, it was July 13th, right?
Bible is in this book. And there's a section of Hebrew words and there's a section of Greek words. And if we turn to the Hebrew section, I got to get to the correct page and it'll just take me a second.
While you're looking for that, Jim, one thing that struck me when this thing happened was that when you added up, it was July 13th, right? 2024. Add up the numbers, July's month 7, it all comes up to 19, which is Trump's number, 19. He has 19 flags behind him.
In the beginning and the end.
He's going to be the 19th president of the restored republic.
Yep. Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president, sold it off to the British monarchy with the 1871 Act, and so here he is, 19th president. That's awesome, Chuck. Wow, amazing.
Well, before we get too serious, I want to find out from AJ what happened to the guy that lost the bet.
The guy that lost the bet?
Yeah, you won the bet. You had to sit naked. What happened to the guy that lost the bet?
He had to sit and watch me.
If you lose the bet and you're naked, then you have to sit and cactus. Which is,
Oh, man.
Jim,
I should have brought that up. Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
Jim, just before you go on quickly, I sent Brad a text message last night about the whole Donald Trump synchronicity. So I basically left Salisbury yesterday and I drove up North England. And I was talking to some of my really close friend, he's ex-military as well, about the whole Donald Trump thing, 45 and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I parked the car and then I thought, I sorted my shit out quickly and I went for a walk. And then I got to this destination at 2020, right? And then there's just this random guy sat there, like looking out into the water. And I was like, "You're not Radis." And I said, "Where are you from, then, bro?" And he said, "Oh, I'm from Trinidad." And I was like, "And you're here?" He said, "Yeah." And he was just chatting away. And he said he's left Trinidad because it's just like lawless, and he's basically escaping government overreach, corruption, and persecution. And he's been here for 45 days. And he was telling me this in 2020, and I was like. And in my head, I'm going, I'm going to ask you your name. I bet it's Donald. Like, it's going to be hilarious. And then I just said, what's your name, bro? And he goes, my name's Donnie. And I went, of course it is.
Donnie,
of course it is.
Literally, I messaged Brad that last night. And I was like, come on, man. Like, this simulation is literally just going ding, 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 ding.
Okay, so it's also happening in Europe because we haven't shared this. That Mark was texting me 2 nights ago from a pub, and he mentioned about a guy who had died and reincarnated a few times. So maybe, Mark, if you want to share that, and then we go to Jim with the Strong's Concordance reading.
Yeah, I was just down at the local, but he was actually like a bit of a gypsy. So, but amazing story. Boxer, obviously. So he was married to this woman who was also a boxer. She was like 6'4" or something, Scottish heritage, and yeah, we're just getting into a whole bunch of stuff over a few beers, as you can imagine. But yeah, he was asking me what I thought about Trump, you know, and all of that. He was skeptical, which is why I sort of brought that out before. I think a lot of this stuff with Trump, I mean, it is the media, but it's also maybe something. I mean, like people look to David Icke quite a bit in the UK, so and he's not a Trump fan, you know. So I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's a that's
not an AJ fan either. No, he's not an AJ fan either. Sorry for the side.
Oh really? Yeah. I mean, yeah. So whatever people think about that, but yeah. What was the
reincarnation? Near-death experiences, not once but twice, but thrice.
With
the simulation.
Yes. Oh yeah. So well, this went into another conversation I was having with Jimmy. Michael, you just met Jimmy a while ago with at the quantum summit. So Jimmy Valley, he's my brother-in-law, and then Molly Elmore was there. I couldn't make it. I couldn't make the summit, unfortunately, but I was gutted. But I was with Jimmy a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about all of this. And Molly's into this. She's into the whole different timelines, and you know, there's multiple timelines going on. So we got into some like deep conversations on that down in Galveston just before the hurricane hit, and we were chatting about all of that and talking about a book which Molly has put me onto, and we were talking about the movie Inception. And I'm sort of going around the doors a bit with this conversation, but I was chatting with Jimmy about this movie Inception, and I'm like, I think that's disclosure. They already know how to do this. You know, they already know how to get into people's dreams and then manipulate people and do all this stuff. And we were chatting about the timeline thing, and all these things are happening, and we're now moving on to we're basically moving on to a positive timeline. We would have been taken down a real negative timeline if you know the deep state had had their way, but we're now moving on to the positive timeline, which is why we're seeing all that we're seeing. And then I started the book that Molly had recommended, and within the first 2 chapters, it was like basically talking about the movie Inception, talking about different timelines, literally everything we've been talking about. So yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying to think about the near-death experiences now.
I can read the text to you if you want.
Yeah.
To jog memory. So that I just had a chat with a great Irish gypsy descendant guy, local pub, basically died 3 times in hospital as they put him on a vent for COVID.
Yeah.
Talk about the simulation.
Yeah, he was he was semi-awake now. So what he basically, they put him on a ventilator initially. They were going to turn it off, I think, twice, and then he kept coming back. Then he came back round. Then he's since had, I think he's had the all of that stuff. He's since had a heart attack again, or it might have been 2 heart attacks, he was saying, and again came back, twice. So he was telling me all of this, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff, and I was like, well, that means you're here for something. You are meant to do something. That's why you keep coming back. You've got to do whatever. And he was like wide open to that. He says, I think so too. He says, I don't know what it is. So as well that
when it comes, you'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that was the thanks, Brad, for the little memory jog. I was probably about 4 beers in at that point. So.
Quite all right. It's an honor. It's an absolute honor. Jim, Strong's Concordance and the spiritual warfare.
Damn, I thought I had enough.
Highlighting of what we're all here to do to bring us out, acting as God's part. Yeah. And then that guy maybe just needs to go to AJ's seminar in the UK there.
Yeah, that's what
get activated in AJ's energy for sure. No sweaty naked with AJ.
Thank you, brothers, because I now understand what happened on Saturday better than I ever have, and I'll share that. There's a hidden prophecy in chapter 10, verse 18 in the Gospel of St. Luke. Jesus says, and it's written in red in most of the Bibles, I saw Satan fall as lightning or like lightning from the highest height to the highest heaven. And that sounds pretty true. I mean, Jesus said it, and it sounds like something that actually did happen. But we tend to forget he was speaking in ancient Hebrew. And there's a trick to understanding what the ancient Hebrew was that's very important. The word 1299 in Strong's Concordance is spelled B-A-R-A-Q, and it means lightning, and it's pronounced Barak. Word 1116 in Strong's Concordance is the word for the highest heights, the highest heaven, and that's spelled B-A-M-A-H, Bama. And O in ancient Hebrew is a connecting word. So I saw Satan fall as Barack Obama. That should be in all the churches, but they're compromised, kind of like it looked like the Secret Service was compromised. Now, one of the things that happened, and thank you all gentlemen, because you helped me understand this better. Yeah, Trump's head did jerk at the very last second, but every one of us can identify exactly what small arm it is by the sound of the weapon, except when it's frickin' blanks. Blanks have a different pitch.
They do.
And this did not sound like anything but blanks. So this was staged. Now, I don't blame Trump for doing this because the deep state does want to kill him. And now, in a way, they can't because he's beat him to the punch. It was an absolutely brilliant thing.
Yeah.
And every one of us knows that when you want to cover an area, you have the high ground being the roof. There wasn't any higher ground there. There's no way in the world, if you were defending anything, that you wouldn't have somebody with something on the high ground defending your turf.
Oh, there we go.
The Battle of Gettysburg was determined by the Union got the high ground. The high ground is one of the most important things in any kind of small arms thing. You never see a sniper going for the low ground, and any professional sniper, the first thing he has is his escape route. There's no way you can shoot from a place like that, climb down the ladder, and escape. So we know this was all baloney, but for a good reason, because the deep state does want to assassinate him. They have made multiple attempts. So they put on a show to make the deep state look like they're guilty, to make the rest of the public aware. Now they really can't do anything like this.
And then they had Vincent Fusca in the audience. Vincent Fusca didn't move the whole time. So everybody's ducking down. Vincent Fusca, who looks like, John. Everybody made the analysis or made the connection, but it's not him. He said it's not me. So he's standing there. So that's kind of like a nod to the JFK assassination.
Yeah.
And then I didn't finish about the thing with the shoe. The shoe is the soul. So the soul, he said 3 times, and that's every time we invoke something, we say it 3 times. So he said, wait, my shoes, wait, my shoes, wait, my shoes. So he's telling the deep state, I have my soul. You can't have my soul. So, there's a lot of bombs in there, like Derek always talks about. We can find a lot of that in that event. I think more is going to come out of it. But it's almost, I feel like it's in the rearview mirror because we're going to have so much more coming at us going forward because the deep state's not going to give up. They're not going to give up.
I spent the first few years of my life deaf. I couldn't hear anything a teacher said, and I had to learn how to read lips. And I'll clean it up in case Derek's mom is watching, because I don't want to be on her shit list either. But it was F-bomb, you F-bombers. That's what he actually said, which is Abby Jones's favorite expression. But I love that, because that was a jab at the deep state. He beat him to the punch.
Well, the other thing I want to add too. Oh, my bad, AJ.
Oh, sorry, I was literally just going to say, like, we've talked a lot about the whole shooting, the presidential thing that was on the Saturday. But then you've got to remember as well, on Sunday, there was like 2 major international finals of football or soccer tournaments. You got like, the Euro 24 final in Berlin, and then you had the Copa America final in Miami in America. So you've got, like, again, on that particular day, it's just like constant harvesting of energy, just like always away from everything. The same day was the Wimbledon tennis final, and Pete just turns up in some random purple dress looking AI as fuck. Like, that's why they wear the purple, because purple is the color of illusion. It's the color that's used across the light spectrum from red to ultraviolet. So if you want to create an illusion, you always use purple. That's why some of their photographs is pure AI, and they're always wearing purple. So you just got all these things all on the same day, just trying to distract the masses and take people away from from themselves. So they spend all their time on social media, do you know what I mean, just chatting about what they're seeing, rather than really opening the eyes and seeing the bigger picture. Exactly like Michael said, they're not going to give up. They're just going to keep going and going and going. I do think there's a lot of surface level clearances happening though. I think here in the UK, people are suddenly literally disappearing out the limelight. Even people in sport who push the jabs are literally all suddenly resigning and disappearing. Quite big names. And within sort of like daytime TV doctors, all this stuff, all the truth about them's coming out, like it's all coming to the surface now. I think here in the UK, that kind of side of stuff, like people really understanding the truth of stuff. And if there was an EBS or something like that, I think people are much more receptive to that now. So you can see, like, and I hope the people listening can see that when we talk about a large-scale military operation, a sting operation to bring down the deep state, these people that have tried to poison and kill us slowly over millennia, you see it's not overnight. It's not 4 years. It's not a 2-year tour. It's not like this. It's massively ongoing. At the time, you're trying to raise humanity's consciousness to be able to accept the information in the first place, and start healing people. And that's what we keep saying about the whole warp speed. Those jabs were warp speed because that's where we're going, warp speed. And you need people to be clear of all toxin and stuff like that, not full of all toxic Biden jabs. Shutting off the crown. So it's exciting times, man. Moving forward, like, I think people are going to want to tune into people who have this military knowledge, from such an array of people, everything from engineers to infantry to SEALs to intelligence, do you know what I mean, airborne. But that side, we're all guys, and it's not because we don't want women on the show. I think this itself should be enough to empower the freaking men out there to connect your head, your heart, and your fucking balls. Sorry, Derek's mum. And start standing up, like, and protecting your neighbourhoods, your family. Start telling the police and the military they haven't done their job. That's what we did here in the UK. Me and Big Steve Forsyth and that, and a number of other people went to a local military base, literally surrounded by about 18 police officers at one point. It felt like some kind of Matrix. I was like, whoa. To show them that they're piss weak and that they haven't stuck up to the people. There's tens of thousands of Albanian Kosovans in the UK, like, running ragged, like, trafficking rings, and the military are pointing their weapons against a fake war in Ukraine. So it's trying to get the message across to these guys as well. Because as soon as we activate these serving soldiers and veterans, like, that's a big part of, like, my mission is to do as much as possible. And I know Michael does loads of it, and yourself, Brad, really activating these guys is an absolute game changer, because we've been hammered beyond comprehension. Us, our fathers and our grandfathers.
I wanted to add to that. That's glad I shut up a while ago, because I didn't mean to interrupt you. I heard you pipe in, so I don't know how to do the little heart thing, but you needed everybody needed hearts on that, by the way. That was awesome. But what you're saying, though, perfect. Moving forward, is still, like I was trying to tell people yesterday, even with the RNC thing. I'm like, look, this ain't over. Occupation's not over. Continuity of operations not over. President Trump tweeted yesterday, election interference. I said, watch what they're doing to the deep state. Like you just said, Major Jim, priest, sir, I get all your titles. Hey, this was a nod in another way. You can't do this anymore. We're flipping it on you. This is part of an operation, sting operation, clandestine, all these different things. There's a bunch of different things that's already outlined in our publications, especially Special Operations Command, the booklet I talk about from April 2016. All right, it's all outlined. All right, so I think 3 nuggets, what AJ just said, and everybody else here too, though, what I've heard President Trump say with what's going on. He ain't changed his position. What they making Biden and them do over there is say, we need to unite. The same thing they've always done. They use the same language, but it's subversive and it's manipulative. All right, so we're trying to help you people see the difference in that, the wolves in sheep's clothing. They say the same things, but this right here, the soul ain't connected. They don't have this. They don't have this for you. It's all, and we're leaving that. We're getting out of that. And President Trump said this just a couple weeks ago. He said, and that's perfect. That's the other reason why I wanted all the military here. And I say but Brad and I, we wanted everybody here, was this. President Trump said the other day, I hope the military revolts at the voting booth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have all the vets here of all different ages and walks and everything, we don't vote at voting booths. All right, it don't matter where you are. We vote absentee because most of the time we're not in our home state of which we're registered in. And you're not a civilian anymore by standard. You're under an oath and you are working with the military. So you are going to still see something. And like AJ just said, now you will be accepting, if there is an EAS that goes out, you'll be accepted. Now, I don't think it's secretive because I've already said it before, and if I get slapped on the wrist one day for saying it, but when I was at Mar-a-Lago just the last time, my buddy was punching me under the table. Y'all know how we do. We do this, Willie. And he can keep a straight face. He's punching my leg. Well, the 4 Secret Service guys walks in. One guy's in the middle. Briefcase. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a nuclear football. All right, so, and they told you he's had it since January the 20th, 2021, when Joe Biden received a funeral service. Now, it was a funeral service for a foreign dignitary. To me, that's also exemplifying the monarchy, the crown is dead. And that started the operation of the occupation. Really, the occupation would have started then, not during his 4 visual years. So everybody's about to see some stuff still, though. We're not out of this. And they set the parameter, and thank God they did, because now they allow all of us in our ways to operate the way we are. And who knows? I don't know. I mean, I know none of us have reserve clauses still, but you never know. President Trump tells all veterans to remember your oath. So who knows? We may get. You just never know, because he talks about rescuing the homeless off the streets. There's still a lot of things that he said that hasn't happened yet, and I believe that he's going to start showing that. He said 2024 is our final battle. The Great Liberation starts in November. I will be free in November. So you're going to see something. But I think it's more humanitarian from the standpoint like the homeless off the streets. But you're still going to see military work the way we do for humanitarian projects, not boots on the ground that way. That was taken care of with subterranean warfare, all the other things, and why he used DHS, why he would have bypassed the Posse Comitatus by the Coast Guard, the DHS, the National Guard, and all the different ways you can use the National Guard. Which, by the way, since we have a few on here, I've been noticing on the flight tracker, I'm gonna try to pull it up here, this aircraft that started popping up, and hadn't been doing this a whole lot, but these little boogers, they look like crop dusters emojis. There's a lot of these in there, and they're like 645 aero clubs and different kind of clubs, Air Force clubs, but they're flying military with the military. But look at this. That was this morning. Dominican Republic in McKinney, Texas. All right, all us Texans are like, no way, Jose, it don't work like that. Off of Bishop's Landing Airport, tiny little airport, military Dominican Air Force. All right, and I'm trying to tell people that when President Trump said, starting Memorial Day next year, all the way to July the 4th, 2026, which will be our 250th birthday, every single day we're going to have a celebration. And nations are going to be coming from all over, people from all over the world. We're going to have these competitions and things like where you have high school athletes, college athletes, and competitions. To me, that's also getting people out of, put your cell phone down, and getting off of Facebook for 8 hours a day, getting off of Snapchat for 8 hours a day. You took tell your daughter who just took the same picture 18 times in the last 30 seconds in the same angle, put your phone down. It's going to get people out, like AJ's talking about, connecting that consciousness and getting away from all this crap they put on us, all these frequencies, everything else, all these storms. I just drove through California a couple weeks ago, talking about Hurricane Beryl. You go through Southern California, and all those big, I call them the Mercedes towers because they look like the Mercedes, and those wind towers. You couldn't hardly drive through there. The wind was so fierce. It felt like, I mean, I don't even know it felt like driving through a hurricane if you could do that. It was that. So all these things that President Trump's been bringing light to, all this stuff that they've been putting on us, we are still in the war. We're still in the fight. All right, and it's up to people to realize what has been put on us. That's what we're trying to do, is say, this is what that is. Identify that. We're showing you what that is. We don't want a war, like Jacob said. We don't want a war. We're not trying to fight. You want one, we'll give you one. Well, we don't want one, right? So that's the mentality of a veteran. You want one, but you might, like what did President Trump say? Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, but we don't want one. We don't want one. We're all about peace, love, unity. We're all about that. That's the very thing that the military is about. It's showing you that. But we're trying to also show you the subversive language and the manipulative language that the same people use. They use our same language, and they use it to where it confuses you. And you'll hear, but it's very important to listen to President Trump. If you go back with Nancy Pelosi, Chris, you might appreciate this one. Nancy Pelosi told President Trump, I'm praying for you. And immediately he said, I don't need your prayers, right? Because, like the Bible does say, fresh water, salt water can't flow from the same spring. Like you can't be vicious and malicious and say that you're praying in the same context of what we are with how we pray. There's somewhere that is, I'm not God, and we got a priest here who can come in here and tell you. But somewhere there's a dividing line on what is right and what is wrong and what is subversive and what ain't and what's manipulative and what ain't and who is a Christian and who ain't. Somewhere there's a dividing line because we can't be saying the same things and have the same heart. We just can't. So that's why I think it was important to get all of us together and show people that we are in the light and we're moving. The light's getting bigger and bigger, but the bigger it gets, the more the darkness is exposed, the more they're going to start looking like an ant bed that gets kicked over. And then you take the queen out of the ant bed out of the way and they don't know who to listen to. And that's what it's going to look like for a little while. So I still think, like President Trump says, we're going to see something. I don't know what we're going to see, but he said, I will prevent World War III. And I will prevent nuclear war. So he is still talking that language. So we're going to see something. But that's what I try to tell people is hang tight. Listen to the people who know. It's very important right now to be discerning of who's got your best interests at heart. And there's a lot on Rumble. There's a lot of talking heads out there. And I'm not trying to say, hey, come listen to me and listen to me only. There's some great guys right here. And Major Jim has started a show. I'm not going to tell your age. You can tell your age. But he started a show at his young age and he'll tell you.
71.
But listen to him. What does it say again?
I'm 71 now, Eric.
So see, he just started a show. Here's a great one to listen to. There's a bunch of people here to listen to that have your best interest at heart. All right, right here, the soul, like Jacob's talking about, it's the soul. Like, and there's a divided line. But a lot of us are versed in that we can tell who's using the same language, but then, hey, it's just as simple as maybe knowing our foundation. No, James Madison didn't say that. No, Thomas Jefferson didn't say that. They butchered that. No, he didn't say that. This is what they actually said. So.
And I know AJ's got to run, and we're coming to the point in time to wrap up. I haven't heard back from SG, so AJ, go ahead, our good friend, and everybody make sure you check him out. If you're in the UK or you're going to join some of his retreats around the world, it's amazing, man.
Yeah. I guess like so many people in this movie over the last 4 years, like we've stepped out of one thing and deconstructed all these like cycles in our life, and now we're millions of people across the world are stepping into them roles. The soul is starting to beat this drum towards whatever it is they're supposed to be doing, and it's getting louder and louder. And I can only say from experience, guys, like you need to listen to it. Like there might be some pain along the way, and you actually have to deconstruct some old stuff and old stories. And I spent basically the last 10 days doing that, and cleared so much stuff to allow room for what's next. And but we talk about white hats and stuff like that all the time, but I've said it many times before. Ladies and gentlemen, like you need to not stop like arguing over like if white hats are a thing or white hats are not, and I never take this concept out. It's just a load of Jason Bournes running around like trying to save the world, when it's not at all. Like the white hats are you and I. Like when you come online and you're pulling white light through your hat, okay, you are literally awakening to and dissolving all the illusions, and then obviously your energy fields and your energy bodies, you start working with them, healing energies yourself. So you literally become a medbed, so to speak. Although white hats and medbeds are physical, tangible, objective things that people attach consciousness to, like you need to, like again, it's one of those things. If you actually just look inside, you realise you are those things. And that's what's happening. Millions of people are waking up. There's white hats waking up everywhere, because in essence, white hat is literally a divine being of good service, right? Black hat's opposite. That's literally it. There doesn't need to be any of this artificial bollocks and this that. And that's when you start tapping into your own powers and people's gifts start coming online. And that starts by people doing the work, stepping away from like all those distractions, putting all the phones down, not spending all day talking about celebrities and car driving and all that nonsense, right? And connecting with like people who are on this similar path to you, like because there's millions everywhere. I've got a fantastic online community full of people. Yourself, Michael, yourself, Brad, Derek, huge followers. We all got like this amazing community. So like tap into all those like people. Come to these events, experience it for yourself. Like do courses with Michael and Brad and the podcast with everybody else, and just taking all that information and what resonates. Like that's the thing. Just because we're saying all this the stuff here, if it doesn't resonate with you, just park it. You don't have to jump down our throats and say that we're lying pieces of shit. No, we're not. The deep state are lying pieces of shit, and they've lied to us our entire freaking lives, and that's why we're all on the same page. Yeah, that's literally it.
One of the things I'd like to add, right out of the Bible, if you understand what you're reading, Moses started the Exodus when he was 80, and he stopped when he was 120. And he did that without any vaccines, without any screwball additives in his food, with no fluoride in his water. He ate what God provided, and he walked every day. It's amazing the people who walk every day and eat good food and drink clean water and leave the fluoride and the other chemicals out of their body, how much more able they are. Michael's in his early 60s, and he benches 560, which just blows my mind. I bench 320, which is real good for a guy in his 70s. But we don't do that stupid shit that other people are doing. And that's why we feel so darn good for our ages, and we look substantially younger than we really are.
Amazing. It's an honor to have you here, AJ. I don't know how many else gentlemen have to drop off. I haven't heard back from SG, so we know he had a personal event that he had to take care of before he was going to try and pop on. So probably go another 15 minutes here, but look forward to seeing you in the UK, hopefully in the next 6 to 8 weeks, brother. And everybody check out MrDJRoberts.com. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fully clothed. Fully clothed.
Yeah. Do you know what? I laugh about this naked meditation stuff all the time, but it was actually I was actually one of the worst guys. I was actually,
remember to pull the cactus things out of your ass.
Yeah. To have the right beer at the right time.
Yeah. So what did you do tonight, AJ? I was just pulling those little pricks out my ass. Excuse French. But no, what's really funny, we laugh and joke about the whole naked meditation thing. I was actually one of the worst people, but shouting naked bar. It was watching bar when I was in the army. Everyone would just keep their clothes up and just be stood there drinking. Yeah. Back when we're all NPCs,
Yeah. So funny. Yeah. Awesome, man. Great having you here, and good to connect with you again. We'll talk shortly as well. And bless your family and your parents, and say hi to Gramps for you tonight.
Always, man. Thank you.
Take care, Ron.
That was fun. So where do you guys see us going here over the next, what are your intuitive feelings, Mr. Intuitive Work, all of you guys? Start off with me, Michael. The next 4 to 8 weeks.
Well, I see, but although, I've seen Biden come and go and come and go and come and go, we talk about these timelines. At this point, I'm seeing him going all the way to the end. So I just saw this was kind of interesting polling that have Biden at 17% and Trump at 71%. So it's that mirror thing, cute. So it is, I think it's going to continue all the way to the end. They're going to try and, the deep state are going to try and, push this as far as they can. I think at the end of when Trump comes back in, they're going to crash the stock market economy. We're going to see a depression worse than we've ever seen in history, but that's part of the cleansing. We need to go through that, and a lot of us are basically getting in a position to deal with that and handle that and actually make really good on the other side of that. So, being in the right positions for that, a lot of us talk about that. So you need to be in a good position once that downturn comes, so that you can, be a great force going forward. So yeah, massive something coming within the next few days, weeks. The deep state is very good at like springing stuff on us. Who could have predicted 9/11? I mean, who could have predicted, what just happened with Trump? Imagine if that had really happened. That would have been devastating, very devastating. So, and that's another point for everybody to reflect on. Although the other side is going to like keep pushing that he is the problem, he is the problem, he is the problem. And we're seeing that there's still people that are, consciously captured, as I call it. So it's an awakening process. I think it's speeding up, and I think that the results of, that awakening process are going to be unbelievably exhilarating. But think of all the emotional trauma we've been through. All of us have been through great emotional trauma. But on the other side of that, that's what made us, who we are today. And I think that's what's coming for the world. There's going to be some kind of dramatic emotional trauma. It hasn't been revealed what that is yet, but it's coming within the next days, weeks, months, but not before the election. But not until the election. Somewhere up to the election point, they're going to try and use that to shut the election down. And but I think we prevail in the long term.
That's awesome. You mentioned 9/11, and you also referenced, I hadn't heard this about Trump with the shoes, saying getting the shoes and the soul and returning the soul. And there are two points here I want to make to the audience. So the shots were fired at 6:11 p.m. Talk about turning tables on the deep state, right? The reverse of that, 9/11 instead of the 6:11 p.m. In Ephesians 6:11 says this, biblical again, right? Put on the armor of God so that you may be able to stand firm against the tactics of the devil. I'll repeat that once more for the audience. Ephesians 6:11, the same time that shots fired. Boom, 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 boom. What was this week about? Boom. AJ brought it up with the Q code. So put on the armor of God so you might be able to stand firm against the tactics of the devil. 8 weeks ago, Friday, they literally shot a soul removal weapon at Bishop Jim and Abby to kill them, murder them, assassination attempt on the golf course in North Carolina. So Jim has actually had a near-death experience that he's spoken about many times, everybody. And it is that war for the souls, the actual sound of unlimited love that we're all about, right? That God, greatest omnipresence, divinity has granted us. So whatever they're going to do, I think the flashback to it will galvanize the world around freedom. And that's key. We have to all be here together. What do you all gentlemen think and see the next couple of weeks coming up from your standpoint?
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting. First off, we have to understand how the devil works. He tells a truth as a setup. Then he tells a half-truth, which is really a lie, but it sounds really convincing. And he follows that with the manipulation. And the greatest example of that is, if we have too much carbon dioxide on the planet is in trouble. That is a true statement. The world is warm, and it's never been warmer. Well, the world is warm, but it has been a lot warmer. Greenland used to be like the state of New Jersey, a truck farming place.
Yeah.
So we have to get rid of the excess carbon dioxide. Now, we have 0.4% carbon dioxide in the planet right now. Carbon dioxide and sunlight are what plants use for photosynthesis to create oxygen. If that number gets cut in half to 2% of 1%, 0.2 of 1%, excuse me, there's no life on this planet. They're trying to exterminate us with a lie. The devil's been trying to exterminate mankind since the creation of Adam and Eve. And he's still trying to do that. And they always use a statement of truth, a half-truth, which is a lie, that sets up a manipulation. And manipulation either causes us to be fearful, misinformed, or misguided. It's always to our detriment so that we lose our freedom, our wealth, our money, our love, and they get to control us or kill us. That's their goal. And if you look at everything these guys are doing, they're trying to get us to be afraid. Take the vax. This disease could kill. Okay, that's a statement of fact. You have to take this vax. You don't know what's in it. So the vaccine doesn't work, and then you'll be okay. Well, then you've been manipulated into doing something that's really against what you should do. If you're afraid of being sick, you need to do things to improve your immune system, not to destroy your immune system. They manipulated billions of people into taking this jab because they got them afraid. We can't be afraid. And all you wonderful guys who've been in combat know that as soon as you get afraid and you start to panic, you're absolutely going to die. And when you're a hardened veteran, like some of us are, you know that when you panic, you deserve to die. And hopefully you don't take anybody else with you. But you cannot be afraid. They're going to try to get people to be afraid. They're going to do it with lies. And if you don't have the gift of discernment, you better ask for it because you're going to need it. And the law of encroachment, which makes us all sovereign souls, is very important. And Brad, I'll make sure that you can post the law of encroachment prayer in the comment section.
You got it. Yeah, thank you. Colonel.
Jim kind of took what I was going to say, the same thing about discernment. Everybody needs to just look left and right all around you. And try to discern what is actually true and what's not true. And I think everybody just needs to stick with the compass that's inside every one of us. The difference between right and wrong, and do right. Just always do the right thing. I mean, I'm not saying we don't all screw up, but I mean, generally, if you follow that compass and you do the right thing, even if it's painful, then everybody wins in the end. So that's pretty much it. I mean, I'm just saying, just be aware, look around, discern, like Jim said, and if everybody that tries to do the right thing, always just try to do the right thing, everybody wins.
Awesome. Mark,
I know one thing. When that thing happened, when that thing happened on TV, we were all watching it. When it happened on TV the other day, we just looked at each other and goes, well, there's 3 million more votes for him.
Right. Yeah. Hearts for that. Mark,
Hey,
thoughts?
I love you guys, man. It's like really good.
Yeah, absolutely. So honored and God bless. So what do you feel the next few weeks, Mark? And then you've led teams and been a great leader at the highest levels. What will be your message for the world as well?
Yeah, I mean, I just touching on what Michael said before there about the financial system. So yeah, I do think the old legacy financial system has to go, has to topple. It's completely corrupt. It's been a control mechanism for all of us. That's how they've used it to control us. So that all has to go. And I'm not a betting man, but I would say that's got to go down on Biden's watch. And then once that happens and we have the implosion, then we're into the new financial system. I'm a believer in the quantum financial system. I'm a believer in Nasara Jasara, or some form of that. So I think that really, when you look at everything, that has to happen this year. So that's all going to be huge. Whatever triggers it, I don't know, but that could be a big black swan event. Is it going to be some sort of big scare event, like a 9/11, like you're saying there again, Michael? Very good possible. But I see that as it has to happen. People will get scared, but we are going to be through that. When we're through that, we're into the new financial system, and that'll be the end of the corruption. That'll be the end of all of that bullshit that we've grown up with our whole lives. How do you protect yourself? It's precious metals. If you have some spare money, put your money in silver or gold if you have it. ISO 222 compliant digital tokens, XRP, XLM. I think they're going to be big. And then things like, is the Iraqi dinar going to get revalued? Is the Zimbabwe, the Zimbonds, are they going to get revalued? I think the evidence is huge that they are. So put your money in that. I think that's how we protect ourselves. I think that's how we get to the other side of this as well.
Yeah, I want to throw in, Mark, thank you so much for your guys' work on that, because that's going to help a lot of people. XRP is up over 10% today. Good job. Good call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah. And why is XRP being the token that continually gets attacked? They got a lawsuit against it. Why is it just XRP and Ripple that seems to be attacked? It's because they lose control if that comes in.
Yeah. Every transaction in 4 seconds or less around the world.
Right.
So amazing, as well as the actual asset-backed securities and what they pulled together. It's kind of like what they've been doing to Donald Trump and the deep state. Ripple XRP is the exact same. So when you kind of look at everything from a black and white standpoint, that's exactly how Ripple XRP has been attacked, because of what it represents. As soon as the deep state goes down, hopefully Jimmy Valley becomes the new Treasury Secretary of the reconstituted Republic of One America. And I can tell you, I happen to know there's some initiatives around that, but I'm just Brad, the sovereign soul. So hopefully that will certainly happen. Jimmy and I had a good chat yesterday. And Valid Capital is where everybody can find Mark. Again, the descriptions are down below. SG has texted. He said he ran 95 minutes over, so he might be able to come in here for 1 minute at the end, basically hello, goodbye type thing, but we'll still close this out nonetheless. Derek Johnson, Midnight Rider, are there any executive orders that you are aware of which might be kind of breadcrumbs over the next 4, 6, 8 weeks, which you've heard these gentlemen state? And then we'll close the show with that, gentlemen. I think it's a great wrap, and maybe reconvene in the next 2 to 4 weeks. And hopefully we get Ricardo to join us as well.
Well, one, if you look at, I wrote down 4 points over here, but one I wanted to start out with, like, every one of you may know this better than me. I'm not a parent, but I always like to use the parent ideology that I always talk about. My dad always told me if I ran with the right crowd, or if I got in a bad position, birds of a feather flock together. And if you look guilty, but you're not guilty, you're still going to have to run with the guilty if you get caught doing something. You're going to have to go through that process to explain your innocence in that. All right. And my dad always told me, if you know you're guilty, though, you can waste your phone call with your mother or someone other than me. Don't call me. All right. So I like to say that Donald John Trump, the world leaders, and all the people that God put in their positions to pull this off, they're like the parents. They knew the average American wasn't going to understand all the different warfares that most of these gentlemen know that I've listed. Net-centric warfare, asymmetric warfare. There's so many different kind of warfares out there. So they knew the average person wasn't going to know a lot of this. Can you know? Yeah, you can. If we know, you can know. But I like to use the parent analogy is that they said all this. They took out the top deep state. We're dealing with the remnants right now. We're seeing all the. You get on Twitter, look at all the comments that were made about the shooting. Real or not, we know it's not. But look at the comments that the low-level deep state. That's what we're trying to say is we can't let them get back in charge. We're not going to, but you out there too have to prevent that wherever you are. You have to know the light that we're talking about, the plan that's in place. Just like there's a memorandum that was put out a few days ago. This wasn't part of one of my points, but you brought it up, Brad. It's a cool thing. I mean, Joe Biden, I know he's not real, but for the people out there that's still on that side that we're trying to wake up, this is a military occupation, a continuity of operations. I tell people all the time, if you love Donald Trump, then you should want to know what the man did and the errors he's taken and why he's taken it and why it had to look this way. It's in his laws and orders, but he's also enforcing all the laws and orders that's been in place. So when you look at April 2016, this Special Operations Command publication that was put out, any of these officers here can tell you, especially when there's not a direct name in there, an author or a bunch of authors, it's just a regular publication, a whole publication by the full Special Operations Command. That's a big deal too in itself when they can't find. I had a warrant officer look at it recently. He's going, who wrote this? Where's the? It just says Special Operations Command. All right, April 2016. There's a diagram in there. It talks about clandestine operations, then the overt operations. It has all the tie-ins of everything you witnessed Donald Trump do. All right. So in Title 50. It says specifically in this diagram, not the diagram, but it says it in this publication, heavy Title 50 usage. All right, that's war and national defense, not international. So Title 50. Well, Joe Biden has ran for president 4 times in his history. 4 times. All right. Why in July 2021, if he finally got president, why would he relinquish his authority as a president to the former president? That's what Title 50 in the executive document says. I delegate my authority and the functions best for military operations to the Secretary of Defense. And just a few days ago, Joe Biden relinquished more authority to the Secretary of Defense, the sales of nuclear submarines to Australia in the United Kingdom. All right, so that's even more powerful right there because President Trump's the one talking about I will prevent nuclear war. I will prevent nuclear war. That's also separate. That's the AUKUS, so the AU-KUS partnership that was created in September 2021, separate from the Five Eyes, which is still the signals intelligence of Canada, United Kingdom, us, and a couple others, New Zealand. And so, Brad, it brings up your point about Canada was in the Articles of Confederation. Right, which became the Constitution.
Which never revoked, never rescinded, and our invitation Article 11 is on the table. And like Major General Val said a few days ago, right here on this show, I know there's some initiatives around that, quote, unquote, and that all Canadians are American, quote, end quote, and that hopefully someday very soon we will see one America, quote, end quote, from U.S. Army retired Major General, whom Bishop O'Connor has said is one of the most respected men in America that he was aware of for a long time. And obviously the Commander-in-Chief has said is one of his most respected people too. So back to you, my friend.
So there's you got the secret army that was mentioned in the Newsweek magazine article, whatever you want to call it, March 17, 2017, 60,000 in the secret army. That didn't mean the army, us army. It meant an army. So there's a lot of things that show the laws and orders. Getting to what Jaco and Mark just said. All right, Executive Order 13885 is the Quantum Initiative Act. Donald John Trump implemented this to put us in that next phase. On Father's Day, he had a speech. It started out positive. It was talking about the everyday celebration next year, starting Memorial Day to our July the 4th, 250th birthday. But right after he talked about that, if you want to talk positive, negative in a speech, right? All right, he was positive, and he said, but if you're a prayer, our nation's built on praying. He said, we're about to enter some dark days. All right, so that's what he's talking about. Now, the deep state's been taken out as far as this is an operation, and Donald John Trump and his military occupation is controlling that. However, we still have the remnants all around us of what we see, of what we call liberals and what we call fascists and communists and socialists and all these other Marxists. They're still around us, right? We got to prevent this from happening. So the parent ideology is they gave us this war. They took out the upper levels, and they're working their way down. But we also have to be a part of that too, like AJ was saying before he left. We're the white hats. We're all white hats. Do you want to use that terminology? That's all of us. That's not certain people. That's all of us. We have to realize what's going on at all multifacets. So the quantum's going to take us into the next. We already seen that. 42 states have abolished their taxes on gold and silver. All right. I firmly believe what's going on with XRM and all the others with the lawsuits is just part of the disclosure in a different way, because they can't just absolutely just. I mean, they could. But I think they're doing it to where people see that they think the deep state's doing stuff. That way it doesn't look like a dictatorship. We can't make it look like it couldn't look like a dictatorship either, where you just go in and annihilate everybody. It had to be to where everybody woke up when they wake up at the capacity which they could wake up like that. But he does show we still are on a timeline of that happen. And then to close it, the best is yet to come. All right, when he says the best is yet to come, the word best in the game of chess means if I'm gonna go with Jaco here because I probably couldn't beat him bench pressing or anything for that matter, so I'm gonna pick on him. So I if I was playing chess with Jaco and I said, you know what, I'm not gonna beat him, I just want to humiliate him. I want him to have to say, I give up. There's no more moves on the table. And I'm like, I know that because I trapped you. I made your king stalemate, right? Well, the queen protects the king in chess, right? So if the queen's knocked out and you trap the king, well, he's stalemate, can't move. So if we want to use some ideology here of like military or anything else, survival mode, say, all right, well, Jaco, I got more water than you. I have more food than you. I brought the proper clothing for this event, and you might as well give up now, right? Well, Jacob may be like, well, I'm a Navy SEAL and I've trained for this. I don't need some of that stuff, so we'll just sit it out. I'm like, well, you're trapped. So you can talk all the smack you want. You're trapped. You can't move. And you think I'm gonna retreat and just make you absolutely get out of it? No, you're trapped. Donald Trump and the world leaders that did this military occupation, the capitulations, of World War II history repeat. This happened in World War II. It's all the same tactics. They have trapped the deep state, and they played it out this way for every one of us. Wherever you are at your level of capacity of learning and light, and wherever you are, you're seeing that they're trapped. They have nowhere to go. All right, so the best means I didn't beat you. I didn't beat Jacob. I didn't go in there and go, whoop, took the king out. I trapped him. Donald Trump trapped the deep state. He's going to make them have to show you the people. That's why when the Q drops and other people, it's also just common, also battle game logic in another way. You make them have to surrender. You make them look humiliated. You make them have to say, this is what we did. You make them show this is what we did, versus being the snitch or the tattletale or, hey, look what so-and-so did. It looks more humiliating for them to have to say, I give up. I quit. I'm done. Versus anything else. So when he says the best is yet to come, he said, I didn't beat y'all, I bested you. We one-upped you. Because the goal was not to beat anybody. This was not a war because we wanted a war. This was a war where we could get out of all the crap that the federal corporation and the deep state put us through, our parents through, our grandparents through, our great-grandparents through. So I think that's what people, it is multifaceted, but the fight is really with us. It's not with them anymore. It is with us down here. And we're trying to say it's not a war like that. And we're trying to get the other side they're pumping them to try to start a war on our lower levels. And we're saying it ain't like that. No, it's not like that. This is what it's been. You've been duped all these years. Now we will bring you something because there's three segments that have not been activated in the United States: the veterans, all right, the bikers, and the rednecks. They have not been activated yet. All right, and we don't want that. But those three entities alone would, the Marine Corps alone would in one day we could do enough damage. But we don't want that. That's not what this is about. So it's all about showing, hey. They're cleaning out the financial system. They clean out, and part of the financial system was what? It was supported by drug trafficking and all these things. You mentioned Gaddafi. Here he was wanting to bring the gold in, right? They didn't want that because they had their system set up. So look at all the people that they painted all these years to be bad people. That we know good and well with our military, even without the technology we have. Our military, World War II, when they showed up, game over. Our military has always been elite. So to sit here and tell Americans that some little country over in the Middle East is a threat to us over here, that's what veterans we have to wake up to and realize, look, ain't no one here taken away from service. You did serve your nation. That's exactly right. But you got to see also what was flipped on us all those years. And what they were telling us we were fighting for wasn't that at all.
so hard to do. It's like I have to push soft. Oh. I found it. There we go. Now. Got it. Nice. Oh, that's such a good pick. Oh, I love that. Let's get another one. Is this really as easy as I think it is? Oops. I think it is. I just, for nuclear pasta, I don't even need anything nuclear. All I need, I thought I'd need like all this plutonium shit, but I don't think I do. All I need is just a bunch of copper bars and these pressure conversion cubes and the particles, which I pretty much already have. Like, I can probably complete phase 4 now, right? It's really fun watching my drones fly around. saying it's a boat. Probably in the red forest too. What do you mean? Oh, orgasm. So pretty much as soon as I leave the base, it just fucking completely stops. It's so great. It's so awesome. I'm a cool thing. Which means my cooling systems. I didn't know how else do this. Unless they did.
Summer is over, where did the time go? Where did our dreams go? Where did
really not take. I'm looking at crappy ones.
Summer is over, where did the time go? Where did our dreams go? Where did I go wrong? Do we still got hope? I hope. Summer is over, where did the time go? Where did our dreams go? Where did I go wrong? Do we still got hope? Got hope.
Don't ask me why I think it's funny right now. Because I don't even know.
Summer is over, where did the time go? Where did our dreams go? Where did I go wrong? Do we still got hope? I hope.
This is full. Man, how did this work out, huh? This could work out any better. really big part of me just wants to finish this. Okay then. Just accelerating some copper, not plutonic nuclear waste. Alright, sure. I think that's gonna be it for me. I think tomorrow I'm just gonna go to all the edge of the bases while this thing cooks. Get a whole bunch of power slugs. Soup up my particle accelerator and get this game over with. So it's been a fun ride. Thanks everybody for listening, for coming, for hanging out, and for watching the whole stream. All these streams for the most part. The only thing you guys missed is the only thing you guys missed just for a moment was I did log in the other night during the weekend. This weekend I had was crazy, like actually, you know, a whole bunch of stuff happened all in just 2 days. So I didn't get to play much, but I did play a little bit just to optimize for my first base a little bit, but that's it. So, but I feel like we're finally winding down once I hit phase 4. I mean, there's not much more I want to do, you know. It's probably gonna tell me to do something crazy, and if it takes plutonium rods, that's gonna be really annoying. And I don't exactly know how they get more energy out of nuclear waste than not nuclear waste, but hey, whatever. It's a fun game either way. So, thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate it. And you guys have a great night. Love you. Bye bye.